Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. We are about to be playing with none other than DATTO himself. The Datmeister is going to be jumping in to the stream any second now, and we are going to be dungeoning together. Alright? Are we ready for this? Can we get some big fat W's in the little chat that's underneath my camera there? Can we get some big dubskis? Let's get some DATTO dubskis going. I'm going to turn your opacity up a little bit. Are you guys too small down there? Or are you good? You okay? You vibing? Do I need to make you a little bigger? There you go. Maybe that's a little better. A little bit, just a little bit of extra size, you know? When it comes to chat, size definitely makes a difference, you know? All right, I'm going to call him now. Hello!
What's up, gamer?
Hello, gamer. How is your wonderful Valentine's Friday going so far?
It's going pretty good. I'm here with my date.
Is date chat right now, or?
It's my doggy.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Honestly.
Oh, he's doing a big yawn.
Oh, big yawn? Big yawn. Hell yeah.
How you doing, dude?
I'm pretty good. We beat the dungeon last week, and then I slept for about 4 days.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yep. Yeah, so I was like, oh, it's a little quiet this like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then I realized that everyone was doing the same thing as me, which is catching up on sleep.
Yeah. No, the first week of like a new episode or expansion cycle, anything like that, is usually incredibly exhausting.
Yeah.
For me, I run the raid, I do the raid race.
Yep.
And then from the moment I log off until the guide is done, all I do is just work on the guide nonstop. Yep. And then as soon as it's over, my body just collapses.
Yep.
And then that's when I can kind of get back to my normal routine.
Yeah, the challenge in zombies is it's like flipped the other way around, where you've got the week of build up, and then you've got the raid as like a capstone moment for that week of build up. Whereas with us, the Easter egg hunt, or the raid race, if you want to sort of call it the equivalent of that, happens first. So we'll do whatever it is, our 12-hour hunt or something to get the Easter egg solved, and then I'll go straight into making the guide, just in the same stream. I just keep it going. I get the guide done ASAP. Yeah. But then it's like, okay, I now have the rest of the map to explore. So it's like, okay, figure out the side quests, figure out the story, do the cutscene reactions, do the this, do that. And so it's all after the raid race sleep deprivation, which sucks.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's...
Yeah, I can see that being... for the equivalent for us, I guess, would just be like us going in to do like one encounter, and then everyone rushes to make the guide, and then does like another encounter, and then rushes to make a guide, as opposed to just like doing it all at once.
Yeah,
it's
if you're
just so much prep.
If your last encounter of the race was the thing you did first as well. So like, you kill Riven, and then it's like, okay, let's go kill her minions kind of vibe.
Right.
That sort of thing. It'd be, it's weird. I'm not personally sure which is better. I think there's a lot that in the Destiny model, I'm like, oh my god, why don't they do this in zombies? It would be so cool. But then at the same time, it would be a very different game for that to be the way that Call of Duty operated, to like actually make it a race in that way.
That's some stuff that I want to talk to you about, because really I just want to chat with you because, you know, the Destiny community does not get a lot of, for lack of a better term, outsiders.
You can call me fresh meat. It's okay.
I'm just banning a racist in my chat.
Oh hell yeah! Also that's good.
So we, for lack of a better term, we don't get a lot of outsiders. We don't get a lot of like people from other games, from other communities coming in to our community. So like whenever it does, it's usually like a very big deal. It's like, did you hear that this person's gonna be playing Destiny? And everyone's just like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, that's so cool. Because, you know, we just don't. Destiny does not get a lot of good press.
Yeah, it's like they're playing Destiny, the dead game? Really?
Right.
Whoa.
It's like, whenever Destiny comes up in the news, if it's bad news, people are like, yeah, fuck that game. But if it's ever good news, people are like, I don't care.
Right, yeah.
So it's just very rare to have people come in from the outside and like experience this game, which we all give it shit for like a lot of the time, but I think everyone like knows at its core is still a very, very fun experience, like just purely gameplay wise.
Yeah.
So I'm always interested to hear how people react to like their first time playing, or like their first time doing a raid, or first time doing a dungeon or a contest thing, or you know, something like that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I want to talk about.
I have
today.
many
I don't know
thoughts.
if you want to like run the dungeon.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Shall we run the dungeon while we
I'm down. I'm down if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm also down to just like literally sit in the tower and yap for 2 hours. I don't care.
Let's do the dungeon. It will be my first non-contest completion of the dungeon.
So you haven't even gone back yet.
No, I've been fast asleep. I've been snoozing. I've been recharging those batteries.
I think you will find it a much more casual but still enjoyable experience. That was the wrong button. Enjoyable experience.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a different level of appreciation for it when you get to go back through on normal and actually kind of absorb some more of the things or some more of the intricacies. Because like, do you know how, like, for example, the second encounter, there's a lot of misinformation on the day of the dungeon about like what mechanics did what. Have you gone back to learn what things actually do now?
I think we actually learned it correct the first time round, because I was doing it blind. It was a completely blind solve. And so none of the misinformation got to me because we were just testing it ourselves. So I think I have a pretty clear my understanding of it at the time was... I mean, maybe we'll do it when we get there, because then I'll have the symbols in front of me, so I can point at the things. I'm going to struggle to remember them off the top of my head, but yeah, I can. Maybe I'll give you my distorted, we did it blind interpretation of things, and then if it's wrong, then you can set me on the right path. But I need to join you first, so let me. Yeah.
I sent you an invite.
Oh, perfect. Okay. DATTO join. Lovely.
Let me see if I have someone who can just kind of tag along and be a body.
Sure. While you do that, my chat, is DATTO a good volume? Because I've had issues with people being weird volumes.
Oh, yeah. Mic check, mic check. This is approximately how loud I'll be talking.
Yeah. Is he an equal volume to me, or is he like way quieter? Okay, people seem to be saying that you're a good volume. God bless, thank goodness. All right, hell yeah. Okay, I'm in your party.
Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
I just want to inspect what you got going on here, because I saw your loadouts, you know, here and there, during the run.
Yeah.
So
well, one of the toughest things for the whole thing was just having enough DPS to clear everything.
For sure.
Because I was really,
I will say you did luck out having a sleeper, because that ended up being insanely good for the second encounter on contest.
Well, none of us ran it because we didn't have particles.
Really?
So we ran Grand Overture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that was doing some work as well.
Yeah, we were rocking Overture, and then I think for third encounter we ended up using Sleeper, but that's because we ended up having to sub out our third because our third went to sleep. So by that point we had particles, so I hopped on Sleeper, but yeah, prior to that we were all LMG gamers shooting those rockets.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, otherwise, you picked up the multi-mock from Gunsmith. You got a Choir of One. Okay, Choir of One, very, very good weapon.
Yeah. Spent the entire of the day before the raid just grinding for that, which took so long, but we got there. Yeah,
it's designed to... They change up the exotic missions, so now they're a part of the story chain that happens with each big content drop, which does mean you have to go through the whole story to get access to it.
Yeah. I think it's just unfortunate that weapon happens to be at the end of what, in terms of mission design, not in terms of storyline narrative information, but just in terms of mission design, it's a painful series of missions. Like it's just fetch quests over and over again, pretty much. So out of all the story stuff that I've played, that's been my least favorite story time on the game so far.
Interesting. Episode 1.
Yes. Episode 1, acts 1 through 3 was just rough. But like the final shape, I was having a blast. I was having a great time with that story stuff.
Yeah. This stuff is sort of the, like, we're in the between like the first big bad going down and Bungie trying to build up the next big bad.
Yep.
So a lot of the story stuff to you is going to be almost completely meaningless because like you didn't experience these things.
Yes.
Really, like during the past 6 years. Like maybe you know of failsafe vaguely.
Yeah,
but otherwise,
failsafe
like,
is a mystery to me. I mean, I've seen it on my screen from those missions, but like so another thing that we've been doing to try and preserve the sort of authenticity of my experience is I've been only paying attention to the story during Final Shape, and everything outside of that, I've basically paid no attention to story stuff. And then the intention is that next week, and I wanted to ask you about this, next week we're going to go back to Last Wish and do Last Wish blind. Would you be interested in being on the team for the solving of Last Wish blind? Maybe.
You give me a time and a day that you're thinking, I will try to make it happen. Is it just going to be you figuring out mechanics?
This is, yes. At present, it's just going to be me. And the intention is basically, there's been a lot of conversation with different people about, should I try and get a team of 5 other new players, or should I just like go in with 5 content creators who can all play dumb? And the goal right now is going to be that I'm going to have the 5 content creators for Last Wish. And if that goes well and it's like good content, we'll just keep that up. But if it's like, oh, actually this just isn't fun seeing the content creators like play dumb in this way for whatever reason, then we'll try and find like blueberries for the subsequent, because I've not done anything past like Last Wish. I have some memory of because I have run it once or twice like 6 years ago. And then Shattered Throne as well, I remember, but that's when I stopped playing. So all the Salvation's Edge and the Edge of the Pit of Heresy and Prophecy and all that sort of stuff, I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't know where they're set. I don't know who the bosses are. Like it's alien to me. The Pit of Edging, that's the one.
So here's what I can recommend as someone who has done quite a range of things.
Yeah.
It is I have done raids where it's been like 3 and 3. So like I ran like Garden of Salvation, like God, it's gotta be like 3 or 4 years ago with like Seagull and a couple people who didn't know the raids. I think something like that is a good balance as opposed to just you and like 5 people going around playing dumb. Yeah. Because it's gonna be just you trying to think of these mechanics, and having people to bounce off of who also don't know the answers, I think would probably behoove you and make for a better experience.
Yeah.
Now if you can get other people who are also content creators to come do it, that would be even better, as opposed to just like completely random people, unless you have some, you know, some of your buddies that some people are familiar with on your channel who could contribute to some of the fun or the frustration of the whole experience. But just you, it could work, but I would always recommend some more people to bounce off of so that you can have because like if it's just you, you're just gonna be like, okay, so is it this or is it this, and people are just gonna be like, how much do you want us to tell you?
Well, yeah, that is so. In my sort of perspective on it right now is like I'm kind of coming at it as like, I'm gonna be a little big for my boots here and just be like, I think that will be fine. Like the amount of problem solving where, because I'm used to solving zombies Easter eggs, right? So I have familiarity with just banging my head against the puzzle for hours and not knowing what's going on. And if Sundered is anything to go by, oh, you go in here? Oh yeah. If Sundered is anything to go by, I I feel like I have a decent intuition for how Bungie designs their puzzles, and it's a lot more intuitive than Zombies. Zombies puzzles are like, you have to do random stuff. It's not logical at all, whereas in this, it's like, it's generally pretty cushy. So that's why it's going to be like, okay, Last Wish, we'll test it, and I think there's one encounter in that. Is it the Vault? Is that its name in Last Wish? That's like...
The Vault, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit fiddly, so if that
encounter
ends up being 6 straight hours of absolute pain, and then we have to come back the next day and it's just more pain, and everyone's like, this is just really just trash content at this point, then we'll definitely get in some more sort of like whatever they might be, whether it's content creators or just people that would be appropriate fills who haven't done those raids. But to start with, I'm gonna convince myself I can solve them all.
Can you give me an example of like an Easter egg in just
like a
literally
step?
pick any one of them? Yeah, like how the process is for you figuring out mechanics compared to something like Destiny, because for us it's generally like there are, over the years we've learned like there's certain rules and things that that we should learn to look out for, like even this right here, this giant beam of light, even activating the encounter and seeing this thing rotate and seeing a bunch of holsters everywhere, it's kind of like, okay, they want us to bounce light certain places,
right?
And you kind of go from there. But Call of Duty Zombies, I got no idea what that process even looks like.
There's the most obvious example to mention here, which some people in my chat are already saying. I'm actually not going to mention just because it's so dumb that if you ever do play Zombies and go through the Easter eggs, which we could absolutely do sometime if you wanted to kind of get a tour through them or solve them, and I could be a body, we could do that sometime. But there's one that is so obnoxiously stupid that the phrase needle in a haystack is incredibly fitting for it. But if I actually say what it was, it will spoil it, and the idiocy will be alleviated. So there's some other examples that I would go to that are less obvious. It'll, for example, be things like you have to... So there's a lot of like randomly shoot a certain thing and it will activate, or shoot it with a certain ammo type and it will activate, or throw a grenade in a certain spot and it will do a certain thing. Like there's a lot of those sorts of things, which seems to be less of Bungie's style. Like I was actually quite surprised when you had to shoot a door open at the end of this. I was like, whoa, that's... That is a new mechanic for us as well. Yeah. So
at least done in that way.
Yeah, that was like a little bit closer to Zombies. Similarly, in is it 0 Hour, the exotic quest that you do, where you're going through the sort of tunnels of that, and there's one room where you go up to the a wall and it's like motion activated almost, and you just have to be close to it and then it opens up. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's just before you do the floor puzzle where you have to like walk along those paths in a certain direction. Was that 0 Hour, chat? The bank room. Yeah, it's
Trevor?
A bank.
Oh yeah, pushing the door open to the laser, or to the vault where Outbreak Perfected was stolen.
Yes. So that room,
that is
the comparison I would make is like in Call of Duty Zombies, you would 100% have to go over to that wall and hold square, whereas in Destiny, just randomly holding square on things is never, or like holding F, I guess, because most people play Destiny on PC. That's never really the go-to, whereas in Zombies, like, we walk around the maps and all we do is hold square on all the walls. Like, that's the first thing that we do. Everywhere. Yeah, it's literally like, can I interact with this table? Oh, I picked up a part. Okay, cool. I have a part now. What's that part going to connect to? Is it going to help me build a wonder weapon? Because obviously we don't spawn in with our sort of exotics in Zombies either, right? So whatever the exotic is of the map, per se, we're going to end up building in some way. That's going to go into our like HUD loadout. There's going to be an inventory there where we're going to see us sort of compiling it. But it's a lot more like, okay, I have a random satellite dish in my HUD. What could I do with a satellite dish? Well, maybe I need to like attach it to a computer. So you might go look for a computer. So it's those sorts of things. But then I'd also say it's kind of weird because you kind of need to imagine it as, imagine this entire dungeon was all open to you from the very beginning of the game, and So I could explore the final boss area right now, or I could explore this room right now, and it's all the sort of problem space. All of it could be the thing that I need to use. Like, there's no sort of increase in, oh, I'm getting to a harder area of the map or something, like a further later stage area of the map. There's no such thing. So it's everything's to play for at all times, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, it'd be like if, because to access the next encounter here, you need to complete this, and then the stairs move. So, like, literally, we cannot even progress to the next thing until this is done.
Yeah, and in zombies, the gating in that way, it happens every now and then in very small ways. So sometimes a boss encounter will be a separate area. That does happen in zombies. But for the most part, 95% of the map is accessible for all players at all times. And the only thing that would be gated is, like, occasionally a secret room that will be, like, a closet or something. Or it will be boss encounter. So it's
so
definitely
there's not really like a lot of progression in terms of like, oh, we did something here, now we're opening up a new space. Okay, now we did another thing here, we're opening up a new space. It's all just like constantly open.
Yes, it's all there, ready to be investigated. And in terms of problem solving, you are really not standing there going like, okay, what's the puzzle design in front of me right now? It could instead be something like, do we randomly need to do this faster for this to work? And it's pretty frustrating in that regard. Like, an example I can give you before we start this encounter here is in the most recent zombies map, there are some crystals that need to be lit up. And they need to be sort of interacted with in a certain way, but just think about it as just them being lit up. And at first, people one team got past that step and they were like, I don't know how we did it. We just lit the crystals up and like that's all we seem to have done, but they weren't sure what the cause was for them having cleared the step. And it took a couple of hours for other teams to realize that you just needed to light those crystals up within a 10-second time period. There's no prompt telling you that 10 seconds is the magic number. There's no in-game clock that's counting down. There's no buff that's timing out. There's no mention of it from an NPC. There's nothing. It's just arbitrarily 10 seconds. And if you do it that fast, an arbitrary change happens. And if not, you don't get the clear on that step, which is very annoying, as you can imagine. But that's
Niobe Labs enjoyers are, we had this puzzle called Niobe Labs a few years ago, and there's something very similar to that where there was a thing that you had to shoot on the wall, and everyone had to shoot it with a particular weapon, but you all had to do it at the same time. And basically nobody tried that, and nobody knew that you needed to do it at the same time. And people were stuck on that puzzle for about, I want to say, multiple days.
Right.
Because people had tried it, but no one had really tried it like at the same time. Or was it at the same time, or maybe it was like one right after another, like super quick.
Yes, you probably have like a short window for desync, right?
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, you'd think like maybe a second or so. But Niobe Labs might be like the closest thing to sort of like a zombies experience, but it's in a much smaller arena.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is, and chat, I'm going to need you guys to correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm pretty confident the dev studio that worked on Niobe Labs, whose name I can't remember right now, but that dev studio, I'm pretty sure, got pulled off Destiny, and I think they were an Activision studio, and I think they might have ended up either working on zombies at some point, or maybe on some other sort of similar Activision IP. Vicarious Visions, that was their name. Yeah.
Vicarious Visions or High Moon.
Yeah, so and High Moon is just like they work on Call of Duty stuff all day long. That's all they do these days, right? So the fact that it was a puzzle involving that kind of logic to figure out, and then that is just the zombies' DNA. That was quite funny that that's where they ended up. I'm glad that it's not like that.
People really loved Niobe Labs. Like, it was one of the better puzzle experiences that we definitely had in the game. Although I think some people are telling me that Bungie was giving us some slightly incorrect information. On like some of the clues or something like that. My memory's a little hazy on it. I would have to go back and like look at the history of it. I don't know if it was that.
Were they prompting you as you were going, or you just mean incorrect information in terms of like the stuff in the room had red herrings in it? Like, was it the design of the puzzle that was misleading?
No, it wasn't necessarily like a red herring thing, but no, some people are telling me that was not correct, and people just didn't figure it out.
Oh, okay.
But it was one of the things where like it wasn't as outlined as something like a raid. It wasn't as telegraphed as a raid.
Yeah.
Where they told you or like kind of hinted at like, hey, like look at this room. There's a bunch of light beams going everywhere. Figure that shit out.
Yeah.
This was just like you're in a room. Figure it out, man. And that's probably the closest thing we've gotten to zombies.
So more like an escape room almost.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda.
Whereas this is a little bit more like, I don't know, the Crystal Maze? Is that a good comparison? I don't know. Like, it's a little bit more like, this is the puzzle you will solve it.
I'm going to boot this up.
Yep.
So what was your experience like solving this this
one was good. We did this in about 3 hours, I think it was. And yeah, we had a good time. I was struggling with getting blown up by husks. That was annoying, but everything else was, we drew a little map. Yeah, it was good. And as we go here, I'm gonna in real time need to remember how it works. So I will be a little slow on the uptake here, but should be okay. I don't think I've got truth teller in my room. If that's a thing now.
We have pyramid stop, so it could be a selection of things, but I'm gonna just double check.
All right.
I think I also want to ask about the actual gameplay and combat experience compared to something like a zombies, because you came in on contest mode, which for us is like basically the hardest difficulty of the. Oh, we're looking for which game, which I have on L1. You came in at like contest is arguably the hardest like difficulty of a thing that we have in this game. You know, we have like grandmaster content, but it's still tuned a little bit differently compared to some other things. And grandmaster used to be much more difficult, but is now a much simpler or slightly easier experience because we've kind of power crept. So I'm interested in what the zombies experience is like combat wise compared to something like Destiny, where the combat challenge is a very integral part of the experience for contest mode.
Yeah, I think this might surprise some people. I think Destiny is easier than you guys say it is. I'm gonna be straight up. People told me, Scarrow told me it would take me 5 months to finish a raid on contest. 5 months.
I don't know about that.
And like, granted, I think he was saying that for comedy a little bit, but
yeah,
I like contest was not that bad. Granted, it was hard. Like, it took us 29 hours to get our clear. There's a healing nade for you. Here's a rift for you as well. But I mean, generally, like,
come dump your lens over here.
Yep. On the right hand side, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So Destiny's a weird game in that
that's not it.
If you know what you're doing and like you understand build crafting and you understand like weapon rolls and how to take advantage of your character and all that kind of stuff, it's a pretty easy game. The problem is that if you don't do those things, the game is incredibly difficult and dense and tough to navigate. But you are someone who has a lot of like FPS kind of experience, and maybe you're not the most familiar with building an Arc Warlock kit or something like that, but you can kind of be guided along the way, and a lot of it can be just just pure FPS thumb skill and all that kind of stuff.
I think the main difficulty check in Destiny was, it basically just was not combat difficulty. It was knowing what I needed to know, like what was relevant information to me and what wasn't. And I got very lucky. Salt spent like 3 hours with me about 3 days before the dungeon came out, and he was like, okay, this is how the loadout system works. And I was like, wait, there's a loadout system? Oh, by the way, our symbol is Hive.
Okay.
So yeah, he was like, this is how the loadout system works. I didn't even know it was there. So I was like, wow, you can save loadouts? That's crazy. Like, thanks for telling me that, right?
Yeah.
And his breakdown of like, okay, you're gonna have like, this is what a surge is, this is what armor charges do, this is how you're going to want to think about what weapon you're going to choose to do damage against the boss. Like, are you going to be using a linear fusion rifle this season? Maybe you are, because particle reconstruction's a thing. Like, all those sorts of things. Had I not had some kind of source of truth telling me this is what's relevant, this is what's going to make a difference to you, then it would have been infinitely more difficult. Like, absolutely agreed. It's just the fact that we, like, did manage to get some of those things done in my overall marathon scheduling that meant that I could relax a little bit on that front.
Yep.
I'm just going to pause thinking about that for 2 seconds here. Where do we want...
I'm grabbing the next truth speaker. We want to go darkness next, which I want to say is L2. I'm just double checking right now.
Okay. Is L2 the right-hand side of the left-hand side? Because we color-coded them when we did my... Okay.
Yeah, I've learned... Like, my clan is infamous for having the most insane, absurd call-outs of all time.
Yep.
Maybe only rivaled by a creator named Frostbolt.
Okay,
So I've been recently trying to... I've been adapting the KISS philosophy. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yep, love that.
So I've just been like, this is L1, L2, that is R1, R2. Done.
Do we want to go top middle? Is that how we want to get there?
You can... let me get rid of these guys. This one... Wait, I thought Jin set this one up already. Did you touch one of the lenses?
I have not. I've still got my lens.
Okay, maybe Jin did something. Here, let's go...
Which path do you want to take,
going?
basically?
We can go here. So lens here. And
You're
then...
doing that side. Okay.
It was set up. Okay, we might have to redo that then.
I can place this. Yeah, hive.
I thought we had it done. I guess not. Okay, so you just leave that there. I thought we had hive done. I thought we chained it over, but it's possible someone accidentally hit the thing.
Okay.
So we have to rebuild that. Because if you have lenses set up and then you move it, the lenses go bye-bye and you have to rebuild it.
Right, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, maybe we didn't, because I have a lens right here.
Wait, do we not have a timer right now?
No, so we're on normal mode. The timer is a contest.
That's contest
thing.
only? Oh my, bro, we're chilling. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dungeons are very, very, very forgiving because they are also designed to be soloable. But it's more of like a very special achievement to be able to do it solo. Like, it's, you know, there's like a whole emblem related to it and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
So they're usually like a pretty big challenge, but Bungie designs them to be solo. And so the timer must be significantly more forgiving because you're by yourself.
Right.
So contests, that is all about execution of the strategy and having to go fast.
Right.
But on normal mode, you have a lot more luxuries.
Do we have infinite revive tokens?
That kind of experience. Yeah, we do.
Oh my god, dude, it's so cushy. That's
much
amazing.
More relaxed environment.
Yeah,
much more relaxed environment.
I can get the res here. Okay. I'm coming, Jin. I got you.
Yeah, so that's why we can just kind of like mess around right now and just kind of be yapping.
Yeah, that makes life.
Okay, so I think we need. Okay, I'm gonna shoot this one up, and then I think it beams into here. Beam into here. Beams into here. Just send that sucker through here, and then I need.
You need one more lens.
No, hive should be lit. Hive is lit.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, now it's darkness. Sorry, let's just. This is like I think one of the more tedious encounters, just because you actually have to send a lot of different things to a lot of different places, and if people aren't paying attention, it can take a little while.
Remind me what the darkness symbol is? Which one is that?
It's like the sun if it was reversed or like inverted in color.
Yeah. Got you.
Okay, so let's have you dump a lens right here.
Yep, I'm just gonna grab this one from Big Stinker in this room. Okay, got my lens. So that's going to which room? L2.
Yeah, it's going in L2. Well, I thought it was. Hang on.
I'm pretty sure that was darkness. I think I was in there a minute ago and it was.
It is. I
Yep.
just thought I was going to have to send this. Oh, it's going the other way. Cringe. Okay. Hang on. Can we turn this so it goes this way? Yeah, that should. That might just do it. Yeah, I just did. I just did it.
Hey,
Yeah.
lovely,
Okay.
lovely, lovely. All right. And the
Okay,
nice thing
last
is
step.
we have loads of lenses now, so this will take no time at
Yeah.
all.
I haven't brushed up on my map of this place yet, so my pathways might be a little scuffed as
Okay.
I figure out what to do here. I haven't studied the map just yet. I mainly have studied the blade.
Hell yes. I was born studying the blade.
Okay, Brim. Okay. Okay. All right.
What do
We
you
need the
think
truth.
of the Dread as an enemy type for a dungeon? Because their stasis stuff is so annoying. I am not a fan, I have to say.
Guardian's our first one. I thought enemy design in this place, sorry, not enemy design, because I do like the Dread. It had actually been a while since we've gotten some new enemies to the game, and they
Yep.
came out with Final Shape, and they are definitely tough combatants.
Yep.
But in terms of where Bungie placed the enemies to inflict maximum pain on people, I thought was one of the best setups they have ever done. Like in terms
Oh.
of where they put enemies specifically to be annoying.
Okay.
It didn't
Can you
feel
elaborate on
very
why
like,
it's what makes it good and what would have been bad?
what makes it good is like they knew where people were going to be, like what they were going to be doing in what situations, right?
Yeah.
So for example, this room right here, you know that you're gonna be like looking at all the lenses and like trying to figure out where they bounce and reflect to. And so they have these super annoying melee enemies constantly respawning, constantly chasing you down. And then if you kill them in a certain way, that little bug pops out of them and tries to seek you down. But if you kill a bunch of them all at once and you're next to those little seekers when they come out,
Yep.
you're going to take a ton of damage. If not, they will outright kill you, right?
Okay.
So it makes this room much more annoying to deal with because you have these melee enemies constantly chasing you down. In the
Right.
side rooms here, we have, the stasis dudes that slow you. And that is mainly so that the subjugator enemy can inflict much more damage upon you because they hit really, really hard, especially on contest mode.
Yep.
And if you're slowed, they also have the ability to suspend you, which leaves you just
Which
hanging in
sucks.
the air.
Yeah, it
And
sucks
you just
so much.
eat tons of, like, subjugators hurt so goddamn bad.
So are you a fan of the subjugator placement in the third encounter when you go through either of the two doors and you pop out the other side and you're instantly at risk of getting like frozen by a subjugator? Are you a fan of that, or is that like where does that become good design and where does that become bad design in your view?
I don't mind it. I think they're never directly in your POV when you walk in the door. Like,
Yeah.
so for example, the
They're
left
like round
side
a
door,
tiny corner, yeah.
yeah, they're around a corner. So like, you know they're there, but you're not immediately put into danger. Like, you
Right.
know that like it's lurking around the corner. And if you're reckless, then yes, they'll come in and bop you. But there's enough space where you can enter somewhat freely. Maybe there's a couple of like minor, smaller enemies in your way, but those are usually not a big deal to handle.
Yep.
So I thought they were fine, but they're
Okay.
also still very, very threatening that you need to deal with them in some way before you really start doing anything else.
Interesting, yeah, because I wasn't sure as I was going through. I was sort of thinking like, okay, I'm seeing this through the eyes of a new player, right? Oh, truth teller is here. It's gonna have to remember what that is. The yellow man holding his hands up to the sky.
Oh, worship.
Worship. That'll be it.
Yeah, worship.
Worship.
Otherwise known as hands up.
Hands up. Yep, that was hands up for sure. But yeah, so I was coming in with this outside perspective, thinking, okay, there's a boss here
Up here.
on the other side of these little rooms, who, if we're sort of if we have our guard down and we just walk in there, and then yeah, even though the boss is around a little corner, you are just gonna get frozen. It's gonna suck. So I like the fact that I was sort of on my toes going in, but then I also liked the fact that I had to be on my toes going out because the main Kerev he might have just
Yeah, the boss.
done some more stuff to me on the other side.
I got cooked by him so many times.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about it is I think that that door, specifically, the one that you have to shoot open, is trash. I think it is absolutely awful because it undermines all of the design of the rest of that encounter. The danger on both sides of the door would be fine if the door itself wasn't also dangerous. Like,
yeah.
It's just annoying. I hate that.
I will say that is definitely a new phenomenon for us.
You want a lens here, real quick?
I got you. Or you're putting one in.
I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is also a new phenomenon for us, but
Yeah.
I think that adds a little bit to like the character of the experience. I'm gonna flip this around because we need to go not there, but I don't know if this can even go the way that I'm thinking of.
He's finding new angles every day, chat.
Well, these lights can go like so many different directions.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, wait. Was worship R2?
This is
think it
Guardian
was, right? Yeah,
in
it was.
here right
Okay.
now.
So this needs to go like that, which means it needs to go off of. Can you just send this one forward?
Yeah, R2, either L2 or R2, both of those can go top middle. We can go through top middle. We haven't used that one yet, so we could do that if you wanted to.
Yeah, I got Jin putting one in right now.
Oh, you guys are going that way. Okay.
And then we get a little flick. Okay. So worship should be locked in. Looks like it. Yep. Okay,
Yep.
and last one was a guardian worship. I'm guessing it's light. Okay, Brim. Let me see where light is.
Mr. Truth.
All right, light is over on me.
So will
Oh, F
the statements already be a full statement at this encounter? Or does that only become true once you get to the final encounter?
What do you mean?
So, like, right now,
do you
our
mean by that?
statement is Guardian Worship. So,
Yeah.
Traveler would make sense for the completed statement there. But I'm curious if the logic of the statements only actually kicks in for the third encounter, or if it's already relevant now. Like, can we assume it's Traveler, basically, because we know that that's the end of the statement, or can we not make that assumption?
Oh, you're talking about the final boss. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
Because in the boss we
think
can, but here, I don't know if it's already present in this encounter. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So are you saying, like, do we know if it is, like, Guardian Worship light, right? Like, even when we don't have any of them filled in just yet?
No, as in, in the third encounter, that's where, at least in my solving process, that's where I learned that the statements were a combination of, like, the sum of their parts, right? That was like a full truth or lie statement. Whereas here, at this point when I was solving it, I wasn't thinking about story cohesion at all. I was just thinking like match symbol to whatever the truth seeker says. So
yes,
can we shortcut finding the third seeker by knowing the story and saying, okay, Guardian Worship, and then knowing that the third one has to be probably either light or traveler, I'm assuming.
Yes,
those two.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's cool that that's already
you can,
in place.
You can draw those conclusions.
Yeah.
I need one lens and we're done over here.
Okay, I got it. Going on my back. Are you in L1? Yes.
L1, yeah.
Yes. One thing I think could have been improved with this encounter is I would have... Oh, nice, perfect. I would have liked for there to be some kind of more distinct element in each room. Like, for example, if you look on the ceiling in here, and the ceiling was like a color or something, so that you could easily look where, like, within the room, you could look up and be like, oh, I know I'm in L1. Whereas as it stands right now, this room is not
looks
super,
like every other room.
Yeah, it's not super immediately obvious. I think it would be nice for there to be like a, once you know, there's a smart tell. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, a lot of it does just kind of come down to memorization of just like once you do this enough, you'll know. Like, I could see any one of these rooms and be like, oh yeah, that's R2, that's L1.
Fair enough. Yeah,
without much issue.
Yeah.
I think part of the learning experience, though, is learning what each of those rooms does look like, and the more you can memorize what those places look like and where things are spawning in and all that kind of stuff, that is also part of learning the game, learning the experience, and learning these encounters.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's
But if you also want to color, you're color coding things, people come up with, all sorts of different call outs for all these different rooms and all these different mechanics and all that kind of stuff. So it just kind of comes down to what did you do for your team, and then you just kind of stick with that.
Yeah. Just getting reps in as well. I feel like that's like
totally
ends up being a big part of it.
Because I've gotten a lot of reps by now, and I'm like, L1 over here.
Yeah.
The only thing I need to figure out is just like the laser, the light beam map.
How many clears do you have, do you reckon, roughly?
At this point, it wouldn't surprise me if I was close to a dozen.
Oh, damn. Wow. We got a grinder in the... Damn.
I've done a master. Yeah.
You've done a master as well.
It's
nice.
Like pretty easy pinnacles. And this early in the episode, like I'm not even close to, high level yet.
Right.
So it's really, really easy to get the pinnacles. Oh, thanks, Jin. To just like run this place in like, I don't know, 30 to 40 minutes and get some easy stuff.
Like
but I've also been going
into
like
kind of thing.
trying to get, yeah, exactly. But I've also done like a master, which is really not that hard at all. I was anticipating a much fiercer fight when it came to master difficulty, but I mean, they added in like a few champions and gave things like a little health bump, and that was it. So master was not really that bad. Like you could probably go in and like not really struggle that much, maybe besides champions. I don't know how much combat you've done against champions.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure I know what a champion is.
That's fine.
Have I fought any of them? Were they in contest mode or no?
They were not in contest mode. I think they're very intentionally not in contest mode, but they are in master.
Okay, in that case, yeah, I may have fought a handful of them in the 1 or 2 master activities I've done, because like we did something master to get me the choir catalyst, I think.
Yeah.
I think, but outside of that, I don't think we've done any master activities.
Okay.
So, well, I guess we've we've done Grandmaster Nightfalls. Are they in those?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so I'll have fought some. I'll have fought some there.
Quite a large amount of numbers. Yeah, so they used to be a bit more annoying to fight against because in the before times, you only used to be able to stop them with certain weapon mods that were in the artifact, and if they weren't there, you were just kind of screwed. But in a recent expansion in Lightfall, they made it so certain subclass effects could also now stop champions, and that made, in my opinion, champion gameplay way more enjoyable because you weren't limited to like 3 or 4 different weapons to stop these enemies.
Yeah.
Which meant you could have a lot more freedom with your build crafting, but if you still wanted to use the weapons, you could totally do that. Where's Jen?
Rest in peace.
So yeah, the Lightfall champion changes made it much more enjoyable to fight champions.
Okay, so I've not witnessed the true pain of fighting champions pre those changes, which sounds like it was not a happy time.
People will. I don't like to exaggerate as much. People will tell you like, "Oh my god, it was the worst thing ever." It was okay. It was fine. But Lightfall definitely made it like a lot more of an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, I think overall, because this is my first contest mode clear ever as well.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm basically happy for them to just put anything in the game that makes it harder right now. I'm like, yeah, like give me more of that. Give me a double helping. Like I'm good.
Base.
I just, speaking of which, I just ran
Your
into the
elitism
boulder.
membership has been accepted.
I can stay in math class. Let's go. But no, it's like I haven't played the game enough to get frustrated, I guess, at any sort of difficulty stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I could imagine after a certain amount of time, maybe I don't know, maybe I do enough, whether it's contest modes or I do enough master activities or what have you, and I can imagine then certain things maybe starting to grate. But as it stands, I'm like, hell yeah, dude, just make it challenge me more. Like, I'm so here for that. And
Yeah.
Destiny, more than most games I've ever played, is uniquely really, really good at that, I think. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I love this game.
I will say the game definitely does skew more towards the easier side of things.
Has it always been that way? Like, do you feel like it's become more casual over time?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I think, like, Destiny 1, I think, was a bit harder because we just didn't have nearly as much access to the tools that we have today.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, build crafting and strength of weapons and exotics and this and that. Like, I have a machine gun on right now. In Destiny 1, this thing would hold, at most, maybe, like, 95 rounds. In Destiny today, machine guns can hold 400 to 500 rounds. Like, we've increased 5x the amount of ammo like one of the best weapons in the game can hold. We've also been giving so much more like build crafting tools and abilities and exotics that like just juice the hell out of our power.
Yeah.
So I do think the game does typically lean more towards the easier side of things, because at the end of the day, it is a much more casual gaming experience. Like Grandmasters, for example. You said you ran some Grandmasters.
Yep.
Grandmasters used to be terrifying. Like, they used to be so brutal. Like, especially certain Grandmasters. Like, Season 13, for example, there was one called Proving Grounds.
Yep.
Where it was horrifying. Like, the smallest thing could go wrong and, like, your run was over.
Okay.
And now we, like, look at that place as a joke. Like, it
Right.
is... like, people are just, like, messing around, just doing whatever the hell they want, not taking it seriously at all, and like we're doing things that we never would have imagined doing when it first came out.
In order to make it easier in that way, which way are they scaling it? Are they scaling it so the power creep of the Guardian is greater and therefore a difficult activity is easier? Or are they trying to sort of maintain Guardian power creep but then making the activity itself nerfed, if that makes sense? Like, are they reducing the enemy strength or are they increasing the Guardian strength?
I would say it's mainly increasing Guardian strength.
Okay.
It is a little bit of both, but I do think it has shifted dramatically towards increasing Guardian strength. And as a result, as we get new tools, as we get new weapons, as we get more insane perk rolls on our weapons and this and that, it has made the experience a lot easier. Now, like, they're not like, you know, super stomp mode for everybody. I think it's another one of those things where the more you actually interact with the build crafting experience in the game and the more you actually know how to fine tune your character, the easier that experience gets. But if you ask a more casual player, like, hey, you want to run this like GM real quick? They'll be like, what do you mean real quick?
Okay.
Like, what are you talking about?
So does that mean that a raid releasing so the last raid was Salvations, right? That was the most recent one.
Yes.
Would you say Salvations, if released 3 years ago, would have been harder?
Oh,
because
totally.
Guardian power would have been overall, we'd have had less tools to defeat whatever is in Salvations.
Absolutely. Yes.
Interesting.
Absolutely. And Salvations was already like on contest. It was the longest it took any team to clear a day one, and it probably had like some of the fewest clears. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think the stat is like it's like 5 clears or something. Maybe it's like very few, if I recall.
Yeah, it was not a lot in the first day.
Yeah,
but I do also think a lot of
it was one team in 24 hours. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think a lot of Salvation's Edge was kind of figuring out mechanics because there were some insane mechanics to try to figure out in that place.
No spoilers. I will be doing that blind. God, like,
have fun with that.
Pray for me, but I will be doing it blind.
Yeah, there were some insane mechanics to figure out in that place, which I do think kind of took up the bulk of the experience. I really don't think that Bungie is capable of challenging people who at the top end in terms of a combat experience anymore because we are so ridiculously strong. Like, they would have to keep scaling things so high to like appease maybe the top 200 to 300 teams in the world.
Yeah.
But everybody else underneath them would be like, what the hell are you? This is literally like
it's unplayable.
unplayable garbage that you guys have
Right.
ever made, but that would be the only way to truly challenge like the top 100, 200, 300 teams, of which, you know, competition in this game has gotten only like it's the most competitive it's ever been by a long shot, right? Like to give you an example,
Yep.
my clan, when the first raid came out in D1 Vault of Glass, my clan got first place and second place and fifth place.
Wow. Okay. Hell yeah.
Okay. All from the same group. And there was maybe like a dozen clans like actually trying to compete.
Yep.
Now there are hundreds, if not thousands, of groups that are insanely good at the game.
Yeah.
Insanely optimized to the point where the moment they figure out encounters, they need 1, maybe 2 runs after that. Like once a mechanic is solved in this place, it's just execute. And
That's
so many of these teams execute so well at the highest level.
Yeah, I saw people saying with Mario's team, if they, so it was Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, right? And I saw people saying if they had not cleared the boss on the encounter where they figured out how to do damage to it, like if they'd not basically just done it then and there, they would have been beaten to the punch. And like that's an insane level of like you wipe once and you're second kind of vibe on an encounter as well. Not even like in zombies, wiping would mean doing the whole thing again. So that would mean going back to the first encounter and having to re-clear that and the second encounter and getting to the third encounter. Like there's so much more build-up time to get there. Whereas in this, even just being set back 5 minutes while other teams are sort of on your tail is going to potentially cost you the first, which is really nuts. Like I think it's cool.
That literally happened to my team. We lost a world first by 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Oof. Damn. Okay.
It was literally the difference of 1 pull. Like we started a pull, we wiped. Another team started a pull, then we started a pull. Maybe it was even less than 6 minutes. Maybe it was 3 minutes.
Right.
And they finished. They cleared, and then we cleared shortly after. It might have happened to us twice.
Damn.
Was it also Vow?
I mean,
it was Crown. Was it also Vow? Crown was 6 minutes. Vow was 2 minutes.
I mean, if you cleared one clear sooner on Last Wish, you would have got your contest clear as well, right? Your 24-hour clear?
Yes, literally, yes. That is where the meme comes from.
Damn, that's one clear sooner is that's a crazy difference between
that's
success and failure. Yeah,
but do I think that would have been as memorable? I don't know. Like if we get third place in 23 hours and 30 minutes, it's like okay, we still got third place.
Yeah,
we got the emblem, but the meme has
for the meme it has more life
lived on.
Yeah, really. The fact that my chat is full of 2402 salute right now.
Yeah,
that says it all. Like that's become its own. You became Legend Guardian just for reasons that you maybe were not expecting.
Yeah.
This encounter, this one that we're about to go into, tell me if I'm wrong here, because I have real thoughts about this encounter, but I'm curious to just get your sort of fact check first. My impression is that out of the 3 encounters, for the majority of the Destiny community, this is the worst of the 3. Is that accurate, or am I mistaken?
Define worst.
People just don't seem to like it. I've seen a lot of people just being like, I'm just not having a good time in here. I don't like the encounter design. I think I've seen people say that it's too tedious. I've seen people say that they just don't like the puzzle. It's too chaotic. I've seen a lot of critique just generally in like various areas about this encounter. And yeah, I'm curious if that aligns with your sort of radar of what the Destiny community's been saying.
I think on contest mode, I was very frustrated with this place because I am like on contest. I need to do a much better job of just letting go of the fact that like, yeah, we don't know exactly what's going on, but we just need, the only goal is bring the health bar down to 0.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yep.
And however you manage to make that happen, you just got to do that. And then you can figure it out later. It doesn't matter. Yep. Bring the HP bar to 0. But I actually think this is a very novel encounter. something that I don't feel like we've seen, because it's almost like a build your own adventure type thing. I think just a lot of people have found some loopholes in it, or maybe they're like, maybe that's an intentional loophole. I don't know. But I think conceptually, on normal mode, and now that like I actually know what the hell is going on, I do appreciate it a lot more in the space, because you can fine tune it however you want. If you want to make this fight really easy, you can make it really easy, but it's going to take you a little bit longer. If you want to gamba on some like super speed mode, like speed run strats, you can do that, but it's going to be maybe a little bit harder to execute. Which I always appreciate about any sort of encounter. Any encounter that makes me feel smarter for learning more about it is a good thing. And by smarter, I mean being able to go quicker or deal more damage, because we do have some encounters in the game where it doesn't matter how good you get, you can only go so fast. Not as much of a problem recently as compared to like a few years ago. But the faster I feel like I can move through an encounter, because I have learned the encounter and I'm smart and I know all the mechanics, that to me creates a successful fight.
Okay. I'm very glad that you have said that. And I'm glad you like this encounter, because this is my favorite one out of the three. And this for me is like one of the favorite chunks of video gaming I've, at least with regard to puzzles, I've ever done. Like, I think this encounter is so damn cool, and if zombies had even a shred of what this has, I would be in heaven. Permanently in heaven, dude. I think it is so sick that we go in to a room where there's like, I mean, let's just do a quick head count. There's the locks in the background, there's the wheels on the sort of like close by, there's the wheel boards which show the icons in the mid-ground there, and then obviously there's all the stuff that is on the wheels, so that's another 7 different things. Obviously there's duplicated symbols, but there's 7 icons on there, so there's this constant sort of rotation of stuff happening, and they just say have fun with that. Just have fun with that. And to go from to have the experience of being dropped into that sandbox with very obvious puzzle pieces and having to fit them together, and then feeling it all come together, and feeling once you get the rhythm of it down, once you get the flow of it down, I know, oh, okay, we've got 2 stops over here, and this one's on ogres right now, and we're going to need to change that ogres one before we change the wizards one, because ultimately I much prefer fighting wizards to fighting ogres. And like being able to balance that in real time, it feels like Bungie have got their fingers in my brain, and they're giving it a little massage, and they're just like prodding me, and gradually through that massage I'm chipping the boss health down and clearing it, and it's so satisfying. Like I really didn't have an appreciation before doing this whole marathon, and especially before this encounter. I didn't have an appreciation for something which could have both combat difficulty and puzzle difficulty simultaneously, and that not feel like ass. And I think the first encounter for me was not a combat difficulty challenge. It was literally just, we just needed to build our map. And once we drew our map when we were doing it blind, it was fine. We got it like a few runs after that, so it was fairly straightforward. I would say it's still very fun, but I would just define it as more of just a pure puzzle. Whereas this, we were getting ruined by those ogres. Like, we were having a dreadful time with that. And I loved that. I was like, this is amazing that my lack of skill expression in preventing the ogres spawning in has significant negative consequences, and my own responsibility also has consequences for my whole team, because it could be ogres on the far side that I'm covering. My other teammates could have the near side of the map covered, and so like if I'm the one that spawns the ogres in and that causes us to wipe, that's on me. That's good as well. So it was the fact that was there, while also simultaneously it's a little bit of a brain teaser, and you've got to figure out, okay, like for example, when we were solving it blind, we got damage several times before we knew what was triggering damage. We were like, why the hell are we able to do damage right now? And like, why is one damage phase a minute and a half and another damage phase 20 seconds? Like,
like 4 seconds.
But the fact that it then all came together and we were like, oh, and we had so many oh moments was like, I feel like there's no other video game that does that. I've never played a game that gives you that ability to be skill checked on damage, boss, health skill, while also being checked on puzzle skill in the same room at the same time. Like, peak cinema, Bungie cooked. It's a 10 out of 10, this encounter. I love it. It's so good.
I think, I don't want to give any spoilers to Salvation's Edge, but I think when you see the final boss of Salvation's Edge and just see the chaos that will ensue, I think you'll find a very familiar feeling there.
It's gonna be cinema. Let's go.
It's definitely not as many, like, there's not like the wheel to keep track of and this and that, but it's like you're presented with a scene, and the game is literally just like, figure this shit out, idiot. Like,
I can't. I'm actually like grinning ear to ear.
It's the final. It's the final boss of the final raid in the final chapter of our 10-year story. So Bungie was just like, look at this chaotic. This is a mess. It's just a mess.
Yeah.
And you need to figure out how to clean up this absolute mess, but in a way that I feel like they have never really done before up until that point.
Hell yeah. Oh, dude, I can't wait. It's going to be so good. I think that, like, there are times where I think they get it wrong. To some extent, and we can talk about this once we get there, but to some extent, I'm actually much less of a fan of the third encounter. Despite the fact that we blind solved it and we figured it out, there's still issues that I have with it overall in terms of the way that the sandbox is presented to you.
That's
I think
fair.
One of the things that I love about this, and we can talk about the flaws with the third in a little bit, is that in this encounter, there is very little where you feel like you're doing something that is either a red herring, or you feel like you're doing something where if you spent 30 hours doing random things, you hypothetically could not select the correct random thing. I think in this encounter, it's much more focused, and it speaks the information to you. Even when you have the wrong idea, it's actually still feeding you loads of really valuable information. Whereas in the third encounter, that is not the case, and there is a lot more room if you happen to just not have the correct idea for you to waste a huge amount of time. So in that regard, I'm like, Bungie can cook, but it's not always the cinema that I think this particular encounter is. But still very fun.
This encounter is definitely a very, very unique one in the breadth of every single encounter that Bungie has made. Okay. Sometimes they lean puzzle heavy. Sometimes they lean combat heavy. It's not always this like perfect 50-50 blend of puzzle to combat. Sometimes there's just an encounter, like there's an encounter in VOW, which is just like, this is more of a combat experience as opposed to like puzzle solving. There is puzzle solving, but there is a bit of a mechanic part to it. Whereas like one of the earlier encounters in something like Deepstone Crypt is like purely a do the puzzle, and as long as you do the puzzle, you will be successful. Right. And combat like doesn't really matter nearly as much, or basically at all. Yeah,
and that's something that I think in zombies over the years they've really struggled, I think, with difficulty just generally, because they've been balancing a few different desires and needs for the zombies community. So there are some maps, I'll give you an example, Origins, which is the final DLC of Black Ops 2, which came out in 2012. So Origins came out in 2013.
Yeah, that's the last one I actually played with like any kind of seriousness, Black Ops 2.
Hell yeah. Okay, perfect. So you know, like, you have a vision in your mind for what Origins looks like, kind of vibe?
No, I'll clarify, multiplayer, not zombies. Boo. I'm going to be with you. My last experience with zombies was my friends being like, yo, we should hop on zombie. And this was like when I was very early in my Destiny career. Yeah. And they're like, yo, let's hop on zombies. I was like, all right, sick. Yeah, I like the idea of, gradually getting stronger and killing more zombies and blah, blah, blah. Yep. And the first thing they tell me is like, okay, first we got to do like 15 to 20 minutes of bullshit, and then we can start playing. And I was like, cool. I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, very,
I don't
very
want to start
fair.
every run with 15 to 20 minutes of random stuff I gotta go do before I can start shooting zombies. I just want to start shooting zombies, and I was like, all right, I'm good.
Were you playing Shadows of Evil by chance?
I don't even know what game I was on. I couldn't even tell you when. Like I might have to
Did
go
you turn
like,
into
my
a squid?
Steam.
Do you remember being a little octopus man at any point?
No.
Okay.
I have no idea. Literally no idea.
The sad thing is that 15 to 20 minutes of random setup is pretty much every map that's ever come out ever.
Oh
but
maybe BO3.
Yeah, I was thinking it was Shadows, which would have been BO3, because you said early Destiny career, and that would have been end of 2015.
Yeah, it might have been that.
I mean, if you were playing Advanced Warfare Zombies, then I F in the
not.
chat for that. But what I was going to say about the difficulty in Zombies is that they've got so with Origins, right? Origins was the final DLC of that game, and they knew that there was going to be no immediate new Zombies map between Origins 2013 and whatever was going to come next. Like, they knew that there was going to be a little bit of time off where there were other Call of Duty studios releasing other stuff. And so Origins was intentionally designed to be a little bit more of an overall challenge, so that it would just last longer for players to beat it. Like, you could spend genuinely, like, there will be people that will spend like 3 months playing Origins, like, every weekend with their buddies, and they just won't beat it. And they'll just keep playing, and they just won't beat it. And they won't beat it, and they can't even get to round 10, a lot of those people. Because there's intentional design decisions that were made to, you could argue, artificially increase the difficulty, but I would say that it's basically just trying to create an overall more difficult experience. So that's the Easter egg and the map.
Chatters at home, bingo cards, artificial difficulty. Put that down on your bingo card.
Fill that one in for sure. In Zombies, that is, it's got a storied
that's the
history.
Destiny community's favorite term.
Right. Well, this is the thing. In Zombies, they've kind of struggled to even add artificial difficulty in the general gameplay, I would say. But in the Easter eggs, the artificial difficulty is not damage check style difficulty. It's not gameplay skill difficulty. It's almost always, over the years, been puzzle difficulty, but that's actually being too generous to call it a puzzle, because instead of a puzzle, it's like hiding a symbol under a tablecloth on a table, and you just have to run around the map and look around, and eventually you'll find the symbol under the tablecloth, and then you know that you need to do that 16 more times, and then 4 out of the 16 random symbols will be the ones that you need, and bingo, you can progress that step of the Easter egg. Like, it's difficulty that just takes thousands of eyeballs all looking at the map at once to solve it, which in my mind sucks. Like, I hate that kind of puzzle design. But in the main, in general, they've really struggled to find a way to make, like, skill checks. Like, generally, Zombies is pretty easy overall. There are a few things that are difficult. There are a few Easter eggs that are definitely difficult over the years, but for the most part, it's been tricky for them to find ways to make skill checks fun. And so, like, this most recent Zombies map, for example, has a really tricky boss fight. It's actually a boss fight that, like, even for experienced players, you can fail that thing pretty frequently, like more than 50% of the time. It's a very easy one to fail, but it's easy to fail in a way that's just really not enjoyable, because even if you're an absolute beast at the game, the way to play it and consistently beat it is to play it in a less fun way, which sucks, right?
Okay.
And something that
we've had some of those moments in this game as well.
Yeah, like if you do it really slow and you just like peek behind cover and then you pop out and you do a little bit of damage, you peek behind cover again and you just do that for 45 minutes, maybe you can clear something, but no one wants to play that way. So like, we're all idiots that will just sort of blindly run forwards into battle and then die and be like, well, this is overtuned. So like, that's definitely I definitely relate to that. But the cool thing that I've experienced so far with Bungie, and touch wood that this won't change, is that so far they have found really smart ways to create skill checks that aren't just sit behind cover and that's it. That's all you need to do is just like sit behind cover and then pop out and you're good. Like, when I started my marathon, I started with solo legendary Final Shape campaign. And I didn't know what my buttons did. I didn't know how to do a finisher. I didn't do a finisher for like 9 hours. Chat was yelling at me. I didn't know how to use my rift. I didn't know what to do with my grenades. I didn't know how to combine any of those things. Right. By the end of doing the dungeon, I was so much more efficient in my overall skill set. I knew that, okay, like, hop in my rift right now. I'm going to get my benevolence. That's going to proc my aspect. That's going to mean that I'm going to be chaining all these different things together that I've got in my loadout. And just having to think about those things in itself is so fun to me. Whereas in zombies, there isn't any way I use this. We have these things called field upgrades, which you can think of as your super. So it's like, okay. use one super that makes you invisible at one stage of the Easter egg, and then change over to another super that lets you spawn in like an energy mine that like sort of wipes out ads around you. Use that later on, and like that's the level of like skill expression almost in terms of your kit and the way that you build your kit. And that's like one out of the 37 different things that you combine together in Destiny to make a build. Granted, Call of Duty Zombies is not an RPG.
For sure. They don't aspire to this style of setup.
Yes, but the fact that this is here in this game, I'm like, you guys, as much as you guys might think Destiny is a dead game, or we don't get enough new content, or the seasonal model sucks, or you don't like things being sunset, or whatever your gripe is, right? Or you think that salt is toxic, that's one that's been in my chat so much, you think that the contest mode needs to be enabled at all times, you need to always be able to toggle that on, or like there's a myriad of different critiques that people have of Destiny overall. Underneath all of that, you guys have really got to remember this game is incredible for the level of depth that it gives you as a player to customize your experience and play it the way you want to play it. You can play it as a casual, you can play it with your Thunderlord, and you can go in and do your strikes and your nightfalls, and you've got thousands of hours of stuff to do. Looking at it from a completely most basic lens. But you also have an entire sci-fi universe that is amazing. It's got an incredibly written story with stuff that you could be pulling new answers from and new ideas from for the past 10 years and for the next 10 years to come, I'm confident. But then outside of that, you could look at even just the level design. It's gorgeous. The game is so beautiful. Like, even just this vista that I'm looking down on right now of this room, I'm like, bro, this is sick. It's so cool.
There's a lot of things that like Bungie does right all of the time, but I think part of the reason that people don't talk about it as much is because it's been so consistently good for so long that it's just implied that those things will be good. Like audio, sound effects, certain visual effects, environment design, play spaces, all of those things have historically been insanely good to the point where it's just like, yep, they cooked. Yep, this is great. Yep. Right. And again, deep down, like, yes, the Destiny community is like, shit game, whatever, but it's our shit game. And at the end of the day, everybody knows that the shooting experience in this game is second to none. Like, no one, I don't think anybody else comes close of how satisfying it is to shoot weapons, seeing enemy heads explode. And then, like you were talking about a lot of the build crafting stuff, because it didn't always used to be like this. Build crafting used to be, you select a small like subsector on a subclass, and they would just give you some preset abilities, and that would be it.
And that's all I remember.
Greatly.
Like, when I was playing the game
greatly,
originally back in the day, it was like, okay, you choose Titan Hunter or Warlock, right? And then you choose a super. And like, that's all I remember. I don't remember anyone ever being like, oh, you should like look for this armor mod, or like you should do this with your armor mods or whatever. Like, I don't remember that ever being a thing. I don't think armor mods were even a thing when I used to play.
I mean, barely, if they were.
Like, the perk combinations that you can do now are super interesting. There's a million things there for build diversity that is incredible, that literally didn't exist 7-8 years ago, which is, I love the fact that they've added that into the game now. And it really is, I think, worth, if people at home are listening and they're sort of looking at Destiny as like, yeah, it's a game that I once loved, but the seasonal model sucks, or like this, that, and the other. I totally respect when you are in the trenches of it and you feel like it could be better. I think that's the key, right? Is like, you feel like you can see a path where it's more fun. I totally respect in those scenarios being like, why is the seasonal model the way it is? Like, why does it have to be this way? Why are we getting cosmetic trails in the item shop right now when they could be making me new exotic missions? Like, why are they spending their time on the wrong stuff? All those sorts of critiques, right? Yeah. But just peeling back to first principles, just for a moment, just to sort of have a moment of gratitude in your brain, because it will really be satisfying to do so. This game, and I'm glazing really hard right now, but it's genuinely the way I feel.
This is like the first time that this has happened in like 4 years, so pop off.
It's like it's a gift to have been able, for me, it's a gift to have been able to even experience like 1% of the content that you guys have had a blast doing for 10 years. Like the fact that I've just experienced a contest mode, I will carry that with me for the rest of my like gaming journey in my life. It was so much fun. And I was sitting there being like, you mean to tell me I can build all these builds? I need to get good at the game in this area. I get to enjoy the story in this area. I get a graphics, audio, sensational experience over here. And the whole time, there's this amazing community of both folks in chat and content creators and the Bungie devs themselves that all feel like they're on the same page of just loving this right now. Like, it's peak. That is peak. Like, for all its flaws, amazing. Absolutely amazing experience.
Like the flaws that like we talk about, like seasonal model, this, this activity, that, those are like multi-100-hour to 1,000-hour problems. Yep. You are still like, you are getting to experience Destiny for the first time. Yeah. Which you only get to experience a game for the first time once. And so you are still in that like,
it's honeymoon phase.
And you're also 100%. Absorbing in 10 years of things. Not even 10 years of things technically, because there's been plenty of things removed from the game that you won't be able to touch. Yep. Which is unfortunate, but like I'm not going to get into that conversation right now. A lot of the problems that that we have are much longer. Like, we've been here for a long time. We've already appreciated a lot of the things that you have already appreciated. And but you getting to come in with fresh eyes and say all these things and experience all these things, like, I'm happy for you, man. Like, being able to experience this game for the first time, at this stage, when you're coming from your experiences like that, this is the kind of stuff that I'm always been super interested in. Again, we don't have a lot of people like you who are like willing to come in, invest a couple weeks of their time to be like, all right, what the hell is this all about? Because all people ever hear about is like, this has got bad press, this is bad press, Destiny get bad press, all this kind of stuff. So my chat has basically just been like, this has been like the most refreshing take on this game in such a long time, because you're coming in and getting to see like all the really awesome parts of the game, stuff like the contest mode, dungeon, and experiencing end game content, and your fascination with like the build crafting, all this kind of stuff. So it's very refreshing to like have someone come in and be like, I don't understand why everybody says this game sucks. Like, it seems pretty good right now.
It's interesting because about maybe 6 months ago or so, roughly, I saw that the final shape came out, but I didn't play any of it. I was still just like not touching Destiny at all. But I saw final shape came out, and I saw some Twitter commentary basically being like, well, Destiny's over. Like, the 10-year story is done, and why would you continue putting time into it, right? Like it's dead on its feet at this point, and it's gonna just fall over at some point, but it's dead, right? And I saw that, and I was like, well, from the outside, I kind of can believe that, right? I wouldn't say I necessarily agree with it. It wouldn't be an informed opinion, but I could see where they're coming from. Like, okay, yeah, they've told a 10-year story. Why would you continue to sink time into it, right? And so I had a lot of people saying, like, Milo, like, you should jump on for the final shape, or you should, like, will you ever get into Destiny again? And at the time I was like, hell no. Like, the game is just going to keel over and die. And like, why would I bother? And it's something that in Zombies, it's almost been like a Grim Reaper hanging over my shoulder for the last 5-ish years, 5 to 6 years, which is that they reset the story in Zombies in 2019. It was basically a soft reboot of the story between 2019 and 2020. And
I did not even know that zombies had like an interlinked story between games.
oh, brother.
I did not even know that. I thought they were all their individual experiences. I had no idea.
I'm basically, for lack of better word, I am the Bife of zombies.
Okay.
So
yeah, I've seen you. You've popped up in my feed every now and then. You know, I know you give a lot of commentary on like, here's wrong with zombies. This. Here's what I like about this. You know,
but this is the thing is,
I'm familiar with you.
But I do a lot of whether it's like Easter egg guides and like that sort of stuff. But this is the key thing that I'm getting at here with this Grim Reaper I'm talking about. So back in the day, in the origins of zombies, there was me, there was Radosens27, there were some smaller creators like Vixaria, there were a slew of different people that were like story obsessives. And we were all bifes in our own right? And we loved the story to pieces. It was amazing. But they did this soft reboot, and since they did the soft reboot, the story's been much less interesting than it used to be. I'll say that. I don't want to just like poop all over it here, but it's definitely been a change. It's been a big change. Okay. And the challenge that I've found over the years since the reboot is there's been very little reason for me to do what I used to do, which is I used to spend all my time, all day long, like transcribing quotes from the characters in the game. Like if I went on like a 12-hour flight, I would spend the entire flight sitting there listening to 4 hours of character quotes that have been ripped from the game files and just transcribing them, looking for like little story clues that might be able to be found in those quotes. Like one quote in 1,000 might be relevant. I used to do that because it felt like it was worth digging for diamonds because diamonds were there. There were cathedrals for eyes to see. Whereas nowadays,
it's some early D1 coping stuff, but I got a story about this. Will you keep going?
Okay, well, so nowadays...
That reminds me of something.
There is no reason, really, to spend thousands and thousands of hours on just trying to dig into the story, because the way they tell the story now is for the masses, not for the few. And it used to be for the few, and I used to use my digging for diamonds as the way to help proliferate it to the masses. Whereas nowadays, it's like, you are going to be told by a character through a piece of heavy-handed exposition what is happening in the next map at some point in the previous map. Like, it's going to happen time and time and time again.
I see.
And it's really depressing, to be honest. And it means that, like, now, for example, with Bife was like, oh, Milo, you just did this, like, Destiny story thing. Like, should we do, like, a zombies one at some point? And I was like, to be honest with you, Bife, I don't think you'd find it that interesting. Like, there's not stuff to unpack there. There isn't the symbolism. There isn't the depth of everything that there is in Destiny right now. And to Destiny's credit, that stuff is there. And so the full circle thing that I'm getting to with all of this is that people told me it was a dead game. People told me it wasn't worth investing time into. And that felt in alignment with what my understanding was of the zombie story. And so I was like, oh, I get it. I get where they're coming from. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and take them at their word. But having got here now, I realize there is so much more that is still worth putting time into, still worth investing into. Like, sure, you might not be investing into Destiny in the way that 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe there were more players then that were like, really sort of excited about where that 5 or 6 years were gonna take them. Maybe it's a little bit more uncertain now. But even just the fact alone that I know that I can come back to this game twice a year, play a raid and play a dungeon on contest, and in between, there will be some other bits and pieces, a little smattering of stuff to keep me busy. That's still worth the time investment from my perspective. Like, it's so much fun, and I don't see that going away anytime soon. Like, I don't think they're gonna, like, stop releasing dungeons or raids or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong about that. No, I certainly hope not.
They've actually reiterated, you know, a couple times, like, you're still going to get a new raid, you're still going to get a new dungeon. Like, they had to come out and be like, yes, we are still doing those things. And I think to me, they've only had one miss, right, in terms of like all the raids experiences, and the dungeons from like the last 3 years, I think have all been majority very, very strong.
Nice. Yeah. So like, in terms of like, should you get into Destiny? Well, it's a dead game, so you shouldn't. But it's like, okay, call it a dead game, that's fine. It's still a dead game that has at least one endgame activity a year that slaps. Like, so like, is it really dead if that's the case? I don't know. It slaps. So that's kind of the angle that I've been sort of looking at it from, is like, sure, people don't know, like, is Destiny gonna be still releasing stuff in 10 years time? Maybe not, right? Maybe not. But certainly for the time being, I'm sort of able to look past the fact that, like, oh, it's a dead game or whatever, because there is still some very much alive stuff happening right now that I am absolutely loving. It's like some of my favorite gaming stuff I've done in years. Like, I'm having such a good time. So
yeah,
it was a long glaze, but I just wanted to I wanted to get that out there.
That's fine, man. That's fine. Again, like, being able to, you know, 'cause even like some of the times that we have had people come in, I think, like, honestly, Shroud was probably one of the latest people to come do anything with Destiny for an extended period of time. I think that he did you do Root of Nightmares contest, chat? Was it Root of Nightmares contest, or was it just Root of Nightmares generally? I know he did run. It was a contest. But he was in there. You know, I don't know if he was here for sponsors, but during Lightfall there were a lot of people here for sponsorships and all that kind of stuff. They did not
Lightfall
keep up with it. Yeah, Root of Nightmares, yeah. And even Shroud, like, you know, he didn't give it like the breakdown and I think some of the respect that you're giving it, but he's also more of like a PvP guy.
Yeah.
And he wasn't coming in with like the same mindset as you did to like some, you know, experience the game in a specific way. So like, I think even that, like, you're one of very few have come in and actually given some due diligence to this place.
Part of it may be that Zombies has been in the trenches too, man. Like, yeah, we've got our fair share of like, wow, I mean, my channel, it turns 16 this year. And I've been making Zombies videos the whole time. And so to step into a community which has so many parallels, but there are some things that I feel like Zombies does better. There are other things that I feel like Destiny does way better. And it's so cool to be like, hold on, I don't have to just experience this one shape of puzzle or one shape of experience with Zombies, but there's also a completely reconstructed version of those puzzles and version of those encounters and versions of those experiences in Destiny. That's just cool to me at face value. So I think it's because I've seen the darkness in Zombies that helps me see the light in Destiny a little bit.
Ironic.
Yeah. What was the Destiny 1 thing that you were going to mention?
Digging in the lore? Early in Destiny 1 where, you know, we had like some small secrets here and there, and most of them were like not announced at all, but people got so infatuated with like looking for secrets in D1. Like one of the last things I remember was people going to a PvP map where there was like just a scrolling set of just random characters, numbers and letters, just going through on a signpost. Yeah. And people were spending hours upon hours upon hours trying to decipher if this was anything.
Oh, hell all.
Yeah. People trying to figure out if like the 7th chest in Vault of Glass, does it exist?
Yep.
Like all this stuff, to the point where Bungie back then had to be like, there's nothing here. And into the future,
they came out and said that?
Because they didn't want people, because there was nothing there. And they didn't want people wasting hours and hours and hours of their life looking for nothing.
That is so different in Zombies. There's a developer, I have to tell you this story real quick. Like, there's a developer called Jason Blundell who was, what would be the Destiny equivalent of Jason Blundell, chat? Like,
what's his role?
He was creative director. At one point he was studio head. But he was...
you probably think Joe Blackburn then. He was like creative director.
Okay.
Most recent one anyway.
Did it feel like Joe Blackburn wanted you to go insane at all times? Was that his like primary goal in life, or no?
No.
Okay. Think of Jason Blundell as that guy. Jason wanted to mess with you. Like that was his primary hobby in life, was messing with people. That's like his main MO. And he, at the release of Black Ops 3, before the game came out, he did this interview where he was like, I've had enough. I'm sick and tired of you solving my Easter eggs. I am going to put an impossible Easter egg into Black Ops 3 Zombies. It's going to be across multiple arenas. It's going to be the hardest Easter egg we've ever done, and good luck. And that was it. It was the most cryptic, non-hint of a hint. He put that out there. It is still unsolved to this day, first of all. The studio have never commented on it again, second of all. Third, people to this day are still, like, there's full Discords where people all day long are just having conversations about that one potential Easter egg. He might have even just been joking, but it's been 10 whole years of like, okay, guys, like the most recent theory is there's this one graphic in Shadows of Evil. Basically, imagine across this raid, imagine somebody took a page out of a comic book, tore it into 16 pieces, and dropped individual pieces in different areas of this raid, right? Or the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
People found that in a map, they pieced them together, and they found this drawing of a hypercube. And there's a bunch of like mathematical equations on the side of the thing, and there's some weird stuff where they've mixed stuff from in the game with this hypercube. So there's a gun that is like weirdly present in a lot of areas of the game that you're sort of a bit like, why does this gun keep showing up? And the gun is inside this hypercube. And so the theory right now is like, okay, we need to use this specific mathematical formula to figure out the relation between the way the gun is pointing at one of the vertices of the hypercube, and then we need to use that to somehow map it to the map itself, Shadows of Evil, and it's basically going to be like a treasure map that's going to lead us to some kind of thing in the game that is going to be the solution of the impossible Easter egg. And that's the 2025 theory. So you can imagine all the crackpot stuff that would have come before that to get us to that point. But like, there's insane things like that. The studio never comments. The studio never gives us any direction. There's also ciphers that they put in the map. So Jason Blundell put, over the course of his time at Treyarch, probably about 100 to maybe 150 total ciphers in the game, of which maybe 80 to 90% have been solved, but there's still ciphers from 2015-16 that are unsolved. We still have no idea what they say. And they're encoded with such modern methods of cryptography that, like, they're basically impossible to break unless you've got, like, some kind of really good genius idea that's going to get you to the solution. So, by contrast to what you've got in Destiny, Treyarch hates us. Like,
yeah, no,
they want us to waste our lives away.
it got to the point for me where, like, people would come into my chat and be like, did you see there's maybe, like, a new secret with this thing? And because I used to, be at the forefront of a lot of those things, or at least maybe not me specifically, but my clan was at the forefront of a lot of things, like, the first time Outbreak Prime came out in D1, we were at the kind of the forefront of that.
Nice.
But it got to the point for me where I was just like, guys, if there is a secret there, I'm going to let someone handle it, and I'll tell you what it is later. But it got to the point where everyone thought everything was a secret. This is a secret. That's a secret thing. This could be a secret mission. And I was like, I cannot spend dozens and dozens of hours hunting down random trails where Bungie has come out and said that a lot of the time, this is nothing. Like, this patch note, it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah, that was just us being funny. It's nothing.
Yeah.
It's nothing. Stop wasting your time. It's nothing. And then every once in a while, they have something that's actually something.
Yeah.
But most of the time, they don't want us to be wasting our time with
nothing.
Like, this is just, guys, it's a texture.
Yeah.
It's just a fancy texture on the floor. Like,
that is
it's not anything.
Yeah, it's
just
hilariously different to Zombies. In Zombies, it is quite literally the opposite. They want us to be investigating. And honestly, it's where Zombies came from, right? The quests in Zombies, you go back to the original maps, and it's like, like, we might be able to find an example of it in here, although, to be honest, Destiny's environment design is so good that we probably can't. But, like, I'm just going to look around for a repeated texture somewhere. Like, somewhere where a texture wraps and it repeats onto itself. Let's see, what would be a good example? Is there one that I can pull out here? Maybe it's just going to be too hard to find, like, an awkward spliced texture. Maybe on this wall. Okay, not seeing any, like, super easy, obvious examples for this that I'm gonna be able to use. So I'll just imagine.
It's also a little dark in here, so. Yeah,
imagine you've got a texture which, it you get to the edge of the texture and it has a seam, and then clearly the texture is repeating. And so at the seam of the texture, you see like whatever lines are on it. Like let's say, wait, can you see my bullets on the floor? Can you see that? Yeah. So let's say the texture is in a square like that, and it's this like arcing down line. And then let's say that texture is repeated. So the next square here, so it would be arcing down line, and then it would be arcing down line, etc. Right? You follow so far?
Sorta, yeah.
Okay, so with those squares that I'm creating, if you had a texture that was sort of mirrored in the middle, you'd be like arcing down line and then arcing down line like that, kind of like the Aries, you know, the symbol for Aries.
I don't, but I'm picking up what you're putting down. Keep going.
Sort of like a curvy V, right? Like if it was just sort of mirrored at that middle point. And
yeah, I got you.
So there's texture mirroring in early Zombies maps, and the original Zombie storyline theories were like, that is Baphomet. That is the goat devil, and this is Treyarch sneaking satanic worship into Call of Duty World at War, because it looks like the face of a devil. Like, that is the sort of level of schizophrenia, and I say that with love, but the level of schizophrenia the Zombies story started out with, and Treyarch basically saw that and went, you know what? They're cooking. It is Baphomet. Yeah. Like, they were like, okay, sure, we're going to run with that now. You've got to deal with the consequences of the fact that Baphomet's on the wall in this bunker. Like, have fun. And so, because of that, it's like, okay, the Zombies community might be like, oh, if we use a rocket launcher in this certain area, it means that it leaves behind like this glowing red ball on the floor. What if the glowing red ball is like a ball of energy that can talk to us? Like, what if? What if we can move the ball around and use it to like open a secret door? That was genuinely a massive community theory back on Ascension, the first map that ever had an actual proper Easter egg quest. And it was that level of like crackpot theorizing, tinfoil hat theorizing, that Treyarch built on, and that's why it's about messing with the player in that way. Whereas with you guys, I feel like the way I described it to Bog when I was playing with him, is Destiny is actually built on principles of good design. Like, its puzzles are built on those principles. Yeah. And I'm not like pooping all over Zombies when I say this, but Zombies Easter eggs, for the most part, are not built on those same principles. It is very different. And I love Zombies, but I also love getting into an encounter or getting into a room and being like, I know the devs have logically thought about how I'm going to solve this as just a puzzle that could be in a board game. Like, it's just good ludonarrative harmony with the story. It's good game design, period, for the puzzles themselves. And the secrets, I feel like, seem to sort of emerge from that too, which I love. I really do love that. I think you guys have a good...
Ever played an MMO before?
You would count RuneScape as an MMO, probably, right?
Technically, yeah, but I don't know much about it. I'm talking maybe more like a traditional, like a World of Warcraft, a Final Fantasy 14.
No, I've never
like that.
Should I?
Okay. Well, I mean, I think if you like raiding, I mean, that's like...
I do.
You know, that because that's my history. Like, I came over to Destiny after 6 very hardcore years of WoW. That's why I got interested in this game, because I was like, oh, this is like, it's gonna be like WoW, but a shooter. That's kind of cool. I don't think anyone's really ever done that before. And here I freaking am 12 years later, right? So I'd be interested to see how you feel about like even just like playing WoW or something for the first time and experiencing some of the raids in there.
How does the Destiny raid stack up to a WoW raid?
I mean, Destiny can do some pretty neat things because it's a first-person shooter, but as World of Warcraft, you know, you have way more people, you have way more class identity, you have way more roles, you're using a third-person camera that can zoom out a ton, so you can have different mechanics in place. So, like, Destiny, because it doesn't have the traditional, like, trifecta damage healer tank, nor do they have any specific class requirements, they're kind of limited into what mechanics they can actually use in the game. Like, for example, Titan has an ability called Ward of Dawn. It creates a big bubble shield around But there's no mechanic that's like, okay, when this happens, then your Titan's gonna pop the Ward of Dawn so that you can survive, right? Because they want every raid to be able to be done, or every dungeon, or any piece of activity, or any piece of content at all, to be done with any combination of not only classes but also subclasses, which is noble. But it also does, I think, to a degree, limit their design space a little bit. I don't know how much it really drastically does. I would love to talk with a Bungie dev about, like, hey, how would you feel if you could actually, you know, incorporate certain classes' abilities as like a core mechanic that you need to, you know, deal with during an encounter. But when you have something like World of Warcraft, which does abide by that Holy Trinity, you can have a tank mechanic, you can have a healer mechanic, you can have a damage mechanic. And you can also work with different kinds of mechanics because you can see differently. Like this, we're in a first-person view. And even when we do go third-person, it's really not that far out. So being able to, like, certain elements that would work in World of Warcraft, where it's like, oh, you have to stand in this glowing ring, maybe doesn't work as well in Destiny because you're, like, much more frantically searching around, or the camera just doesn't work as well. So it's a very different dynamic to, like, traditional MMO raiding. But for what it is, it's still like a phenomenal experience that I feel like basically no other shooter comes remotely close to, because I mean, there's no real like PvE shooter game like this. Like most of them are just sort of like campaign based or whatever.
Have you played the Division 2?
I played early Division. I didn't end up playing any Division 2.
Okay.
Nor did I even get around to doing like the first raid in the Division.
Okay, because I think, and I could be wrong about this, and maybe chat can help me out here. I think I did the first raid in the Division 2. And I did it at the time, I believe, when it launched, if I recall correctly. And I sort of had fun at the time, but if I was going to sort of compare it to any endgame experience I've ever had in Destiny, it would genuinely be the last on the list. Like, I don't know what it was that was so uninteresting to me, but it just didn't speak to me in any real way. There's something about what Destiny does, whether it's maybe the sort of sci-fi fantastical sandbox that they've built for the aesthetic. Maybe it
certainly helps.
I think it's probably a big, like, going into a room and there being a big ogre tied up or something and you're in a cavern on the moon is like, that's never not going to be cool, right? So whether it's
summoning pit's mentioned, let's go,
dude. I'm a big fan. The Destiny 1, I think it was beta, when we got to go. I don't know if this is gonna be a deep cut, but we got to go to the moon on like the last day of the beta, and they opened up. There were basically a load of doors that would have normally been shut if you were going through them as part of campaign activities, but they just opened them. So I spent like 6 hours just walking around empty rooms on the moon, being like, this is peak gaming. I will never do anything more fun than this. Little did I know they would fill those with enemies when the game came out, and so it became a lot more fun. But like, even that alone, I was like, it's peak. I love the design, right?
I think this game is at its best when I get to feel small.
Dude, 1,000,000%.
It's why like raids and dungeons, these secret missions, it's like when you walk out into a space and it's just like gargantuan, and you're just like this tiny little peon. That sense of scale to me is like one of the best feelings in this game, and they have been able to very consistently elicit that feeling out of me over the past 10 years.
It's like, I've never seen that in another game. I've never been in a game. Maybe, okay, actually, to check myself there, you maybe sometimes get a little bit of that sense of scale in FromSoft games. I feel like they play with size in a really smart and powerful way. But there's still something about it in Destiny where I feel like there's an element of grandeur in the way that the size is displayed in this game and the way that you interface with the fight, which, I don't know, it's just special. It's really special. And I nerd out every time I'm like going through a corridor that's just like got a really high ceiling, and I'm just there like, I love this. It's amazing. Like, it's apparently I'm a simple man to please, but give me a high corridor and a large boss in a large room, and I'm a happy man. I'm a very happy man.
Dude, next time I'm at Bungie Studio, I'm just gonna tell him to just watch this whole freaking VOD back.
Hell yeah! Just tell him to double the size of whatever the next boss is. Just like give him that like bone extension surgery thing that you can do now. Give him an extra couple inches there, and that'll be perfect.
All right, let's get this one done and at least give some people a change of scenery, and we can yap in a different large environment.
Yep, I'm super down. For approaching this, do you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can show you like the YOLO strat, or I can like you. I think I wanted you to tell me how you think it works.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want a dungeon lead here.
Yeah.
But I'm interested if you have the mechanics down or if you went with your own thing. So I'm interested. So jump on in when you want to start.
I'll give a 30-second final comment before we jump in. So I'm pretty confident. Okay. The symbols are stop to prevent a spawn once the lock set is pointing at that symbol. Kill to activate damage phase once the lock set reaches that symbol. Wizards, which the symbol for wizards is the brain, and wizards will spawn wizards on either side, and you'll also get your knight, and you can use your wizards to get your wisdom. Ogres spawn on hive, and they suck ass, or at least they did in contest. In this, I'm sure it's going to be easy peasy.
They do not suck ass here.
Okay, hell yeah.
They hurt, but they're not nearly as difficult to kill.
Yeah. In contest, getting ogres was rough. But also it was useful to be able to scavenge your heavy ammo from them, because you could mark them, right? So there's ogres, and then there's commune, which fires rockets at you. And because we were blind, we never had the misinformation that commune extends the damage phase. Like, I've seen that people have been talking about that on Twitter since. We never thought that. We just thought that commune was just rockets. And that might be all the symbols, maybe?
That is all of them. Okay, I was wondering if you were susceptible to the misinfo, because that was something that a lot of teams very early on were like, commune extends the damage phase, it extends the damage phase, and we were just like, look, we have 3 damage phases, just bring it HP to 0 and figure it out later. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thankfully,
all right, you got unlock.
Thankfully, I dodged.
Do you want the YOLO? Are you familiar with the YOLO strat?
I don't know what that is. I've literally only done it with my initial team, so I don't know what YOLO is. YOLO just like damage phase instantly?
YOLO strat. It's an instant damage phase, but not on the right.
So you just ignore all the ad spawns? You let yourself not get stops?
You essentially cram all your knowledge into the left side, and whatever happens on the other 3,
you don't care.
YOLO. Deal with it.
I'm down to try that out. That sounds like that will be interesting.
On normal mode, not really that bad. I don't know if Jin's on Well of Radiance or anything, but if he is on Well of Radiance, it really will not be that bad at all.
Okay.
But it is one of the things that I talked about early on is, if you want to go with a more difficult strategy or interesting strategy, you could do that, but the risks involved. All right, we're gonna need 3 over here.
Yep, I've got 1.
As opposed to, like, if you want to take it slower, you can do that, but it's not as rewarding in terms of speed.
Right. Yeah,
and then if you want to take it super safe, you can just put kill in instantly on the right-hand side, and you can just, have these really short damage phases. Okay, we need 1 more over there. Is there any more wisdom?
Does Jin have one? The mid... Oh, there's a wizard in the back, right?
I got 1.
You got 1? Okay. Dude, the fact that the wizards are dying in like 5 shots from my choir is crazy. Like, this is so much easier than contests.
Got it.
Insane.
All right, so now we're in our damage phase.
Yes, sir. All right, for YOLO strat, do you stand in a specific spot for damage phase? No?
If we have a Well of Radiance, which we do, you can stand up here. It's a little bit easier to shoot. If we didn't have a Well of Radiance, we'd probably be sitting in the back a little bit more. But yeah, we have a Well of Radiance, and I mean, Well of Radiance is, I think, probably in its most nerfed state that it's ever been in, but it's still absolutely insane. And I think the strategy here is mainly like anarchy spam, which I don't think you have.
No, I'm just using a scintillation.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bait and switch scintillation. do you do more damage in normal mode? Like the...
I believe your damage is the same.
Okay.
But things just have a lot less health that you need to deal with.
Okay. Because like doing 50k per Cinti shot that's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah. Well, this bug is also, or this encounter is also bugged where these enemies are classified as shriekers.
Okay.
And for some reason, there's a bug in the game right now where it's showing you crit damage, but it's not actually dealing crit damage.
Yeah, we had that issue with, because my kit, like my overall exotic collections is so minimal. Like I've got so few exotics unlocked. One of the few that I do have is Whisper. So I was using Whisper for the first couple of hours of this fight. Oops, I didn't have my nade up, my bad. I was using Whisper for the first couple of hours, and then we tested it. We were like, hold on, shall we just do Whisper only and see how much damage it's doing? And it was saying I was doing whatever it was, 50k a crit, but then in the end death screen, it would be like, you did 20k total damage to the boss. So I was like, something's not right here. And that's when we switched to Overture, and it all just started working out. But yeah, that bug really messed us up for a couple of hours. It was a tough one.
Yeah, I'm getting some questions. Why am I running a very, very, very precision weapon right now if I'm not doing any crit damage? Honest answer, Anarchy's on a different character, and I just didn't feel like switching it over.
Fair. It really does feel like outside of contest mode, you don't need to think. Like, I just threw on whatever loadout I had on, pretty much. And it's kind of fine. It's just chilling.
Yeah, for a normal mode dungeon experience, you can, if you want to really optimize, you can.
Yeah.
If you don't really want to optimize, you know, you might take a little bit longer, but...
Right. Yeah.
It's no big.
It is a remarkably different experience right now. The fact that I can just sort of like roam around, I can use my primary weapon and just randomly shoot stuff, it's like a totally different
Yeah, if you
vibe.
do want a slightly harder experience, I mean, I don't think Master's that much more brutal.
Okay.
But, you know, it is scaled slightly differently. So you can make it a little bit harder if you want.
I can well for us, by the way, huh? I'm gonna well,
you got well?
In the back center. Here we go.
Alright. Down. I'll grab my Anarchy after this. Eat the ball. Alright, we're up.
Hell yeah. Oh, so because we're not in contest mode, we don't need to worry about only having 3 damage phases. So you're just setting it to kill whenever.
Yep.
Oh. That's
again, a lot of this is because it's meant to be soloed.
Yeah.
And Bungie does not really, like, you know, do timers in the same way as a raid compared to a dungeon because it can be soloed. You
so
know,
in a raid, it would still be 3 total damage phases, even outside of contest, or no?
Certain activities. I think most bosses. What do we need? We need 3 over here. Well, now we need 1.
I've got 1 on kill.
I would say most raid bosses have 3 to 4 damage phases that you get to. Oh, that's done. That you get to have before an enrage happens, and it's basically an insta wipe. But with a raid, there's an expectation that you are going in with 6 people, right? Bungie tunes them for 6 people. They're designed for 6 people. That doesn't stop, you know, solo players from going to try to figure out how to solo a raid boss if they can do it. But the expectation is that you are doing it with 6 people, so they can much more finely tune the experience for 6 people, as opposed to a dungeon, which it could be 1 person, it could be 2 people, it could be 3 people. And it's just not meant to be as rigorous of an experience compared to a raid. Like these are raid light.
Right. Got you. Oh. Yeah, I'm very glad contest mode exists, because when I last played Destiny, there was no contest mode. There was it hadn't been developed yet, so I'm glad
contest mode, I can tell you why contest mode kind of came around in the first place. And it's mainly because players were figuring out ways to outscale raids before they were even out in terms of like leveling themselves.
Oh.
So there we go.
Easy clap.
So people were getting so good at leveling before the raid, no matter how much time there was before, with like maybe one exception, that the raid was like tuned. Let's just, simple numbers. The raid was tuned to be level 10, right? And people, normally you're supposed to come in at like level 7, something low where, part of the experience is, yes, you're figuring out mechanics, but there's also that combat difficulty where it's like, yeah, dude, you got to figure this stuff out and stuff is kicking your ass. But people got so good at leveling, the raid's level 10, and people are coming into the raid at level 10, level 11, level 12. So it just created this place where the only difficulty that we were really getting was figuring out the mechanics, and part of the fun of the day one raid experience is also that combat difficulty, is also the struggle of trying to figure out how to also survive in this place. So they came up with contest mode to essentially cap. Oh God, what was the first contest mode? Was it Crown? Was it
Crown of Sorrows? Is that what that's called?
I think it was Crown. It's gonna.
Oh no!
It's grinding on the rail. I think it was Crown, and Crown was actually crazy as well because they experimented with a 6-hour window. So the new expansion launched, or the new season launched, and normally, like, we've had different ranges of time. We've had 10 days, we've had 2 weeks, we've had 3 days, we've had maybe 7 days. Then now they were like, you have 6 hours to level as much as you can.
Wow.
And then the raid starts. And that was a very different experience. But going forward...
Oh, have I just knocked it off? God damn it,
yeah,
sorry.
So going forward... Hello? Why is this bouncing off nothing? Oh, there it is. Going forward, they cap the raid. So you still need to hit a certain level requirement, but it's generally not that hard to hit. Like this dungeon, for example, was 1995. If you've been somewhat active on the game,
yeah, I mean, I hit it and I played for a week,
1995.
so like, yeah, it was fine. Granted, I played a lot of hours in that week, but it was still a week.
So this was to ensure that teams, didn't have an advantage over one another, because one team maybe had like, they just no-lifed grind their power level, and they're equal with the raid. Well, that's not exactly fair to the team who didn't have all the time in the world to grind. They're 10 levels underneath, but if you have a power level advantage, that makes the combat experience easier, which reduces the stress of figuring out mechanics, because you're not having to worry about res tokens as much, or you're not worried about dying as much, and there's not as much of a, kind of like a challenge to the combat and staying alive and all that kind of things. So that's why it came about, because Last Wish did not have, it was not contest enabled, but the leveling process was so rigorous. Like, there were teams that grinded double-digit hours per day, every day.
Ooh.
And they were still like 20 to 30 levels underneath Riven when they got to the end. Wow. That was part of why Last Wish was as difficult as it was because it wasn't that teams couldn't get there, because like you could figure out the mechanics. It was mainly that the power levels were so high that people simply did not have the damage or the survivability to get there. And so like the small handful of teams that did get there were there because they were able to grind out the insane amount of levels that you needed to even have a chance. I'm talking a chance of even getting to the final boss.
Do you think this is, in the hypothetical world where your team, rather than just attacking the raid from like hour 0 when it went live, if you had power leveled for another 4 hours to just try and get higher light, do you think you would have got your 24-hour clear?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it like 1 power level or 2 power level difference, I don't think would have made that much. Maybe if we all got like 10 freaking levels or something like that, then sure. But I think also like the raid came out on a Friday, reset was Tuesday, so we had probably already gotten most of the levels that we were going to be able to get.
Fair.
So
Yeah.
grinding another 4 hours for one level, which is going to give you like maybe a 1% difference, if that,
Yep.
was not going to really contribute anything at all.
Because that was it was a consideration for this one for us, because none of us had particle reconstruction or deconstruction or reconstruction.
Reconstruction.
Yeah.
Everyone, if you just say particle, everybody knows what you're talking about.
Perfect. So yeah, none of us had particle unlocked, which meant that we couldn't consistently use any linear fusion rifle strats or like anything like that, because they just weren't experiencing their full proper buff. And hence Grand Overture, hence us using that in second encounter. But at one point we were struggling so much on second encounter, like that by far took us the most time to finish. Oh, let me go get Jin here.
In the cubby.
Yeah. Second took us so long to clear that at one point we were like, should we realistically just go and do like seasonal challenges for like 4 hours, get particle unlocked, and then come back and probably just clear this easy peasy?
Yeah.
We decided
Now,
not to do it in the
I'm
end, but we thought about it for sure.
I'm going to give you a funny story. That did happen
Oh.
in the first iteration of Crota's End back in D1.
Oh.
So,
okay.
in the before times, in D1,
Before the
leveling
Fire Nation
worked
attacked.
very, very differently than it does today.
Okay.
And so Crota's End came out, and we had like a normal mode version where the level scaling was, you know, pretty balanced, wasn't too bad. But in the before times,
Yep.
raids, hard mode raids were designed so that you could never outlevel them. For example, the raid was 33. And we were, the highest we could be was 32.
Wait, is that a light level?
This,
33 light?
this was light level, yeah. But also
Wow.
leveling worked very, very differently back then as well. I'm not going to get into that. Sorry, I think this was actually normal mode. Am I crazy? Was this a normal mode thing or was it a hard mode thing? I think it was a normal mode thing. So either way, level differences way back when, like the difference between being level 29 and being level 30, we're talking like 20 to 30% power.
Okay.
Both in terms of how much damage you're dealing and how much you're receiving. So we got to the point where we're on Crota, we're on the final boss,
Yep.
and we are struggling with the damage. Like we just don't. The only way to deal damage to the boss was with an item that dropped on the ground.
Okay.
And oh, I'm sorry, 32 was normal, 34 was hard mode.
Okay.
So we're all like level 30, and we're struggling. And one of my buddies is like, I think I'm pretty close to 31. If I can just go do a couple of activities, I might be able to get a drop that gets me to level 31. And going from 30 to 31
Yeah.
was that significant of a boost that we just sat around, let him get that level that he ended up getting.
Yep.
He took over my role as like the sword person, and we were able to beat it because he was able to get
Right.
those extra levels. So
It-
in the middle of a raid, which is just unheard of
Yeah.
nowadays, to be like, I'm going to
To
leave
leave.
and get some other
Yeah.
stuff done.
Yeah.
That did actually happen to us, what, it's got to be 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
Over 10 years. Yeah, it was December 2014 was when that happened.
I guess
That's
that's
has
like
happened.
the second raid ever, is that right? Or no?
Second raid ever.
Yeah, second raid ever. Okay.
Yeah, my boy Leopard. Shout out Leopard. He knows who he is. He doesn't need me to do that.
Was Leopard on the team back then? Is that what that was?
He was on the team. He is still to this day. Him and I met on Destiny.
Okay.
And it has been a decade, and him and I are still incredibly good friends. He is still
Hell yeah.
active to this day. Also a streamer. That's my boy. Love you,
Hell
Lep.
yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, he's a Gambit
funnily
main?
enough-
That's what chat's saying?
No, he
Really?
is not a Gambit main.
Oh, chat, you can't be. I don't
No,
know.
he is not a
You're
Gambit
gonna lead
main.
me astray, chat. That's dangerous business.
No,
God damn
no,
it,
no.
dude.
No, but he's one of those people that likes to do solo activities. He does a Grandmaster's solo.
Okay, nice.
Those are
Yeah.
designed for 3 people, but he makes it a big deal every season or every episode. He goes out of his way to solo every single Grandmaster.
Oh, wow.
I don't think it's nearly as tough as it used to be, but he's one of very few people who has like done it every single season since they started, basically, or since he started. I don't know his like whole timeline, but.
So are you, when you say like it's gotten a lot easier, do you feel like there are fewer opportunities for you to be skill checked in this game now than there used to be? Like, did you have the perception back then that it was a harder game, or is it just in hindsight that you realize it's gotten easier, if that makes sense?
It's a little A, little B. Like, the game definitely has gotten easier, but we've also gotten smarter. We've also learned the expectations of Bungie. We've learned, like, here's how they're, like, Bungie loves a good mechanic where someone can see some amount of information and another person can't see that information, and you have to give the information to those people. That is a very recurring theme throughout the 10 years of this game so far. So we've learned like what they like to do and what can be a mechanic, what can't be a mechanic, and those kinds of things. But yeah, the game was harder way back when. Now there have been, you know, some nerfs to like certain activities and this and that. But the amount of tools we have gotten to be able to conquer some of these challenges is insane compared to where we used to be. Again, like we used to cower in corners in Grandmasters, like in a little group, like everyone would have to be on like a well of radiance.
Everybody hold hands.
And yeah, just like everyone stick together, stay in the well. We don't do anything until we have a well of radiance. And then when it runs out, we'll wait 7 minutes for another well of radiance. And then we'll go back out. Like people were scared for their lives. And now you look at something like Consecration Titan, even in its state right now, like it just got a nerf.
What is Consecration Titan? Is that a build?
So Prismatic Consecration Titan is one of the most popular builds in the game, capable of doing, I'm talking hundreds of thousands of points of damage to.
Is that the Superman
target?
Superman build?
Yeah, it's the slide. So you slide to activate, and then you hit your melee to go up into the air and slam back down.
Okay. I was thinking of the Superman Super, where you like Superman into a boss. But not.
That is Thunder. That is Thunder Crash. Good. It's a good super, but Prismatic Titan. I can show you after this. I'll hop on my Titan.
Sure.
One of the strongest builds in the game, and it's literally like you slide, and then you hit your melee, and you come crashing down onto a bunch of targets. You deal over 100,000 damage.
Nice.
You trigger a bunch of ignitions. You're like one-shotting champions. You're one-shotting mini bosses.
Damn.
It's like. It's insane. It's insanely strong. It's one of the only builds that Prismatic Titan really has, but it's insane.
That's the true final boss is that. Like Kerev, nothing, mate. He's easy peasy compared to a Prismatic Titan. You don't want to fight one of those.
Oh yeah. Also, you like completely full heal as well. So you could be like in the worst position imaginable, but if you have a melee charge, you're just like slide melee, and easy. I'm back to full as long as I hit something.
Nice. Okay. Hell yeah.
So. Yeah, some of the builds, I mean, even Warlock has a build where, like, the entire build is just you hold down your grenade button, and it gives you a little arc buddy. It puts down a stasis turret that slows and freezes targets, and you just hold the grenade button. It plops it on the ground. You shoot your gun a bunch. You get 1 billion Transcendence energy. You activate Transcendence, which is basically a miniature super that you can get like every 15 to 20 seconds if you know what you're doing, and you're just kind of like invulnerable. Or you chain that with another one of their supers called Song of Flame. And you just alternate between the two back and forth, and you're just constantly in a state of enhancement, just flip-flopping back and forth. Hunters also, like, every class has some insanely stupid, crazy build that's capable of doing hundreds of thousands of damage to, like, any target you want. We did not used to have that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What we used to have when I was playing was you would put on an exotic that would make your giant shield last a few more seconds. And people would cower behind it in fear, and then you would hope that you would get another one in like 5 minutes, and then you could walk up about 50 feet. On the hardest difficulty stuff. That's where we used to be.
It is a different game. Like,
it's a way different game.
5 years ago to today, to me, or 6 years ago to today, to me, it's more or less unrecognizable. I'm still shooting my guns. I'm still using exotics. But back then, when I thought about Destiny, I just thought about, like, shooting an ogre in a cave with my primary weapon. I was rocking double primary all day long, baby. Whereas now it's like
you were forced to.
Oh, really? Is that used to be?
Year 1 of Destiny 2 was double primary mandate. Like you could not equip, a special weapon in those slots. That was made with Forsaken. But that's why I've literally been calling you a new player, because like you played 6 years ago, it's a completely different game.
Yeah,
you shoot guns and you throw abilities. Everything else has changed.
Yeah, and even the abilities, I don't recognize any of them. I'm like, what the hell is this? A healing grenade? Are you crazy? Like,
actually a fairly new thing. Healing grenade, fairly new over the history of the game.
Right. Yeah. So we've reached encounter 3. And I have beef with this encounter. I have beef with it.
Yes. I think a few other people do. I'm interested to hearing what your beef is with this.
So I am a new player, as we've established. Okay. And even so, I have a decent idea of, like, some Destiny 1 era lore and a little teeny bit of Destiny 2 early lore. And we did this whole video with Bife where I basically... I taught Bife the Destiny story through my eyes. So we listed out all the main characters like Rasputin, the Stranger, the Cabal, and their war on Mars. And that meme is the most recent Destiny meme that I knew.
It's like one of the oldest of all time.
Yep. We were talking about Fogoth on the moon. We were talking about... what's it called? The Speaker. All these, like, very, very modern and recent Destiny story characters, right? So we went through that exercise on the whiteboard, and it was good fun. And then I played through the Final Shape campaign, so I was like, okay, I'm mainlining Destiny story knowledge from the game now. Like, there's a new guy called the Witness. Cool, okay, I'm up to speed. Luckily for me, that weird amalgamation of storyline knowledge was enough to solve this encounter through what I would call, like, the story path. I think there's basically 2 ways to solve this. One is pattern recognition, and the other is having intuition based on the story. And I luckily somehow did actually get the story route, which I think was very, very, very lucky. However, my problem with the encounter is not that you can solve it by pattern recognition or by the story route. I actually love the fact that the story is relevant in that way. I think it's awesome. I don't know how many other Destiny encounters there have been, and feel free to not tell me because I guess it's kind of a spoiler, but I don't know how many there have been in the past where the story's actually meaningfully contributed to your likelihood of being able to solve an encounter. Like, in zombies, that never happens, more or less. And so, as a design thing, sick, like, hell yeah. The problem for me is that, unlike the second encounter, there are so many things you could do in this encounter that would be wrong, that don't meaningfully nudge you with new information to get you towards the correct solution. Like, I could write down 50 interpretations of what this room means and what all the different things are in combination, and one of those is correct, but it has no greater reason to be correct than the other 49 things on the list, is what I felt like. Whereas in Encounter 2, the way it works felt absolutely prioritized, so to speak, over those other 49 solutions. And even when I was doing a wrong solution, the feedback I would get would constantly be like, it's actually a little bit closer to something else on the list. Maybe you should take a look over here. This is like, it could easily be random. Like, I'm trying to think back to some of the theories that we had, because I think this encounter total took us about 6 hours to solve, something like that. Bearing in mind...
To solve or to beat?
To beat. To solve was maybe, I don't know, maybe 3. But bear in mind, I'd been awake for 24 hours. I streamed it all in one go. So I was brain dead at this point.
Can't relate.
You're like mainlining Monster Energy or something, like having a great time.
The joke is that I can.
Okay, fair enough. You just keep going.
It's happened to me twice.
Okay, respect, dude. Well,
I'm one of few who can relate.
Yeah, I was starting to shut down a little bit, and I'm just basically very, very lucky, I think, that I did notice the story thing. And we tried igniting the truth first, because basically I was like, hold on, if when you enter an activation on the wheel, the symbols actually animate. They animate in a clockwise circle. And so I was like, hold on, if they're animating, maybe there is an order here. I wasn't looking at this as having an order previously, but maybe there is an order. But then it was like Guardian, it might be like Guardian, Worship, Traveler. But then if you keep reading it in the circle, it would be Guardian, Worship, Traveler, Hive, Kill, Pyramid, for example. And it was like, well, that doesn't make a sentence. So we then started trying to sort of workshop the sentence to make sense. And we were reading the sentence the wrong way round. And like, with stuff like that, we were already on the right track. And even then it was like, well, let's just guess the way that the encounter's been designed. Like, let's just guess the orientation of this, rather than it feeling like the design of the encounter speaks that into a prioritized position in my logical assessment of things to make it make sense. And I don't like that. I don't like that about all the aspects of this encounter. Which symbols are lit up first, the various rooms, like it all feels like there's too much randomness to it in you first figuring out the orientation of solution. And then once you've got that, it's like, okay, sure, I know that it's top down on both sides, but I don't want to have to test, okay, is it top down? Is it bottom up? Is it left side first? Is it right side first? Like that doesn't feel like good design to me. But I'm curious if that aligns with your assessment of it or not.
So it's funny, we were kind of far behind, and then when we got to this encounter, our coach, our fourth set of eyes, was like, yeah, so what everyone is doing in this fight is they're punching in some symbols, and then nothing's working, and then they're wiping, and then that's it, and then they start over again. And we were not in here for very long until we like tried something where it was just like, okay, well, we tried one thing and that didn't work. And we knew that there was a bunch of like, you know, telling a true story and the truth speakers and all that. So it's like, okay, well, we just tried like a true statement in the wheel, right? Like Guardian, Worship, Light. Yep. Sure, that sounds true. Fine. We light those up. It's like, okay, that didn't work. Well, what's the other side say? Well, that doesn't seem correct. So what if you have to do, you know, the opposite thing in order to get it started? And then that worked. And that was the extent of our figuring out this place.
Right.
And I feel like that just might be a we have been playing the game for 10 years diff on you compared to how your experience went. Because we are much more accustomed to, you know, how Bungie might do some kind of a mechanic like this. And we also know, like, here are the rules that they abide by, and here's what they like to do, and here's why it wouldn't be this. Like, we are very prone to overthinking. Like, we overthink like crazy historically. Like, way overcooked stuff. And in my head, the biggest thing that I've contributed to my team over the past 3 years is remember who has to solve this. Okay? Normal people need to be able to come in here and do this. And if you come up with some insane shit that most people couldn't do, it's probably not that.
Yeah. Okay.
When it comes to this dungeon specifically, I think it was just the true false stuff and being like, okay, let's try this, let's try that.
Yeah.
So I don't think my gripes are the same in terms of like figuring out. I had different like contest specific gripes with this place, like the boss not really having that much health. Like usually the final boss
not that much health. What?
This guy, dude, we almost 2-cycled this fool. Like,
oh my God.
Like we had 4 1% wipes where we were 2-cycling him, and we would have 2-cycled him on our kill, but he walked out of line of sight for like 15 seconds, so we couldn't even shoot him.
Okay, yeah.
So that was our problem. Like, we had a problem with his health. Like, it wasn't like a health gate challenge, anything like that whatsoever. So we had more of like a combat discrepancy with this place, being like expecting the boss to be a lot tankier, more difficult to take down, because the boss, I don't know, have you done any Vespers Host?
No, only don't tell me anything about it. I've done the first 2 encounters blindfolded.
Okay.
But
so just to get you dropped, so you don't know what's going on.
Correct, exactly. So I don't know anything about it, and we'll keep it that way until the very end of the marathon of doing all these raids, because it's like
So when you do end up doing Salvation, and when you do end up doing Verity, perhaps you'll understand. And I can explain it more.
Yeah.
After
give
you
me 6 months.
Because it's all relative. It's all relative, basically, to like my prior experiences, and this one was not as much as we were expecting. But we also, again, like one of my teammates is in the chat, like we know that a lot of these things can just come down to trial and error. Right. And sometimes there are just encounters in this place where it's just like, try this. Did it work? Nope. Okay. Try the next thing on the list. Did that work? Nope. Try the next thing on the list. Did that work? Yep. Okay. And that's it. And sometimes it's not as, graciously done as something like the second encounter where there's all these little nuances and things and pieces that you need to click together. Sometimes it's just like, okay, did that work? No. Okay. How about this thing?
Right.
Or just like breaking it down piece by piece.
Yeah, it's whittling away at that list of 50 ideas, and one of them will be on the money, but it's just whittling.
Yeah. And then usually after the fact, you'll be like, oh, okay, I see what they were going for here.
Yes.
It doesn't usually feel like, why the fuck did they choose this? Like, why is this the way that it works? Like, there's maybe only been like a couple of times where people have struggled with something like that. Otherwise, most of the time afterward is just like, wow. Oh, I think you'll maybe feel that mostly in Salvation's Edge, but even even some other raids, it's just like, wow, that's how it works. Okay.
Yeah. I think
that might have been just a 10-year. We've been playing this for 10 years. Diff.
I think it probably is. I think just in terms of puzzles, I think the first encounter was great because everyone knew what was going on in the first encounter pretty fast, and it was just a question of like
kind of by design.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Like it was fairly straightforward, and that meant that it was just an execution challenge. It was like a race to execute that the fastest, at least in contest. Then the second encounter was like no longer just purely about execution, but you did also need to like prod the machine a bit and get it to prod you back, and then learn from how you were being prodded to be like, okay, cool, we've got this. We've got a machine here that I can learn from. Whereas this encounter, like I think just whittling away. I think that's a pretty good way to put it. And I guess I maybe a little because my data set is so limited, I might be being more harsh on this encounter than I should be being, because the only things I've done other than so I've done this encounter and then the previous 2 encounters in this dungeon, and then the only other sort of puzzly activity that we did this week was Dual Destiny, and I loved Dual Destiny. I had such a good time.
Base. One of the best missions I've ever done.
Genuinely one of the best missions I think has been designed in a game ever. I think, so I solved it all in one go, did it blind with ATP. He was playing dumb the whole time. He did an amazing job, and it was...
He's good, dude.
He was so fantastic at playing that part when I was playing with him there. I really was very grateful to him for it. But it was wonderful because the puzzle worked exactly how it felt like it should work. There was never really a moment where I was like, I'm just going to do random stuff and see if a random thing works. And in a puzzle, if you do get to just random things, that's where it becomes a lot less fun for me. It's still enjoyable, but it's less fun compared to like if the puzzle is like, it's putting something in front of my face and it's like, listen, Buster, you're gonna have to figure this out. And I press something over here and it's like, no. Do the thing over here. I'm guiding you the right way. Like when it pulls you forward through the experience, that is peak puzzle design in my view. And Dual Destiny does that perfectly. In my view, Encounter 2 does that very well. And this encounter just had much less of that. But I still really enjoyed it.
Totally understandable.
I still had a really good time with it. Even if Karev does dance out of the way of my line of sight a bit too frequently.
You do have a very small sample size. So I will say, sometimes some encounters they're gonna scratch that itch.
Yes.
Other encounters, they're maybe not gonna scratch it as much. It's more like, you know, you have to figure out how it's done as opposed to you have to solve a puzzle.
Fair. Yeah. Like it's just the way it is
all
because it
encounter
is
dependent.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all different percentages of the 100% total pie.
Yeah.
It's 20% combat, 70% puzzle, 10% trial and error. All of these dials are switched and rotated just purely depending on what encounter you're doing, what raid you're doing. So it is going to be pretty fluid in that regard, but it does, you know, ultimately average out.
Yeah. And I think that's cool. It's pretty sick in its own right that the game can just flow between them in that way. Like, you can get to a new encounter and be like, oh, I get it. This is just a movement puzzle. Or you can be like, oh, I understand. This is literally just a DPS check. There's like nothing else happening here. It's just pure DPS check. And then it's everything in between, right? And that in itself is such a fun sort of surprise when you get to an encounter for the first time and you're like, oh, I'm understanding which of them it is. Like, that in itself is great. I definitely don't want it to always be the pure puzzle.
Yeah.
I just maybe have a slight bias towards when it is a pure puzzle. I'm like, yes, give me the puzzle.
Yeah, it's more your alley. Yeah. There's some, you know, there's some encounters in the game that are pure puzzle, but when you do solve the puzzle, it's just kind of like, all right, put that piece there, put this piece here, and then, all right, we're out of here.
Yeah.
And then there's some that are like more combat heavy, where it's just like, there's not really that much of a puzzle. You just got to beast mode it down.
Yep.
And then there's sometimes where you get a nice little mix of both. And those are nice. Those are very satisfying.
So I have one question for you just before we go in here, which is as an established long-term Destiny player, you know basically all there is to know about the game from a community history perspective and from a game history perspective. What the hell does Bungie need to do next to make this game last another 10 years? Because
oh my God,
I have my own newbie answers to this question, but for all I know, they might have already done my ideas 7 years ago and everyone might have hated it. Like, I've got no idea, right? So I'm curious, like, what do they do now?
Here's the thing. That's the $1 billion question. I get this. I get asked this like literally all the time. Like, this is like a Twitch chat ask question.
Okay,
that you were
my
asking
bad.
me right now. No, it's fine because
Let's run
it's
it
the
back,
first time
Dada.
you've ever asked it, right?
Yeah.
It honestly, it's. I think it's just more innovating in the play space. I think people have gotten, like, Destiny is a very solved experience. Like, people know how a lot of mechanics work. They know how the seasonal cadence is going to work, right?
Yep.
With this new season, we're going to get this little chunk of story, and then we're going to get this activity that's like very similar to the 20 activities that have come before it.
Yep.
And we're going to get this, and we're going to get this, and with this, and so it's, you know, people know, like, this is the best perk for this, and this is the best perk for that, and
Yep.
They know those kinds of things. So I think for the people still actively playing, Bungie needs to do more to bring back, like, kind of like a sense of wonder for a lot of people. I think part of that wonder has been lost on some people. It's gotten to start to feel like pretty predictable. The gameplay is still like very enjoyable.
Yeah.
But I think people are still kind of like wanting to get back to feeling like they're in a new place, and really they want to experience Destiny again for the first time, which is just so incredibly difficult to do. But they just need to keep trying to innovate, come up with fresher ideas. I think this game will continue to live on purely just on like gameplay mechanics on their own, because again, the shooting's fun, the build crafting's fun, the combat experience is really fun. But Bungie needs to be same but different, but still same.
Right.
And that's so goddamn hard to do. Like, they need to keep being a shooter. They need to keep being this space wizard shooter while also trying to bring new elements to the game that are not going to alienate these people who play the game, because even though this game is closer to like an MMO than most shooters are, there's still so many people who play this game like it's a traditional first-person shooter campaign type of game. People don't want to be they don't think of this as a grinder game. They don't want to think of it as like a game that you need to invest a lot into. They want to look at it as like something where they can log on for 15, 20, 30, 45 minutes and be able to feel like they accomplished something.
Yeah.
As opposed to like a more long-term experience like you would feel in an MMO. So Bungie is trying to contend with those kind of people, but then they're also trying to contend with the people like me who want to treat it more like an MMO type experience.
Yep.
So you have these split audiences that all want different things, and that is just so tough for them to manage. And I am really wondering how they end up pulling it all together in going into the future. You know, if they do something cool with this upcoming set of expansions, a new story they're going to do, are things going to still feel the same? I don't know, but that is the billion-dollar question.
Because it's been very, very interesting on my side over the past week of like just ingesting all of this content super fast and seeing so many flaws that the game has now as a new player as well, of which there are plenty, and trying to sort of identify like which of those actually are really that important, which of them are much less important, etc., and just trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. And as part of that, I've seen so many people have their own hot take of like, this will solve Destiny, right? Yeah. Some people will be like, wow, you can see that Milo's new light experience in this game is busted, because if he didn't have a chat telling him what was going on, and he didn't have Salt Agrepo giving me 3 hours of build prep advice, I would be completely lost, right? Yeah. And in many ways, I agree. But in many ways also, I think that there's an argument to be made that, like, realistically, the hardcore player base of this game, I don't know if they're all going to just disappear at an arbitrary date because we had too many years of just more raids and dungeons, for example, right? Like, there isn't as to my naive brain, there isn't any kind of cataclysmic event that will mean that raids and dungeons are no longer fun. And the time investment to actually be raid ready and contest ready or what have you is like a couple weeks. It's a couple weeks before a raid or dungeon comes out. You need not play the entire time between those experiences then. You can take time off, you could go do other things, but you could come back, you could play for 3 weeks, like as a regular player, and you'd be just fine. You'd still have that peak moment twice a year, let's say. So long as that can keep happening, I think, from my perspective, it's like, okay, all of the other thinking can go towards figuring out how can we make it so that in those, let's say it's literally one every 6 months. I don't know what the actual cadence is, but let's say it's a raid or dungeon every single 6 months.
I think that's literally what it's going to be.
Okay, perfect. So
with some stuff kind of in between, like half and half measures.
Okay, so let's say 1 month is covered, and let's say that's 2 weeks before a raid and 2 weeks after a raid. Let's say that's just covered with the raid experience. Filling that 5 month window, from my perspective, is like, okay, well, yes, they could be doing things to make new players have a better time getting into the game, right? But at the same time, does the solution need to be like better PvP? I don't think so. I think that, like, generally you look across the industry, multiplayer shooters are kind of boring. Like, we're seeing the decline of the team deathmatch across the whole industry. That's why battle royales have been such a big thing in the last 5 years. Do we need a story that's like absolutely crazy? Well, I think we've seen some really strong stories recently. Like, I think The Final Shape is a really strong story. I don't know if it's the best one ever. I haven't played Witch Queen yet. I've heard that that's also very, very good. But The Final Shape was very enjoyable. But is that realistically going to be something that they release like twice a year just to fill a 5 month gap? Like, no, I don't think so.
No.
So, in my view, it's like, I suspect what needs to happen is almost an expectations shift where people recognize that they will tap into Destiny when there's juicy stuff there right in front of them, But then if you try to spend if you do every single daily quest that you get and every single weekly quest that you get, and you try to play it 24/7 over the course of the year, I then do think it's going to be an impossible task to keep you entertained, because like it's finite. Ultimately, it's a finite thing. But like that seems fine to me. But I don't know if, from the hardcore Destiny perspective, like in Zombies, we have new map releases, and then we have very big dead periods where nothing happens, and there's no changes to the game, and there's no story, and it's just like, you're just waiting. So you might get a map, and then it's like, okay, a couple months of nothing, and then it's a map, and then nothing. And then there's certain years where there's nothing at all. There's no zombies whatsoever. And so what Zombies people tend to do is we just dump hours in when it's new, and then we all just go do other stuff. That's pretty much the Zombies flow. And I kind of wonder if Destiny just needs to be like more at peace with that, maybe? But I also, I don't know.
It's funny you mentioned that because Bungie has spoken about this, like, very often. They've spoken about how they want to, like, provide reasons for people to log in, but that it's also okay to, like, take a little break and, like, come back later when there's actual new stuff to do. And I think what they've been trying to do is, like, week over week, make sure there's, like, maybe a little something for you to go do when you want to log in for the week. But literally, like, they have pushed that narrative in the past of, like, if you feel like you're done, literally just go do something else, man. And, like, come back a little bit later when we got some stuff for you. Because only, like, to say you've 100% done everything in the game requires a lot of hours. And like you said, the Bungie is keeping those hardcore players. Like, my ass is not going anywhere. When Bungie releases a new thing, my ass is coming back to play the new thing, right? You got me. So I don't think they've necessarily been trying to push this world of, like, you must be on our game 24/7. It's actually been kind of the opposite. Like, they have pushed the things that you're saying is, like, come back when there's some neat stuff. Play it, enjoy it, and then when you're done, like, give us a sec, man. Like, we're working on, like, we're still cranking out the content, but, like, give it a sec. And so you have this, like, this mix of people who, like, want to play this game 24/7, and then this mix of people that, like, is okay with not playing it 24 or don't want to play it 24/7. And I've been calling Destiny an MMO in hyperspeed. Because this game happens, like, things happen so much faster in this game than an MMO. Like, MMO leveling takes forever, takes a super long time to do, right? Compared to Destiny, it takes forever. But Destiny compared to a regular MMO, dude, you can level so goddamn fast. The raids, like, raid progression in MMOs. Dude, World of Warcraft, they're doing, like, you got 3 different tiers of raiding that you need to do. The final tier is mythic difficulty. It's taking team multiple weeks to get through it. Average Destiny raid is under double-digit hours, right? Everything happens in hyperspeed on this game from an MMO perspective. That's why I call it, like, an MMO in hyperspeed. So yeah, like, I don't think what you're saying is wrong. People do. I literally have a video where the thumbnail is just a picture of me and some text on it that just says, "Please take a break." That's it. That's all.
I think it would solve a lot of people's problems, because, like, the reason I say it is that we have a similar thing in Zombies where people want to play Zombies all the time, but realistically, we get 5 maps a year, maybe 6, maybe 7 if we're incredibly lucky, and those maps last, in terms of hype, a couple weeks. It's like maybe a week or 2 of build up and a week or 2 of playing it. And it's very easy from, like, a content creator's perspective to be like, content drought, game's dead, season's boring, nothing's going on. Like, and granted, when the studio doesn't recognize that it's, like, a season light on content for Zombies players, then obviously I'm going to be like, okay, do they think that we are happy with this offering? If they do, that's a problem, so I'll be vocal about it. But if they're doing what it sounds like Bungie's doing, and they're being like, actually, guys, this is going to be a season light on content for you. You are welcome to tap out for a little bit, and then, like, the next season after that is going to be crazy. That is at least them acting in good faith and treating you with some respect, right? Which I I think you guys should not take for granted, because lots of game studios do not do that. So I've noticed a lot this week, just a lot of people being like, I want to play the game all the time, but there's nothing to do, and I'm out of stuff to do, and like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I get it, but there is a solution to just come back in 6 months. As much as that's weird, it is a solution there. I think that would solve a lot of people's gripes with the game, because when you play it, I mean, I took a break for 6 years, right? That's a bit too long to take a break, but it's a night and day. It's a new game in that time period. If you just did every 6 months and you gave yourself 3 weeks of Destiny every 6 months, you'd think this game is a 10 out of 10, hands down. There's nothing better than it on the planet. Because in that 3-week window, you would have so much cool new stuff to do over and over and over again. And that feels like a model which works as well. If you're like, okay, I'm going to play Destiny in my 3-week window, but then I'm also going to like go do some WoW, for example. Or like, hell, I was saying this on stream the other day. I think that everyone in Destiny, if you like raids specifically, I'm not going to say that you're going to love Call of Duty Zombies Easter eggs, but I think you would at least get something from that experience. It's not going to be the same as a raid, but it's going to be some vibe of completing an endgame activity over the course of a couple of hours. It's got different rules to it, it works in a different sense, but it's still endgame activity that you can complete with your team. And many of them end in a final boss. And so, like, you guys could grind out Destiny for a month, and then you could be like, you know what, I'm going to go and just crack on with, like, 1 Zombies Easter egg a month, and you would have Zombies Easter eggs to last you for the next 3 years. There's, like, 50 maps at this point. So, and they're all playable, also, that none of them have been sunset. So, like, I think many of the gripes that I've seen of the Destiny community are just an artifact of people having played the game so much.
It literally is. It literally, like, I mean, you look at someone like myself, I have like, I don't know, 97% of the triumphs, and I have like all of the seals and all of the titles and all of this and every exotic and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I beat the game, right? It's like, I want to be justified in saying like, man, there's not like that much for me to do. But it's like, I've beaten the goddamn game, man. I got all the titles. I got like, all the exotics.
10,000 hours in to be like, there's no content.
Exactly. Like, and it's those moments where you have to like take a step back and be like, dude, they're not going to be able to sustain you in this way forever. Like, the average person is not even close to done. But it's also like a matter of, do you care about these things? If you're a new, if you're some kind of a player and you're like, yeah, I don't really care about getting the seals though. Say, oh, okay, that's a large chunk of content, quote unquote content, that is not applicable to you. But I used to tell people, I still tell people, one of the best ways to play this game is to come back for the yearly expansion. Yep. Enjoy it. Fuck off. Come back the season before the next expansion. Oh. And that way you have, like, I'll give you Lightfall, for example. You play Lightfall, or you play Witch Queen. Yeah. And I enjoyed Witch Queen. Okay, great. You come back 2 months before Lightfall. You got season 16, 17, 18, 19 to all play in a row. Yeah. No time gates, no nothing. You can play it at your own pace. Everything is available for you immediately. And so you get to binge all the stuff you want. You don't have to wait. Yeah. And then you're led in right to the next expansion, where Bungie usually does some sort of a catch-up mechanic or event where it's like, hey, did you miss out on some things during the year? Well, here's an easy way to go get them, you know, through blah, 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 whatever it is. I've been, and that's still like why do you think a bunch of people are probably coming back for episode 3? They played Final Shape. They're like, okay, I got my fill. Come back. I'll play episode 1. I'll play episode 2. I'll play episode 3. I don't have to wait. I can just play it at my own pace. Boom, boom, boom. I get to play all this new content, and then we go straight into the next expansion.
Is Heresy episode 3?
This is episode 3. This is the final episode before we have the Apollo expansion, codename Apollo expansion, whatever it ends up being called.
Okay, sick. Yeah, I mean that sounds like such a good model that you've just suggested of like, you get the tail end of the last one, which I basically got 1 week of, I guess it was act something. I find it so hard to wrangle my head around act and season and episode and everything. I basically did.
Yeah.
What was the weekly reset before this? Before Heresy? What was that? There was like a big reset. Was that the last season ending or the last act ending?
That would be episode 2 Revenant ending.
Okay, so I played the game for like 2 days, right? I got like 2 days of it. But the idea of having had to get episode 3 with all that stuff being present and me being able to just dig into all of it and then roll into the next major expansion, that sounds so good. Yeah. And then in the meantime, you guys can just play other video games.
Yeah. The only, like, I've seen a couple people mention this in the chat.
Yeah.
The only issue is that, like, these episodes do come with season passes where, you know, it's same thing, you know, your battle pass, whatever, and it's filled with a bunch of different rewards and weapons and notably cosmetics. And there, you know, there's some people like, oh, well, then you miss out on the battle pass rewards because, you know, an episode is what, 10 to 12 bucks. And the amount of cosmetics that they put in there is like way more than $10 to $12 if you were to buy them from, you know, the actual in-game store.
Yeah.
So there's some people kind of, you know, annoyed about that. But if you really care that much about getting that armor, I think you would just, you know, play the game so that you could get the armor. But if that's really the only thing you're living for, then maybe I think you need to reevaluate why you're playing the game in the first place. That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
What you're saying is not inaccurate at all. It has been preached by quite a few amount of people, including Bungie themselves, where it's like people just want this to be their game, and they wish they had more reasons to continue to play their game and not having those reasons. And that's really all it comes down to.
Which is fair. I respect it. On that note, should we kill this chunky man?
Let's get it.
Hell
the
yeah.
exotic's actually dropping now, so maybe you get the exotic.
Ooh, hell yeah. Well, I guess...
but also that people don't want to play the game. Yeah, they want a reason to play the game, but they also at the same time don't want to play the game. That's a whole other conversation we could talk about another time.
Well, okay, before we jump, just real quick then.
Okay.
Why do people like crafting?
Because it means they
don't have to play the game.
Yes, kind of based, but also it is a more direct route towards getting the thing that they are looking for. Trust, I've had so many goddamn conversations about this topic, and it is I'm exhausted by it now.
Okay.
But I think
it
was initially meant to be a meet us halfway point.
Okay.
Where, you know, if like slowly over time, let's say you're unlucky and you're not getting the drops that you're really looking for. You're really looking for this perk combo and it's just not happening. But if you played enough, you would eventually be able to get the pattern for the weapon and you would be able to make the thing that you're looking for. So you've invested a lot of time into trying to get the pattern. And so it's meant to be this halfway point where it's like, okay, you were unlucky for a really long time, so you played a lot. We're gonna give you the pattern so you can make the thing that you actually want.
So
cool.
Would it be fair to say, because my understanding of, I don't know what you guys call them, it's like weighted rolls or something for exotics, is that like if you're doing, it used to be everyone would farm this one raid encounter. I don't remember what it was, but like there was this meme at one point of like people would be farming this one encounter for this one exotic. It might have been like Last Wish era, I'm not sure. And some people had like 100 clears and they never got the weapon. And it was like, maybe it was 1k or something like that. I don't know.
Scourge of the Past, Anarchy, I think.
Okay, yeah, quite possibly. So with something like that, I feel like in my understanding of it is that in the modern day now, there's a mechanic in the game where it knows how many times you've cleared it and your chances get better each time. Is that accurate or is that wrong?
That is, I believe, accurate. And there are also triumphs that you can do that will also increase the drop rate of an exotic. So if you, the more things you do in the dungeon or the raid or like whatever, the higher your chance is. That being said, there is still some kind of an issue. Like, it's very fringe cases that people go like 40, 50, 60 clears anymore without seeing the exotic. But I thought a simple solution would just be, if you have the seal, if you have like the title for that particular raid, you should just automatically get the exotic. Because to me, getting the exotic is some sort of like a showcase of mastery. And if you can show that you have mastered this piece of content, whatever it might be, you should get the ultimate reward that is attached to that piece of content. Why they haven't done it, I don't really know. I really don't think it should take that many, because if you can get that many clears of a place, you have shown that you are adept at getting clears of that place, right? So it shouldn't be this like insanely gate-kept thing. Sometimes you get lucky, you get on your first, second try, whatever. I have a friend who, within 5 runs of a place, somehow always manages to get the exotic that comes from it. So why they haven't implemented something like that, I don't know yet. It has been getting better. I haven't really heard as many reports of like, it took me 100 tries to get this thing. And they've also implemented weeks where you can farm certain dungeons and raids and stuff like that to give yourself more chances. So that isn't as much of a problem.
Okay, so I have three comments on this, and then we can jump into the encounter, because I know that crafting could be a debate that lasts a while. Number one is
I could talk forever on it.
I'll spare you from having to. So number one is zombies actually incidentally has a similar problem in that its rewards from its endgame activities, which we call Easter eggs, historically have been really poor. There's basically been no reward. And nowadays it's a bit better, and we're getting some rewards, but there's also now a mode in the game which handholds you through the Easter egg. So imagine a raid, but it tells you how to solve the puzzle, and it's like on the UI, it tells you how to do it at every step of it as well. And
honestly, I don't know if I would hate that for Destiny, for like.
Oh, I think it's
for like
so
for
anti-Destiny.
Really?
But Destiny, to me, I don't think Destiny's problem is this is another conversation, but I think it's worth getting into. I don't think Destiny's problem for casuals is that they don't know how to do raid encounters. I think that the first problems that casuals will hit in this game are gonna be hit way before it's a question of whether or not they can solve a raid puzzle. And in zombies, that's actually less the case, because in zombies, the issue is that the casuals don't even know that the puzzle is there. There is no indicator. There is no pointer. There is no, hey, go solve this. There is nothing even in the game with NPCs to be like, hey, there's a puzzle. It's random a lot of the time. Like, some Easter eggs, you have to do stuff that is so arbitrary, you could play the map for 1,000 hours and never even know the Easter egg is there. And so the guided mode is like the solution to at least even illuminate to people that content exists. Whereas the content discovery is just not a problem in Destiny, because everyone knows, like, you can queue into a raid. You can't queue into an Easter egg. There is no queuing in. It's just playing the map, right?
You can queue into a guided games raid, but you cannot just random matchmake a raid.
But what I mean is, like, the raid is in the menu. It is a thing that says raid.
Yes. Yeah, you can physically click a button that says this is the raid.
And you know that, like, okay, I'm loading up a certain type of activity. Whereas in zombies, you only have the map. So you're just choosing the map, and if you choose to do the Easter egg or not, that's an in-game decision. But a lot of people just don't know that they're there in the first place. So that's why guided mode makes some more sense, I think, in zombies. But in Destiny, for you to be able to load into a puzzle and then have somebody else do the puzzle for you, and that somebody else is the puzzle itself, is the computer, that to me is anti the whole ethos of why they've designed the game in the first place. I don't want an auto-solving puzzle that on my desk plugs its own pieces together, and then I've got a puzzle at the end and I get an exotic or whatever from that. That to me would be very anti-Destiny.
Now let me hit you with the counterpoint.
Please do. Yeah.
Do you think it is better to have people never experience this thing ever, or at least get to experience it one time, even if it's the computer doing it?
Genuinely, I think Destiny dies if it's the computer doing it. I'm not gonna because funnily enough, this was actually something that I was gonna bring up. This was gonna be my second point for my 3 points with relation to crafting. one of the things I was going to say there is that I think it is valuable in games to have content present in the games that not everybody experiences. And I think in the context of crafting,
I can agree with that.
I think it's worthwhile having a random roll on a gun or something, or whatever it might be, that is really hard to get. It's really rare. It's the like classic, there's like 1 of 5 Diablo of items of a certain kind that drop, and that's it, like on the planet, right? It's the same conversation there. But I think it's good, as much as it can be frustrating for the people that don't have the thing, I think it's good for there to be stuff that is so rare that not everybody gets to experience it. And so, in line with that same kind of thinking, should we be in a world where every single player that plays Destiny has completed a raid? I actually think the answer is no. And I think the answer needs to be no, because it means then, and this is a huge problem in zombies, so I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here, but it needs to be no, because it means that the design space collapses to completely focus on ensuring that every single person can get through it, and that design space is not fun. It is bland, it is homogenous, and it is uninteresting.
I agree.
What we've seen in zombies over the years is that historically the Easter eggs were these arcane, very weird, arguably poorly designed puzzles with lots of randomness, and like less than 1% of the player base completed the Easter eggs in a given map. Genuinely less than 1%. And I mean, less than 1% would even try. Like, less than 1% even knew it was there, right? And now it's a big push for Treyarch in Black Ops 6 and just generally in modern zombies to try and bring in all of the whole player base to do Easter eggs. Like, that's why this guided mode exists. And at its face, I get it. At its face, the Treyarch design team are spending months and months and months designing this massive piece of content. They want as many people to experience that piece of content as possible. But a problem that I think that they have started to run into this year is that by doing that, there can never, ever be a step which requires a level of skill expression, both in either the puzzle design sphere or the gameplay mechanics application sphere, like skill checks, that sort of thing. There can never be something like that that is unattainable until you reach that skill check. Because if it's unattainable till you reach the skill check, the computer can't tell you how to do it. The computer can't say, play better. The computer can't say, just figure it out, bro. And so it means that that design space goes from infinite possibility of whatever the designers think would be a cool puzzle to suddenly being, okay, well, it needs to be couched in this world where if you're less good at the game, you still do need to be able to get through it. And you start cutting off the heads of all of your prize horses. And I will die on that hill massively. I think that... Go ahead.
The elitist Datto in me is like, this dude's spitting right now, brother. You're spitting, man. But I think we potentially come from two different backgrounds where something like that for you is a much harder stance that you would want to take compared to my experience in something like Destiny, where like you said, like people know that raids exist. People know that dungeons exist. They're not they're not this very obtuse hidden thing. Like, you can go find it in the menu. And we've had a lot of problems in the game where people don't necessarily get to experience raid content, or they don't get to experience dungeon content or experience this, experience that, whatever. And
is that because it's too hard? Or like, what's the core issue? Just quickly, what's the issue there?
For the average person, I think they are just not used to doing mechanics in their first-person shooter, right?
Okay.
Like, your average first-person shooter campaign, they're not doing all this, like, read the wheel and tell me the truth and tell me the lie. And they're not doing that. They're putting a battery into a slot, and the game tells you to hold E on it. Right? So that's one thing. Another thing is that it takes 6 people, and a lot of people don't want to group up with other people, or they don't have the time or something like that. So I do think there is some kind of a middle ground that I, at least recently, have been preaching for this game, where you can have, like World of Warcraft, for example, has an LFG difficulty. It is designed to be a much simpler experience. The loot quality isn't as good, but it's designed to be an experience that at least lets people be in the environment and see the environment and get to experience this piece of content, even if it's not ball-crushingly difficult. Because there's a difficulty mode if you want to crush your balls, right?
Yep.
Destiny has a couple of modes. It has normal mode, it has master mode. But if Bungie wanted to introduce an LFG mode, as long as they didn't water down the raid specifically for this LFG mode, as long as they continued to make the content as they make the content today, and they just simply took the LFG mode and brought it down, you know, maybe you don't get as many weapon drops or the weapon quality isn't as good. There's some sort of distinction between the different difficulties. Something like that, I think in this game in particular, would be welcome. Almost like a match-made raid, because there's been a lot of conversation about should there be matchmaking for raids, and I've vehemently been no, because if, like you said, if Bungie introduces match-made raids, then they need to make raids that everyone can complete in a match-made setting, and that would dilute the experience and make it shit, and that would not be good for the people who really do enjoy the raids. So I think there is a middle ground.
Would you take this trade?
Reach. Sure.
If you had your LFG difficulty, would you take the trade of getting half the content that you're currently getting each year? As in, we go from a 6-month cadence to a 12-month cadence. I know that's an extreme example, but I'm just curious. Would you take that trade if that was what was on the table? That was the table stakes.
No, I would not.
Okay, because my fear, and I know this from the zombies side of things has definitely been the case, is that when you start adding in those sorts of layers, the amount of ballooning that does to the dev timeline on these sorts of things is it's a new piece of content. It's a new raid, right?
For sure.
They have to rebalance the whole thing, then they have to retest the whole thing. They might need to create new assets for the whole, it would be a huge undertaking, and so that would slow down the cadence of endgame content that you'd be getting. It wouldn't be 6 months of extra time, but it would be some meaningful amount of time. And I would always argue that the extra time there would not be worth the casuals that would be brought into it, because if the casuals feel like the overall endgame experience is not attractive in the first place because stuff only happens once every 9 months instead of once every 6, they're not going to bother in the casual mode either. They're just going to bounce because they're going to be like, the game's dead. So that's one thing I would say on that point. Another is that when it comes to the casuals doing the LFG playlist or whatever to matchmake, right? In that scenario, one of game developers, in my view, one of game developers' most important jobs when designing a game is to stop the player doing things that the player thinks they want to do, but that actually would not be fun. An example of this that I can pull from Destiny history, one of the few moments of Destiny history that I can reference here, is the old loot cave back on Destiny 1, where, for context for those of you in chat that weren't born at the time, in Destiny 1, there was a cave which you could go to that would infinitely respawn enemies, and you could just farm enemies in there, and they would drop engrams, and you could take them to the cryptarch, and you could just basically power farm super fast, like crazy fast. And it was an important thing to patch out of the game, not because it was like, oh, players are having a good time and we can't have them having a good time. The problem really was that it was meaning that players thought that they were enjoying themselves, but they were kneecapping themselves and preventing themselves from being able to experience all of the other content in the game because they would just power level past all of the fun grind. They would power level past all the fun missions you could do, and you would just end up basically having completed it, mate, because you stood in a cave for 12 hours instead of you playing a fun story and having an equivalent time investment, but a much better time with the actual art piece that they'd created, right? So, with that context in mind, with content that is basically any time you are putting something in front of a player, like a matchmaking playlist, and saying, like, go forth, run free, do this, you have to assume that they're going to take the easiest path to completion and the most brainless path to completion and the one that is realistically most likely also going to be the least fun. Like, that is just, like, I don't have a name to name that law. Let's call it Milo's law, where the player will do the least fun thing at all times if it means that they can get their objective the fastest. And my fear with a matchmaking playlist is that you would have people that, because that playlist would exist, they would matchmake into the raid. They would then, A, not pull their weight. B, it would be, they wouldn't need to try and find 5 teammates to do it with. C, they would just generally be less invested in it in the first place. D, they would put it on less of a pedestal. And I think all those A, B, C, and D are important to raids feeling as good as they do. And I think that if I queued into a raid the first time in Vault of Glass, and I had to spend 0 time, like back in the day, Destiny 1, and I had to spend 0 time thinking about who I was going to play with, what time we were going to get online. I was playing with, like, these random Germans that I met on the moon in Destiny 1, and I was like, I need raid teammates, and they were like, yeah, we got you. Had I not needed to do any of that, I would have walked into Vault of Glass being like, it's just another mission, bro. I don't care that there's more people here. The game just filled those slots for me. I didn't put any thought into it. And the grandeur would be minimized. So that is where I'm like, if that sort of stuff starts happening in the game, there might as well not be other teammates in it in the first place. They might as well be NPCs because you are having to put no work in. And ultimately, your own work and your own investment is going to be why you like the thing at the end of the day.
This dude's going to hate Destiny Rising, bro. Don't play Destiny Rising.
What is that? I've never heard of that.
Don't worry about it.
Is it a DLC? Like an expansion?
Destiny Rising is a Destiny mobile gacha game that NetEase is making.
What? That's a thing?
Yeah. Bungie's not making it. NetEase is, but they have provided like a lot of assets and guidance on like what to do. And here's the thing is like, it's actually not that bad of a game. But that's another topic for another day.
Okay.
Again, elitist Datto in me is like, he's spitting, he's so true, and he truers, yeah.
Yep.
I think I've personally just like loosened up with time.
You've mellowed out
about that philosophy.
Yeah.
Because I bring up an example here. Root of Nightmares. It's the one raid where I'm like, L, kind of easy, kind of boring, mechanics kind of lame, final boss kind of a pussy. Who cares? Whatever. Salvation's Edge. Yes, this is the greatest raid ever. It's crushing my dick. Yes, I freaking love this, bro.
Yep.
Root of Nightmares, as much as I hated it, it did at least get people into the environment of a raid setting.
Okay.
And my vision, the main reason I started doing a lot of Destiny content was so that I could get to my first raid, because my ass was watching World of Warcraft raid guides all the time. And I was like, man, I want to be that. I want to be that for Destiny. So for me, being a creator has always been about, I want to get as many people into this piece of content as I humanly can, because I think there's some of the greatest pieces of content that have like ever been made ever in like anything. So Root of Nightmares, because it's so pathetic, has opened up the world to people who would have never normally raided in the first place. Whereas Salvation's Edge is more, it's like a love letter to the hardcore gamers out there. Yeah. And like, we're going to crush your dick and
you're
this
going to
place
love
is
it.
going to destroy you and you're going to love it. But the average person's not running Salvation's Edge because it has that barrier.
Yeah.
So even though I hate something like Root of Nightmares for myself, I can appreciate that it brought people into a world that I love, and I hope that it would influence them to be like, I want more. Yeah. I want more of this experience in my life. And that's what my hope would be with some sort of like an LFG type difficulty for Destiny, where people at least get to experience the world that I love so much. And if it like gets them motivated, like, wow, this is so different compared to the rest of the game.
Yep.
This is so crazy. Like, look at these insanely huge environments, and look at my wife waiting for me to go downstairs real quick to let her open so I could open the garage. That to me is like why I would advocate for something like that. Whereas your world, again, like we just grew up in different worlds, man.
Yeah.
We grew up in different worlds. I think we're on the same page, but for me personally, okay, Bram, you're digging, buddy. You're digging.
You're being attacked by your dog right now.
I advocate for something like that because the more people I can bring into the thing that is my favorite,
Yeah.
and the more people get to experience that, the more I think their experience on this game will improve. Which means they're gonna watch my guides, and your boy's getting some YouTube money, baby.
Let's go!
I'll be right
I think the last thing I'll say on this point is Zombies has its own Route of Nightmares. And its name is Liberty Falls. It is a map that came out. There were 2 maps that came out at the... Oh, he left? Oh, wait. I thought that the... Having to open the garage thing was a... I thought that he was memeing. I didn't really... Okay. Tell me when he's back. Can you imagine? I'm just here yapping about zombies.
Well, the thing that you mentioned about that is I'm currently wearing the Astro A50s, which are a wireless headset.
Oh,
that have
hell
great
yeah.
range in my house, so I can hear everything you're saying.
Amazing.
Logi.gg/DATTO.
Let's go. So, Zombies has Liberty Falls, which I guess is our equivalent to your run. And
Okay.
Liberty is very easy. The speed run for the Easter egg is at like 8 minutes. And that's, imagine being able to do a whole raid in 8 minutes. Like, that would be pretty crazy, right? So,
Yeah. I mean, some people do it. Speedrunners.
I gotta check out those speedruns. Goddamn. So like, it's very simplified compared to a regular Easter egg. It's very straightforward. And Treyarch put out some numbers, which were really interesting numbers. And Liberty Falls, out of the first 3 Black Ops 6 Zombies maps, that map has the most playtime on it. What a surprise. It's the one that the casuals can play, and they do be playing it. Simultaneously, it's also got a higher Easter egg completion rate than we've historically seen in other previous Zombies games. That, like I said, the completion rate might be like less than 1%, whereas thanks to maps like Liberty Falls, we're pushing above, like, I don't know, it's like 6, 7, 8% now for people having completed an Easter egg in Black Ops 6. So that is our version of Ron, and I think that the final distinction here that I think is key to make sure of is that, in my view, a map being a simple map to bring people into the experience, double thumbs up. I think that is actually really good. I think having a Ron and having a Salvation on the other end of the spectrum that's fantastic, right? You give people a path from easy raids to hard raids. Hell yeah. It's just a risk, and I think it's a really systemic risk of scenarios where it's not the map or the raid that is having that new difficulty modifier applied to, but it's actually raid philosophy. It's how do we make every single one of these raids be something that can go in the LFG playlist and people can find accessible. And I think what that means is that you're telling yourself from a philosophical perspective, from a game dev, like for the game devs, is we need everything we do to be consumable by every single player. And I think that just leads to less interesting experiences. That's like the distinction I guess I would make.
Totally agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
we found some common ground.
Agree. Yeah. No, I think we do have ultimately a lot of common ground.
I think so. Yeah.
With how we think some of these experiences should be built, because I'm with you. They shouldn't. I would not want Bungie to water down the raid experiences when they've had like a 95% hit rate.
Right.
I wouldn't want them to water it down so that LFG players could get through. And I think because they haven't succumbed to that and they've stayed consistent for so long, that is what has made the raid experience in this game so consistently good raid over raid, year over year, and I wouldn't want them to, you know, I wouldn't want them to reduce
like
the quality.
jeopardize that. Yeah.
Yeah, for, you know, just so they get like a few more heads into the raid. Now, do I think they could be doing more to maybe push people in that direction? Sure, but I wouldn't want them to, you know, break the integrity of what they have built because what they make is so good. And I'm with you in that, like, I wouldn't want it to be dumbed down. I think we just have like different hopes about how those experiences might go for our respective communities.
Yes. Yeah. 100%. I think ultimately what we can confidently say is Destiny does have some absolutely incredible endgame content. And yeah, in a world where everyone that played the game could experience that endgame content, hell yeah, brother. That'd be sick. But we know that that's not realistic. And so it's like, okay, what is the next best thing? And it's just about figuring out that, right?
Yeah. No, not everything is designed for everyone.
Yes. And in my view, long may that continue. But also, I get that sometimes you gotta bend the knee a little bit.
Okay. Praise the traveler.
Praise the traveler. On that note, there is one wrinkle to this fight that I would like to do just to sort of see how it goes. Sure. We were trying to figure out the best place to stand when we were solving this blind. We tried a few different areas. I would like to try all of us being on top of this door.
Okay.
I just want to test it out because basically, I think that there is a world where the boss ignores you up here. Or doesn't fully ignore you, but like mostly ignores you. And yeah, I can well, and Jin can well, and we'll have a lovely time. But this either is going to be a cook, or this is going to be a very, very dumb idea.
This dude's already looking for cheese spots, bro.
Dude, I'm natural born Destiny.
It's like none of my... It's like nothing is rubbed off. Damn.
Would you call this a cheese, though? It's just an efficient way to play the game,
No, not
dude.
really, but I'd be like... but I'd also be like, brother, we're on normal mode right now. Get your ass down here. This shit is normal mode, brother.
All right, well, we'll do at least one... We'll do one damage phase up there.
Yeah, we can do one up there. That's fine.
Okay, hell yeah. We found an agreement. I love that.
VOD watchers, welcome back.
Welcome back, VOD watchers. You mean to say that people have not been listening to the yap? That's crazy.
No, maybe.
That's crazy. Oh, I'm in his little stasis bubble. Leave me alone, you stinky man.
Witch Queen, Stop Darkness. Pyramid Drink Worm.
Hell yeah, that is true. That is true. So, what was the other one? Witch Queen?
Witch Queen, Stop Darkness.
Okay, that's,
Stop is downstairs. Drink
Witch
is
Queen,
over here.
I think is up here, maybe? Nope, that's Hive. Where is Witch Queen?
Witch Queen is, in the right side room.
Oh, it's in the right. I walked into.
It's in the right side room on the. When you make a left, it's on the right side corner wall.
Okay, I will be there.
I'm frozen.
Never.
Okay. I think Jin's coming in to get you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go hit. Oh wait, I never switched for this.
What the? It just. I tried to say TY Jin, and it just muted the whole message.
Oh yeah. So this game has probably the worst profanity filter of all time.
That's
it's awful. Yeah. I don't know why it's still the way that it is. But yeah, you can type literally anything, and there's about a 50-50 chance that your message will get muted or censored.
Yeah, I can
for
say
reasons that are still unknown to many of us.
I can say TY and then Jin in separate messages, but if I say it back to back, then it censors it for some reason.
Yeah,
that makes a ton of sense. Truly.
All right, so here's the thing. So your boy killed a truthman.
A truthman, yeah.
And they do be showing the pyramid as the true.
Yes, pyramid drink worm is true.
Yes. So we need to actually turn those off. So your boy got.
Oh, should I stay here? Well, so
So we actually want to turn these suckers off.
Yep. Okay.
So I'm going to turn that off. So Witch Queen and Dark are also in the right side room. Stop is underneath.
Yeah, Pyramid's here.
Pyramid is in there, so that's got to be turned off.
Yes, sir.
And then Worm is also in the right side room, so I got to turn that off.
Watch out for the little unemployed guys.
I hope my employment bit has expanded to the outside world.
Wait, is that why I'm calling them the unemployed guys? I just know that that's their name.
I've been calling unwritten empowerment unwritten employment.
Yes. Wait, that
so
is.
I look for the guys, and I'm just like, okay, I need employment, need a job, need a job.
Wait, the. Oh, hold. Okay, no, I'm talking about the little wriggly worms.
Oh, you're talking about threadlings.
Yeah, they are the jobless. That is what I thought they were.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's unemployment as far as I'm concerned. These little guys. Is this ready for me to... Oh, yeah. Let's turn that away. Perfect. Alright, pyramid is off. And then drink is in the middle, if I recall correctly.
Drink should be done already.
Okay, cool. I think we might be done in this room. Nice.
Darkness should... Okay, I didn't switch the freaking darkness. Flip it. There we go.
Flip it. Okay, so we just need... Oh, yeah, perfect. I can... Once you're back, I'll activate. I'm up by the...
Alright. I'm in position.
Okay. Up on the thing, yeah?
Well, not yet.
Yeah, yet. What do you mean?
Well, okay. You go. You flip the switch and you go up there and you. Tell me what happens.
No, you have to come up or it won't work.
No, just go up.
Okay. See, I'm chilling.
Oh, the shadow does. Cast
Yeah.
there.
See, dude, I'm telling you, it's the spot. All right, I'll well. I got first well. I'm just gonna do it early in case he.
Yeah, you can go now.
Yeah, perfect. Is this the spot, chat? It seems pretty good. The question basically is, can he pull us down? And if he can't, then this is
so far he's not doing it.
Yeah. Oh, where you going, buddy?
Load.
Where you going? Come back here. All right, we're chilling. See, I wouldn't call that a cheese spot. It was just a handy place to stand. There we go. Particle gloves, let's go.
I just want you to know that I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yep, okay. All right. Listen, I just feel like it's part of my journey as a Destiny player to start to sort of experimenting with my placement. You know? Just a little bit.
I mean...
A healthy amount.
Well, all I'm going to say is that we're going to have to take... there will be a peer review. There will be a performance review of your elitism membership.
Okay. It's been called into question here. Yep. Understood. We've got Guardian Worship Witness as our lie, and Pyramid Stop Sabathun as our truth, I guess? I don't think the Guardian worships the Witness. Last I checked.
Guardian does not worship the Witness.
Yeah, that's, I'm glad I just didn't... that wasn't a seasonal story beat that I missed or something.
Witness is over there. Pyramid is on, so I'm going to turn on stop down here. Wait a minute.
We want it off.
Yeah,
we want Pyramid off and Witch Queen off.
Yeah. I keep going backwards, man.
Just learn the law, forehead.
There we go. And then, what was it? Yeah, Guardian's also over there.
Yeah, Guardian we need to get on, and Stop we need to get... Oh, sorry. Pyramid we need to get off.
Yeah. Employment. Oh, this dude is alive and well. Okay.
Oh, I see. Unwritten employment. You're so right.
Yeah.
Ah.
You know, your boy trying to be doing comedy things.
That's your, like, stand-up, your first bit that you get into is like, so, I was playing Destiny the other week, right? And there's these little ads. I don't know why you're from Boston, apparently, now or something. But like,
I mean, I'm from New York, so I can give you a New York accent.
oh, hell yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying it would kill on the Destiny comedy circuit, but
Yeah.
have you ever done stand-up IRL? Because I have, and it's horrifying.
Wait, you have?
When I was a young lad in,
Oh,
in
damn.
Los Angeles, and I was watching a shitload of stand-up comedy, I kept a book of all my freaking jokes. One might call it a joke book.
What?
And
Wow.
I did 3 minutes of stand-up comedy at
Yep.
an open mic, which was horrifying.
Yeah.
And they liked me, and I came back, and they had me do 8 minutes
Oh.
for like a small room of about 4 people, also equally horrifying, and I
Yep.
never went back.
You know, you got your 8 minutes. You got your ads in there for the mid-rolls, and
Yeah.
you did what you came to do.
I mean, they did not have that rule yet. This is
Oh, okay.
2012.
Oh, okay. Early days.
Yeah, this is over a
Right.
decade ago. Yeah, it's shout out to anyone who actually does that, because that shit is horrifying.
Yeah, I could never. I've
All right,
never
you
done
ready,
any
Mr.
kind.
Cheese Lord?
We need Savathun off still.
Oh, do we?
Oh,
good. Okay.
Where
Over there.
is that right room? I always forget.
It's in that room, and it's gonna be the opposite side corner.
Where. Okay.
I'm coming in.
Yep. Okay, I just need employment now. Where is my employment? Where is it?
Should be spawning in the next couple of seconds.
Gib. Gib jobs. Do you think contest mode should be an enableable toggle at all times, or do you think it should be limited to contest weekend?
I'm 50-50.
Oh. Okay.
I enjoy the contest mode experience so much that I wish it's another one of those things where I'm like, if people could play it and see its freaking glory in the challenge department of it, maybe they'll want to like do more in the future. And having it accessible in the way, you know, maybe not exactly in the same way as it was truly on day one, because you still need to figure out a lot of stuff and all that.
Yep.
But being able to, you know, let those people have that experience if they want it, to me, I think would be kind of cool. But I could also see the other side where it's like the contest mode is like, it's such a special, sacred day in Destiny world. And like to have it available all the time, you know, could maybe like, again, dilute some of the experience. Yeah, what do we do about this one, Mr. Cheese Lord?
We just embrace it. There you go. There you
Just
go.
burn my whole super on that.
On the wall.
So I'm 50-50. I'm definitely more in favor of allowing contest mode to be around more often.
Okay.
Just again, but it's mainly the glory of the contest mode. It's mainly the glory of like getting to experience this super cool thing in my favorite game.
Yep.
And all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I basically think that there is just no chance that realistically normal players who are not good enough for contest are gonna like magically become the kind of person that will persevere through not beating a skill check and learn to love contest. Like, and that is a challenge that like I don't know how Bungie could solve that, if it's even possible to be solved. Like, is there any game on the planet that has taken people that want to brain AFK and have no real sort of interest in like being challenged and turned them into people that want to grind like raid-like activities? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
But with contests specifically, it's like, if it was available all the time, would those people ever turn it on? I think probably not.
I would say it's very unlikely, but I don't think the goal would be like, you know, mass adoption of like people trying to do contest mode.
Right.
But just for those people who did want to, you know, just like those few people that are like, you know what, hey, we've been getting better at the game, you know, we've been grinding, all that kind of stuff. Like, let's see, let's try it. Let's do a little warm up, you know, even though we know the strats and we know the rules and all this kind of stuff, right? Let's see if we have what it takes to get in there, and then maybe that will encourage them to participate in the next one on the day one.
Yeah.
I got cooked experience.
Do you think that the main reason to make it available all year round would be for people that don't get to experience it day one? Because I'm like,
kind of.
In terms of replaying it, I'm kind of less interested if it's normal mode. Like, contest mode was a really fun challenge. Outside of that, without that challenge, I'm kind of less excited about replaying raids. But
I mean, you always have the master option. You always have the master option.
Fair.
Which,
Okay.
I mean, I will say again is like not that much harder than normal mode, but the challenge is there if you want like a slight bump.
Yeah. Does that give you the wipes timer that you get from?
It does not.
It does not. Okay.
It does not give you the exact same contest. Contest rules.
So it's just harder because there's champions. That's like the main difference.
It's harder because of champions. It's harder because enemies just hit harder. They're tankier.
Okay.
You know, they're more lethal.
So it's a decent. You got a decent difficulty.
It's a small
from
bump.
Kind of
It's a small bump.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I do think there is an appreciation for normal mode because, you know, once you do the contest, it's like, cool, I did the contest, all right. But some people just trying to go out here, farm some guns, have a good time with their buds.
Right.
And I can respect that angle.
Yeah.
Did oh no, give is downstairs and then traveler's over here. But yeah, part of me like wishes there was that like ball crusher mode for you know, the whole year round. Even though for a lot of people something like GM or even a master piece of content is the ball crusher mode.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's another one for me where it's like, because I'm coming in late now and I'm looking back at, so there's 19, I think, raids and dungeons in Destiny currently, which is amazing because it means that I get to go back and do all of these blind for the first time ever, which is like super exciting.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff for you to go do.
The prospect of it being on normal mode makes it so much less exciting than it would have been if I could turn on contest and be like, this is what it was like. And so for me, it's like, it's not even like a getting casuals into it kind of vibe, but it's more so a me reliving the experience that you guys have had kind of perspective. It's like you're already sunsetting the base game content. Now you're sunsetting the raid experience in a way. And that makes me sad. I kind of wish that, and that's why when we're gonna do all the blind raids, the plan currently
I'm starting it up, by the way.
Yep. Okay.
Spicy.
The plan currently is to try and get under light as much as possible and to probably run with blue guns.
Okay.
Because I want it to be, I don't want to like two-phase a boss that's meant to be a three-phase. Like that would suck. I want it to be as authentically difficult as possible, and I feel like that's the only way we can do it is this sort of janky simulation by blue gunning it up.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is an issue not yet particularly solved in this game. For but the amount of people who actually want to do.
Where is he going?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What the hell, dude? Yeah, there you go. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah.
The amount of people like you who are just like, yes, I would like to get my balls crushed. That would be sick. Is like, for every one of you, there's like 10,000 people that are like, is there like a below normal mode that I could do?
Yeah.
So you are one of few, unfortunately, in that world. But I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I am with you.
Just crush my balls, Bungie. Just do it. Just let me do it of my own volition. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I'm with you. And I mean, Bungie has addressed that.
Okay.
With Frontiers, it does seem like they are trying to move towards more of a system where you get to choose how much you want to get your balls crushed. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And they haven't. I don't think they've expanded too much on that system yet. Like, I think it's still very like, yeah, we'll talk about it sometime in the near future or whatever.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's a direction they're potentially going in.
What
but
is Frontiers?
I don't think we have a. Sorry. So like, it's called. All the expansions and stuff coming up is called Codename Frontiers, but because we don't have an actual name, everyone's just been calling it Frontiers, which is like the next era of the game. And then anything that you've heard called Apollo is also a code name for the first expansion of this new era of the game.
So Apollo is within Frontiers.
Yes.
Nested. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah. So Frontiers is
and
like...
they're all code names, right? Like, no one knows what they're actually called.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. So in Frontiers, generally, which will be like the next couple of years of Destiny, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it could be 2 years, it could be 5 years, nobody knows.
Okay, like, yeah, the next phase, that is, the difficulty modification is something they're going to play with, is what you're saying, yeah?
Supposedly?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see, TBD. Well... I'm unsure now that the mission has ended. Should we? Has the yap sesh come to an end? I feel like maybe it has.
I mean, we've been yapping like 3.5 hours. That was actually longer than I thought we were gonna go, like much longer. So I'm good to call it there if you want to.
Okay,
I'm down to talk more later. But
I have one or two very quick questions for you.
Sure, hit me.
Number one, should I go to GCX?
I mean, I have been there most years. It's like the place if you do want to meet a lot of Destiny people, the Destiny creators. I know they are trying to get away from like, you know, the stigma, for lack of a better term, of being like, this is the Destiny meetup event.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot of Destiny creators that go down there to, to meet up and see each other and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. If that is something that is of interest to you, then I would say sure.
Okay, because I've not been sure, like, there seems to be a lot of people very enthusiastic about it, but I wasn't sure if, as the Destiny community is in this sort of weird place of between the past 10 years and whatever the future is going to be like, if people were still sort of, like, are there people that have just quit Destiny in the last year? They've just been like, well, I had my 10 years, I'm done. And so, like, therefore, is it going to be...
Creator-wise?
Yes. Yeah, and just community members-wise as well.
I mean, yeah, totally.
Okay.
But, I mean, like, I'll tell you the situation that happened last year. Like, I'm still not sure if I'm going this year.
Okay.
But last year, I didn't want to go because I was afraid that Final Shape was, like, not going to hit and people were going to be disappointed. And my shtick at GCX, since they've been doing them, for over 10 years now, or maybe this is the 10th year, I forget.
Yep.
I stand on the show floor every day, all day, and all I do is talk with people. That's all I do.
Yep.
6, 8, 12 hours a day, both days. So I did not want to have a 2-day eulogy for the game. And so Final Shape comes out.
Yeah.
And it's pretty good. And like people are pretty happy. And I'm like, all right, fine, we'll go. And then 2 days after, Bungie announced a whole shitload of layoffs after I had already agreed to go and book tickets and this and that. So I had to be like, God damn it. Now this is all I'm going to talk about. So there are still plenty of creators in the space. Obviously, we have had some people quit or move on to other projects or whatever, but there's still quite a healthy amount of people in the Destiny community who showed up last year. I can't attest to this year.
Sure.
I don't know what that's going to look like. But last year there was still a good amount. Okay,
sick. So that was question one. Sounds like it may well be a thumbs up. I might well go. And the second question was, in terms of next week, so basically this is the plan for the content schedule of all these raids and dungeons and stuff that I've got to do blind, is that very loosely, I'm probably going to do Last Wish next week, and then Shattered Throne the week after, and we've got some like modifier versions of things, so we're going to do like Shattered Throne with like dim randomized loadouts just to like make it more of a challenge.
I was going to say
like
Shattered Throne, the first dungeon,
yep.
It's kind of cool. Dungeons have gotten a lot more complex and have scaled up.
Yeah.
Since Shattered Throne, so don't go into Shattered Throne with like the highest expectations. No, I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, 100%. So like, so we're going to do some like fun content stuff to mix things up there. But we will be chronologically going through all of the end game content in the game. So it'll be Last Wish, Shattered Throne, and then I think there's another dungeon, and then there's Garden, I think, and then there's Prophecy maybe somewhere, and it's like whatever the chronological order is. And so my question is, are there any specific raids, assuming that we do the model where it's like 5 content creators playing dumb, assuming that works, we'll see with Last Wish, are there any that would be especially good for you to be a part of for any reason? Like, obviously people are like 2402 with Last Wish, so that sort of is aligned with you spiritually. Are there any others that are like, this is the Datto experience? Dungeon or raid? Or is it sort of just like all of them equally? Like you're just equally in all instances?
I mean, I've been around for like literally every single one, but the ones that I've gotten closest on are Vow the Disciple, and Last Wish, and technically Crown, but like that's not in the game anymore.
Okay. Rest in peace.
Salvation's Edge, yeah. I don't know. Honestly, like almost any of them, really. I can't guarantee that I would be able to do every single one.
Yep.
But like, if you come to me with, with a time frame and like what the goal is and all that, if my schedule works out, I can definitely hop into a raid.
Sick. Okay, amazing. What we will probably do is I'll probably propose. I think we're gonna do it in chunks.
I do.
Wait, you do what?
Never mind. Keep going.
Okay. I feel like I just something off camera or on camera rather that I missed there. We'll probably do like a 5-hour kind of block or something on a day next week. Okay. And oh wait, I said I proposed, didn't I?
And it's Valentine's Day.
Oh,
how could you break my heart like this?
I was so slow to catch up with what was happening there.
It's all right.
So on one knee.
I get that from my wife a lot.
I'll
do
say
propose. A joke and she'll be like, huh?
Oh,
okay.
And there's enough time in between that it's no longer funny in any world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Well, yes. From one knee down, I propose the following. I will probably come to you with like a 5-hour window. We're thinking of doing it in like chunks of like 4 to 5 to 6 hours. That sort of block of like, okay, Last Wish, we're just going to spend 5 hours on this. If that means we get through one encounter, we get through one encounter. If that means we get through 3, we get through 3. Perfect. And then that way you're committing to a time period instead of like an unknown extensible amount of time based on encounters. So that should make it easier for you to plan. Okay. So I'll let you know, and we can figure it out from there.
All right. Sounds good.
Hell yeah, brother. This has been so much fun.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
Love getting some outside perspectives in here. It's very, very insightful. Very, very insightful. And again, you're one of very few who I feel like has done quite a lot of due diligence for this game, and I thank you for it.
Of course, man. It's been my pleasure. We've got to get you. We need to catch you up on some Zombies Easter eggs at some point. So.
All right, I'm down.
At some point in the cards here, that Squid Man that I was asking if you turned into before will turn you into the Squid Man, 100%.
Okay.
Good things will happen when you become Squid. So, yeah, that'll be enjoyable. I'm sure if chat behaves itself, And we can get you solving some zombies Easter eggs. I'm sure chat will enjoy enjoy the chaos that will come
for one or two.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope all chats everywhere enjoyed the yapping. It's been a while since I've done some sort of like a podcast type thing, so this was fun, man.
Yeah, I had a good one. Well, yeah, thanks for taking the time, and I will talk to you soon about raid planning endeavors.
All right.
Hell yeah, brother. All right, talking a bit.
Have a good one, dude.
Laters. That was Datto, everybody. Woo! That was a good time. That was a good time. And can we get some W gins in the chat as well? Big W's for Jin. Jin put up with a lot of yapping just then. A lot of yapping. So, that is very, very appreciated. Chat is saying Zur has Queenbreaker. This is true. I'm going to... Hold on. Before I click any buttons here, I need to check if my postie's full. Need to check this. Me and my team finished the Origins Easter egg worlds first back in the day. No, you didn't. Sorry to break it to you, but I did. Sorry, bud. Sorry about the narrative break there, but that's you are mistaken, unfortunately. I'm gonna just get through my postmaster here. Can you? Oh, you can claim the stuff that's dimmed out. What do I do with that? Is that not enough vault space? Or is that space in my... in here? Oh, it's here. Okay, cool. There we go. Just get some random stuff here. There we go. You can dismantle in Postmaster? I'm just scared of dismantling anything. I'm really scared of it. It's terrifying. Because I don't know. I'm like, random rolls. They could be good. I don't know. So yeah, it just spooks me. It spooks me. Coiffura, Philomath gloves, and a random thing. Hell yeah, boondoggle. So we're gonna quickly... Class items don't have random rolls. Ooh. Ooh, good point. You know what? The one thing I should have done with Datto, we should have done Vault Clean. That's unfortunate. That would have been really smart to do. Because we did the Vault Clean before, and I only had like 50 things in there. And now my vault looks like this. It's 450 things, and it's just the same gun 9 times. Because I just stopped scrapping things. It's gonna the same gloves over and over again. Yeah. That could do with a clean out. That could do with a clean out. But for the time being, let me see how many strange coins I've got. 71. Wait, isn't that the exact number I need? Oh, I'm in the money, baby. Let's go. I can finally get Queenbreaker, which, granted, I don't need it for contest mode anymore, but it's nice that I can at least just have the weapon, seeing as I've not had it this entire time. It's 72 coins, right? Wait, sorry, 71 coins or 74? Oh, it's less. Why did I think it was 7? Yeah. What? Huh? I'm confused. Where is it? In here? Not there. In here? In here. Not enough space! It's 23 coins. Okay, easy clap. Huge. This is the first time someone has ever been excited to get Queensbreaker. Wait, so, okay, hold on. Chat. Can I just scrap all of these? Is that safe to do? Because this is Artifice, and none of these are Artifice, so they can all go, yeah? Okay. Keeper 2010. Okay. Should I infuse this to be 2010? Dismantle for infusion. Okay, so that's 2010 now, so these can all go. F. F. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, get rid of those items. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're having a good time now. Yummy. Yummy. Hell yeah. So. Chat, should I buy any of these? Are these going to be more valuable to me than, like, think about the next raid race. Levi, again, thank you for the sub. Think about the next raid race. Is Queensbreaker going to be useful? Or is this going to be better? This solipsism that I have bad rolls for from Dual Destiny. It's too early to tell. Will this... So I do already have this solipsism. To be clear. I have 2 of them. Unless I scrapped them. So it would just be another roll of something I already have. Where are they? There we go. 1 solipsism here. I got Spirit of Filaments and Syntheseps. And I got another one here, which is Spirit of Filaments and Spirit of Verity. Okay? Go to the Pale Heart and focus my exotic class item. Why do I want to do that? Sorry, remind me. You can wait one of the perks to roll. Ah. Okay, so how much did that cost? 41. And this cost... I mean, I can get Queenie now. I have enough for Queenie now. My baby! Queensbreaker, my baby! Oh, I have to hold down. Alright. We got Queenie. So that's good. Should I do this, or should I wait? I'm gonna get it now. Okay, it's going in the vault regardless. So, you're saying go to the Pale Heart. Gotta figure out how the menu works. Go to the Pale Heart. It's gonna be over here, right? Do I talk to the ghost? Only fireteam leader may launch. Huh? You. How do I escape the fireteam? Leave fireteam. Okay. So then held hostage by Datto, exactly. Exactly. Pale Heart. Over here. Bosh. Launch. Okay. So we're going to focus to... Someone said inmost light. And I'll have to check if I've got it unlocked. Okay. Warlock armor prioritize Resil, recover, and discipline based stat should be at least 63. Yep, BZ, I have good authority that I should... I have some good... I have some good, what's the word I'm looking for? Suggestions about how I do my armor rolls. Okay. Attunement. Solipsism. Spirit of Inmost Light. Dark Horror, thank you for the sub. Using an ability empowers the other two abilities, granting them improved energy regen. Okay, so I want that, yeah? That or necrotics? Damaging a target with melee poisons them. Defeating a poison target spreads the condition. Oh, that's pretty cool. Your grenades recharge quicker on hits. Gain increased melee and grenade regen after your super ends. Do I care about the second column? Have you given a thought to participating in the next raid day one? I will be participating in the next raid day one. I don't know if I'm going to try and race or I'm going to do it blind. There's a very good chance, I think, that I play with Matt. Like, we could summon the Mats. We could get multiple Mats in there. But yeah, having a smart guy team up might well happen. Having a Talixian team up might well happen. We might well have some mats. Reaping, thank you for the prime. Oh, Datto, let's go. Thank you, gamer. Thank you, gamer. Chat, did you like our cooking yappery session? Did we like the yappery, chat? How was it? Oh, we dancing now. We dancing now, chat. We do be dancing. What? Whose emote is that? Whose is that? Oh, it's Datto's emote. It's Datto dance. Let's go, dude. Yes, chat. Yo, Reaping. Thank you for the gifted. Let's go. You enjoyed the chat? You enjoyed the yappery? Hell yeah. Okay. I'm glad to hear. We're just currently attuning. We're choosing my second solipsism attunement. Gibbed, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. And yeah, welcome gifted raiders. Only do one. Should I just leave it on this and then just leave this alone? Travel Danielle, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh, I can't choose two. Oh, okay, got you. Didn't know that. So we're gonna go to Zur. You like the mystery box alert? Hell yeah. We're gonna go to Zur, and with Mr. Zurski, we are going to buy his solipsism. I guess I can teleport to you. Yummy. Having a good time doing Destiny? Yes, Kiono. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, you're going back to Excel. I see. Yeah. Chat, I need your suggestions, okay, for planning this blind last wish and then all the other raids, okay? The content was incredible. Thank you for providing your insight and doing so much extra work on your end. Of course, Geek. It's been a pleasure to play. It really has been a pleasure. So, for all of you raiders in here, I need your advice. So I'm gonna try my best to bring in Datto, and Evan is gonna be involved, and Sneak is probably gonna be involved, and who else? We had a bunch of people. I'm like. Wait, Travel Danielle, are you Datto's wife? Have I made a grave mistake? You are. Okay, phew. It would have been really weird if you weren't just then, and I was just like, why have I just made that up? Like, that would have been a strange thing to get wrong. Well, nice to meet you, Danielle. You're just a big fan of, yeah, got you. Yeah, nice to meet you for sure. I suspect that was when Datto was doing something with the garage, were you doing something in the garage? There was something where I was like, I don't know what's happening right now. I'm just gonna hang out a little bit here. I feel like that was you. Yes. Okay. The one and only. Open NA door. That is actually a funnily accurate way to describe a garage door as an NA door, because we just don't have garage doors in the same way in the UK. They're just not a thing here. You went to open it for her. I see. Okay. I see. Got you. Wait, I don't get the reference. Is that Wait, that's a reference there? I'm so European, dude. I'm either so European or so unk. It's one of the two. I'm not sure which. Let me go get this roll real fast. Unk for sure. Okay, my bad. Too unk. Yeesh. Okay, let's see. Pray for my good roll, chat. Pray for my good roll. Press up, press up, press up, press up. I need the prages. I need them. Give me those. Give me your energy, chat. It's going to be Inmost Light and a secret hidden new perk that means I personally get to play the new expansion early. That's... Oh, I have to hold it down. I clicked and I was like, it's going to be on my screen. I'll just wait for the button. Why did it sound like I got 2? Is that how that always sounds? Oh, I got a tarnished metal. Oh, what is that? That sword looks cool. Wait, where'd it go? Look at that. It's got like a... Oh my goodness. I got a taken sword, dude. Hell yeah. That looks sick. Okay. PogChamp. Let me... What do I need to do with this? Details? And then Yep. That. Okay, cool. So that's tarnished metal. What role did I get? Here we go. We're going to be gaming, chat. Big gaming. Big gaming. Big gaming. Here we go. Harmony. Weapon final blows grant super energy. Do we like it, chat? It's not bad. Okay. But it's a bit meh. It's mid. It's not Star Eater, but it's not bad. Okay. I'll take a mid roll. Now the question is, guys, why would I ever use this when I want this helmet on at all times in life? Why would I ever swap that out to that? It's only usable because it has inmost. Okay, you wouldn't? Okay, fair. Class items are only prismatic. Oh, when I'm prismatic, I would want to use it? Oh. Ah, interesting. Okay. You got an inmost Star Eater roll? Nice. Well, is that one of the things that I should be doing? Is I should be... I'm hard stuck on the healer helm. I truly am. I love this thing. It's great, dude. Should I be just farming strange coins this weekend so I can just spin as many rolls on this as possible? Is that the strat for me right now? Because I'm at 7 strange coins. It is the strat. Oh wow, okay. That's the move. Or do Dual Destiny. I could do another Dual Destiny, I guess. But yeah, chat. So what I was going to say is, especially those of you from Datto's chat, thank you, Datto, for the raid. Thank you, Danielle. I need your opinion on the way that we're going to be planning some of this stuff. Get the Zur buff. Where is that? What is this? I get some free materials. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, baby. Don't mind if I do. It's just all going to go to the vault, right? Yeah, I'll take these random things. I'll take this random stuff. I'm just clicking buttons right now. It's all going to go to the vault. Send it to the vault. Send it in there. Send it in there. Man, this is a lot of... Dude, being in math class is a real burden because the amount of engrams I have to pick up, this is a struggle. This is a real struggle, guys. Like, if I were you, I would stick with the Femboys clan. I would stay away from math class. They're farming too many engrams. It's unacceptable. Use strange coins for exotic catalysts and exotics you don't have, otherwise go for class items. Wait, you can get exotics? Sorry, you can get catalysts? Where is the Zur buff? Wait, is that free? Oh, Pog. Oh, Pog. Okay. Where is the thing that you guys are talking about, this buff? Is it this? Extra pro... I guess I should get that anyway. But then... More strange off... Oh, is it that? When you earn a strange coin, there's a chance of receiving a bonus coin. PogChamp? Should I get this? No. I should not get those. Okay, cool. And then these are things I don't need to worry about. And this is all ascendant, right? That's the idea with this, was it? Well, no, maybe I'm yapping. I'm definitely yapping. Okay. Am I at Glimmer Cap? Ooh. What is, like, the thing that people spend Glimmer on? Should I just buy raid banners? Is that... Is that the way to go? I can't even buy them? Wait. Oh, is it in here? No. Where even is it? I thought it was... Oh, yeah. Yeah, should I just buy a load of raid banners? Crafting and focusing weapon rolls. I don't have the brain power to know what I even want to focus right now. So... I'm just going to buy some raid banners randomly. Don't dump Glimmer. I'm at 500k, though. I'll buy one pack. One pack can't hurt, right? Just so I'm not a Glimmer Cap. I'll do two. I'll do 2 packs. I'll do 3 packs, chat. I'll do 4 packs, chat. I'm gonna do 5 packs, chat. There we go. I'm now at a cool, calm and collected 300k. That feels like a good place to be, you know? I'm gonna do 6. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop there. Just like 6? Maybe 6? Could you consider 6? I feel like 300k is a nice round number to be at, you know? So chat, this is why I need your assistance, okay? As mentioned during the conversation with Datto just now, which was so much fun, I'm so glad that we got a chance to chat with one another. We have this crazy raid schedule coming up, right? And currently, just to give you guys an idea of how bananas this looks, because this is truly bananas. Currently, the raid schedule looks like this, okay? We have soon Sundered with Datto, debriefing contest mode experience. That's done. Complete, finito, bosh. We're doing Vesper's Host blindfolded this weekend. All right. Then we're doing Blind Last Wish next week. And the plan is that we're going to be with Sweat, Evan, Sneak, Datto maybe, depending on if the timing works for him. We might try and get Glad in there. We might try and get some other folks as well. Yo, Butt Naked, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. So that's going to be next week, okay? Probably Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. That is my current anticipated day. And we're going to be doing it at as low light level as we can and with blue guns. And we're doing that to artificially make it harder so it's closer to the contest experience, okay? So that is happening the next week. Then after we've done that, we're going to be doing a lore raid where I'll redo the raid with Bife. Yes, I know the whole fire team will need to do it. Everyone will need to bring in, like, white or blue or green armor, right? We'll then do a raid with Bife, but I will explain the story to Bife. Okay, so instead of Bife explaining the story to me, I'm going to explain it to him based on what I understand about what's happening in the raid. Like, I'm going to pick it up as I go along, right? And then if we hit a sub goal, we'll do a Last Wish low man with dim randomized loadouts, okay? So that's like, in terms of the raids, this is going to be the format that is going to apply to each raid in the list of like 10 raids in the game, right? We'll do the main raid itself, under light with blue guns. We'll do the raid with Bife, where I explain the story to Bife, and Bife chuckles at my lack of knowledge. And then we maybe do a dim randomized loadout low man, okay? For dungeons, it's a little bit different because we've got the actual dungeon itself, which I'm going to solo blind, Okay. Then inside dungeons, there are often quests that you can do. So with Wishender, we'll do the Wishender quest, and we'll probably have one person in the lobby just to make sure that I don't waste loads and loads of time with, like, stuff that I could miss. So we've got the Wishender quest. Then we've got a lore run of the dungeon where I can explain stuff to Bife. Then we're going to probably try and do some dungeons solo flawless. We're gonna give that a go. I've never tried to solo flawless anything before in my life. So that should be interesting. And then we've got more stretch goals, which will be trying to go solo flawless with a randomized dim loadout and trying to go solo flawless when we're under light. We can't actually be minus 100 light, but, like, we could do, like, minus 90 or whatever the game allows us to do, okay? So the reason I'm telling you all this is because that is the format. Thank you, CJ Matheson, for the sub. That is the format for raid weeks and dungeon weeks. Raid weeks will more or less always look like this, and dungeon weeks will almost always look like this, okay? What this means is that if I go through everything in the game, right? Last Wish, Shattered Throne, Shadowkeep will happen at the same time as Garden, Pit of Heresy, Prophecy, let's see, Deepstone, Vault of Glass, Grasp of Avarice, Vow of the Disciple, Duality, that's 10, Kingsfall, 11, Spire, that's 12, Root, that's 13, Ghost, that's 14, Crotas, that's 15, Warlord, 16, Salvation, 17, Vespers, 18, Sundered we've done. That would be 19. That's 18 weeks. That's 18 full weeks of, like, quite a lot of content. The blind solve, the lore run, and then the sub goal, right? Or the blind solve, the solo flawless, the lore run, the quest, the campaign, and the sub goal. Why is Pantheon there? Evan just told me to put it there as, like, it might come out. It might come out at some point. He just said, like, maybe it will come out. I don't even know what Pantheon is. So there's a ton of stuff, right? There's, like, a huge amount of stuff. And I've got two questions for you. Number one, if I try to do this every week for the next, let's see, 4, 8, 12, 16, 4 months. That is 4 months of Destiny content, which would be crazy. But if we try and do that every week, number one, am I going to go mad? Like, am I going to have a terrible time trying to solo flawless every dungeon in Destiny? Is that going to be a bad time? And is it going to be bad content? There's actually a lot of people saying yes. So that would be bad content? Great content, bad time. Oh. It's going to be banger content, but miserable for me. Ah. Okay. So the older dungeons will be easier to solo flawless, but the new ones will be a nightmare. Is that accurate? If the streamer is miserable, I approve. Good content for Schadenfreude. Okay. Do you see how FaZe Jev looks after doing all the camos? You'll end up the same way. Am I signing up for, like... Should I change this plan? Just do solo only for a few of them, maybe? I mean, going solo flawless in every single one definitely need not be every time, right? So it could just be that we just solo them, we just blind solo them, and then we could make it so that instead of solo flawlessing every single one, maybe that's a sub goal. And then maybe when the sub goal is active, yes, we try and get the solo flawless, but otherwise it's like we don't worry about it as much so that I don't go insane. Do you know what I mean? Do not do blind solo flawless. I mean, the first run will not be a flawless run. The first one will be blind solo. And then the next day would be the solo flawless, was the thinking. But if the solo flawless is going to take me like a month to do on one dungeon, then obviously that's going to that's going to kind of ruin my schedule here a little bit. Blind solo, but not solo I have 1500 plus hours in Destiny 2. I have one solo dungeon. It took me 3 hours to do. Shattered Throne is by far the easiest. Maybe we just start with Shattered Throne, and then as soon as I start hitting a wall, maybe I'm like, oh, I'll change the schedule up here. If you're grinding for it, maybe a day or a few, depending on the dungeon. Okay, how about this? Then the question, I guess, to ask is, for the first couple of dungeons, at least. So, Shattered Throne, Prophecy, Pit of Heresy. Let's just start with those three. Could I solo flawless each of those in 1 day each? Could I solo flawless Shattered Throne in a day? Could I solo flawless Prophecy in a day? And could I solo flawless Pit of Edging in a day? Yes. Okay. Okay. So let's start there with that as the plan. And then if I start to hate my life after that point, then maybe I'll cut it back a little bit. But at least for those three, I can do it. So that sounds good. And that'll get me some experience, right? That'll get me some experience of like, do I even like doing this? Is it miserable? And we can kind of figure it out from there. That seems like a good sort of approach. So that means that my content schedule for the next month will look like this, more or less. It will look like Last Wish Blind next week, and then a lore raid with Bife next week, and then maybe a low man next week, and then the week after, whoa, the week after I start spinning around. The week after will be Shattered Throne Blind, and then it will be Shattered Throne with Bife, and then it will be Shattered Throne Solo Flawless. So that'll be like 3 separate days, right? Setting the expectation that you're solo flawless every dungeon within a small time frame is about there. So, Sir2C, to be clear, I'm not expecting to be able to do all of them like straight away. What I'm expecting is like, because bear in mind, this full schedule, the plan is for this to take 4 months, right? And so I'm thinking if it takes 4 months, if I'm like the week where we're on Shattered Throne, if it's a day where I do it blind and we do Wish Ender, and then a second day where we do the lore run, and then there's a third day where I solo flawless it and I get it or I don't, and then maybe there's like 1 extra day in there where we get it or we don't, that feels fine, right? If you want to do it without help, it's going to be brutal. But if you have chat for builds, weapons, tips, and such, fair. I guess to begin with, we could do it without me getting tips from chat, just to make it comedic for like the first hour. And then maybe I'm like, okay, chat, help me build this. Maybe that would be smart. Because I also only have Warlock stuff. That's all I've got. My character here, if I go to change, where is the change character? I don't even know where the change character button is. There, change character. Just to show you guys. Oh, it takes a while to load, doesn't it? Wow. Here we go. These, as you can see, are untouched. This guy's a whole 100 light levels ahead. So I will not be able to just like easily jump onto Hunter for a specific dungeon. So hopefully that won't be a problem. If you're struggling, especially on one of them, may I recommend my husband as a coach. He coached all your solo runs. Oh, really? Okay. Has DATTO soloed all of the, like, all the content that can be soloed in the game? Has he, like, gone through that grind? Yes, he has. Okay, sick. Hell yeah. I didn't realize he was a solo low man gamer. Not solo raids. Well, a lot of raids you can't solo, right? So all the dungeons which are soloable, I guess he's done. Okay, sick. Perfect. Yeah, I guess in that case I can, He isn't a low man, he just does dungeons. Understood. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I can definitely hit him up for some coaching. Salt! Thank you! Thank you, Salt! Salt, I don't know if you've seen... Welcome, first of all, Salt. But second of all, I don't know if you've seen... I'm just going to grab my blanket here, because I'm getting really cold in my house. My Black Ops 6 blanket. Over the last few days on Twitter, I have been defending Salt with my life. I don't understand why people dislike Salt's opinions the way that they do. Some people are so weirdly, like, anti-Salt. And it's crazy because those of you that are in Salt's raid right now, Salt spent 3 hours. I don't know if he was on stream while he was doing it. I'm not sure. He spent 3 hours with me in the week leading up to the dungeon, coaching me on like how to play the game. And it was like the most valuable 3 hours I've had in like my whole return to Destiny 2. It was insane. I only know that like this exists, or rather maybe more specifically, these exist because of Salt. I would have had no clue. So it was amazing. It was amazing getting to talk to him. And for people to then be like tweeting me and being like, Salt is like elitist, and I'm like, you are out of your mind. You're out of your mind, dude. Like, the polar opposite. Like, he literally took a newbie player, me, and gave me an incredible, like, array of information to eat to feast at the table of. Do you know what I mean? It was so good. So, Salt, I'm very grateful to you for that. I really, really think the only reason I got my contest clear, realistically, was because I was utilizing those strats that we went over in those 3 hours. I think that without those strats, like, you mentioned Grand Overture to us, we didn't have Particle, and so we used Grand Overture to clear second encounter. That was the only way that we could get it done. Like, you taught me how to loadout swap. That ended up being really, really important because we were really failing DPS checks across the whole experience because I didn't have Queen Breaker and stuff like that, right? So, like, I really don't think that the contest clear would have worked out without all of that advice, so I am very grateful to it. So, thank you for that. You're glad it helped? Yeah, hell yeah, man. It was fantastic. So, what we've just been going over is the absolute nightmare of a content schedule that is approaching very soon in my future for Destiny, because now that that contest clear is done, I've got, as I was just saying to chat here, I've got all of these activities: Last Wish, Shattered Throne, Salvation, Pit of Edging, Prophecy, Deepstone, etc. Everything in the game here that I'm going to be doing blind. And so we're trying to figure out a schedule that makes sense for all of this. So we just did Sundered with Datto. We're going to be doing Vespers blindfolded this weekend. But then it's like next week, we're doing Last Wish blind. But we're probably going to be doing it with like 5 content creators coming in and like filling spots and playing dumb. I guess a question for you, Salt, is do you want to hop in for any of those raids or the dungeons? I'm going to do solo. So do you want to hop in for any raids? Do you want to play dumb in there, or is playing dumb less your cup of tea? Pit of Edging? Yeah. We're doing Pit of Edging 3rd, I think. Yeah, we'll be doing... It's Last Wish, Shattered Throne, Garden, Pit of Edging. Let's duo run, and I don't do anything. You can solo mechanics. I'm down for that. Should we do that? Should the first... Okay, I guess the question is... Wait, is Ron a raid or a dungeon? Ron is a raid. Should my first ever experience of Ron be low manning Ron? Would that be the optimal way to first encounter that activity? Yes? Okay. just duo. Literally 2 people. Not even 3. 2 people. With Salt. And I just tell him what to do the whole time. And that means I tell him what builds to put on. I tell him, like, exactly how to play, and he just has to follow. The example I gave in chat the other day was like, when I'm saying play dumb, there's gonna be encounters where it's like, imagine Ron. Okay, it's called Root of Nightmares. Let's say we're fighting a big tree boss, yeah? Let's say we're fighting a big, like an Ent from the Lord of the Rings. So like in the raid, let's say we're fighting the tree and we're like getting DPS checked and we can't beat it, right? I'm gonna be like, okay, using my player skill, how do we beat this? Or I'm gonna think, all right, well, it's a big tree, so we're gonna use fire damage, and then maybe, and the example I gave on stream the other day was like, there's this high ground perk, right? On guns. What if we like all get to high ground, and we just all do high ground damage, and like that's the key, like what if, right? Or like, I'm gonna be like, okay, there's this other perk, like, what was the one that I was looking at the other day here? There was was it this one? Yes. Chain reaction, like stuff like that. What if I'm like, okay, we need to make chain reaction meta, right? And so what if I'm with Salt and I build craft to create the most janky build you guys have ever seen, and then we duo Ron blind while doing that? Is that the way to go? Or would that be so unhinged to the point of no longer actually being fun content, and it would just be like a total mess? Chain reaction for DPS is crazy work. It might work, dude. I don't know. It might take a few days to like test out all these goofy builds. Only one encounter could be sketchy. That sounds perfect. That sounds perfect. Total mess, but really good content. Okay. So, in that case, on my, let's find it here. On my schedule, on Ron, I'm going to put Ron, I'm just going to turn it into Ron, and it's going to be blind duo with Salt. There we go. Have I signed up for something really stupid here, chat? Like, be honest with me. Is this this is going to be content? Listen, if it's going to be content, then we've got to do it. It's going to be cinema. Okay, perfect. So we will do that. The challenge will be, chat, is that with the current plan of doing like Last Wish next week, Shattered Throne the week after, and the way it'll work is that we're gonna do Last Wish under light. We're gonna go to 1900 light, and we're gonna use blue guns so that the damage is like more in line with what it would be like in contest. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do a story raid. We might do a low man with dim randomized loadouts as a stretch goal. That's gonna be the raid weeks, and then dungeon weeks will be soloing it blind, and then it will be doing a lore run, and then it will be trying a solo flawless for a day. And maybe some sub-goals as well. That's going to be the overall cadence. Raid, dungeon. But every week, if we go down the list here, this means the next week is Last Wish. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... It's 13 weeks away. It's 3 months away. Because there's so much other content we have to get through first. Is that fine, chat? Can you guys wait 3 months for Duo Ron blind? Is that all right? It will be content once we get there. But you guys are going to have to hang around for a little bit. You're going to have to hit that follow button so that we can get there in the first place. How blind do you plan on doing Last Wish? Blind. I am planning to do all of the encounters without ever looking at chat. And that goes for all the raids and dungeons. I will just get in there and I will bang my head against the wall. That is the plan. Even streamer drip feeds the content. Listen, I learned from Bungie. What can I say? Dude, it's going to be like the weekly reset of Destiny, except it's the weekly reset of my stream. That's perfect. What raids and dungeons have I done already? I have done Scourge of the Past. And I have done contest mode. What was it called? Sundered. And I've done... Oh, what else have I have done Last Wish once before, or a couple times before, but it was 7 years ago, and I don't remember any of it. So that's the only one that I've got like some sort of like spoiler knowledge on, maybe, but it depends if I remember any of it. The others, like, at some point, I think I was in another raid somewhere, but like there was one that I think was in space, maybe, but I literally like got carried through it and I wasn't looking at my screen. I was just like brain AFK, so I don't have any memory of any of the others. None at all. Some raids might be more fun with a full blind team. This is the problem. It's going to be very difficult to organize a full blind team. Very, very hard. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start with just me being blind. And then if it just sort of feels like it's not working for content, we'll switch it up and we'll do it so that... Okay, I did Leviathan, Spire, and Eater once each, but I don't have any memory of them whatsoever. No memory of those whatsoever. I remember a bit of Last Wish. Like, I remember being on a staircase in Last Wish, and I remember jumping out of Riven's tongue in Last Wish, and that's, like, about all I remember. But the other stuff I do not remember at all. And the only thing out of Spire, Eater, and Leviathan, the only thing I remember... I did my first Last Wish on December 1st, 2018. Right. Yeah. 7 years ago. That's crazy. You should invite Sweat for Last Wish. Sweat is in. Sweat is in. But the only thing I remember from any of those three is like dunking balls at one point. That's all I remember, is like vaguely dumping balls. Vault is good prep for Verity. I don't know what those words mean. I don't know what that is. Good? Okay, good. If that's a spoiler, then don't be spoiling things, chat. Don't be doing it. The question I have for you, chat, basically, is with this schedule, if I'm going to do this each week, is there any kind of augmentation I should do? Is there any kind of change that I should do to make it better content for you guys? Like, I think it's a good schedule to do raid week, dungeon week, raid week, dungeon week. Sometimes we'll have dungeon weeks back to back. Sometimes we'll have raid weeks back to back. But like more or less, that seems to make sense to me. But is there anything that you guys would like changed or amended to make it more fun? And bearing in mind, like, I am new to Destiny. So, like, if there's other stuff that I should be doing in between, Gribble says maid outfit. Maybe I need to be in a maid outfit the whole time. Maybe I need to change the costume up every week. A new complaint every event? You want me to find a new complaint about the game each week? Do the raid with under 50 Resil? Ooh, that's a good idea. We could turn our Resil down to make it harder as well. Good shout. Good shout. Exotic quest rotator? Planning factor? What is planning factor? Weekly exotic rotator of exotic missions you haven't done yet if you have the time. Is that... Are exotic missions always like an hour long? Are they always like... 0 hour kind of vibes? Hi, Paul. Thank you for the sub. More or less. Okay. Okay. Because basically, chat, what I'm trying to figure out is like... If we're going to do all this Destiny content... Like, okay, this is actually another question, right? Right now, Destiny is about to be dead for a few months. Like, I think we all agree on this, right? Like, the dungeons just come out. The seasonal story stuff I'm expecting is going to wind down pretty soon. And so, there's going to be a few months where it's, like, less active. Is that fair? It will not be dead. It's kind of true. Oh, okay. The reason I say it is because if there's going to be a new... Let's say there was a new expansion in June, right? For the launch of a new expansion, I imagine it's a lot more busy compared to like the lull that's happening over the next few months. Is that fair? 100% true. Okay. 1,000%. Okay. So part of me is like, does it make sense to like blow my load on all of these dungeons and raids now versus doing some of them now, but then saving some of them for the, like whenever the new expansion comes out, so that I've got, like, stuff that can be cool Destiny content then, as well as stuff that can be cool Destiny content now. Like, should I split it in half and do, like, 10 over the next 2 months, and then another 10 when the next expansion comes out? Would that make sense? I'll get burned out if I do them all back to back. Fair enough. Do all of it now to prepare yourself for the next day one. Well, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Apex drops are on. I don't know what that means, sequel. Sorry. I'd play it by ear. We don't know when the next day one is. Okay. I think the new content will be so hot that people might not want to see the older content. Oh, I disagree with that, Kale. I think the new content, if people are playing the game, more Destiny is more Destiny. Do you know what I mean? I think that, like, people will be excited about the new stuff, but I think that if there's more Destiny people tuned into their hobby of playing Destiny, I think that they will want to see a new player do the content that they love. Do you know what I mean? There are some exotics that could be meta for day one. So I definitely need to do... Well, but also, we got through this with, like, we got through this dungeon, and I had, like, 5 exotics total. So, like, surely there's a world where, like, when the new raid comes out, I could just use a slightly less good weapon and we would still get the clear. Right? They're hiding the end date of Heresy because the delay is unknown. Oh. This dungeon on contest was pretty easy. Okay, I'm curious. Do you guys agree with Siddy? Would you say that this dungeon on contest was easy, medium, or hard? What would you guys say? Medium only because of second encounter, but otherwise easy? Okay, it looks like chat is unanimously like medium / easy to medium. So easy for combat, hard for puzzles. Interesting. There's also the possibility they sunset more content. Ooh, true. Oh, that would be rough. Hypol and Zunk Cheese, thank you for the primes. You guess what you're thinking is, when there's new content in the game, you usually just want to play the game rather than watch people stream games. Fair enough, Kale, fair enough. I understand where you're coming from. Psychedelics, thank you for the sub. Yeah, if they wait, they only sunset seasonal content now? Do we know that for a fact, though? Would they ever sunset Last Wish? Oh, they've confirmed that. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Pog. Okay, so what is the seasonal content right now? Is that the stuff in the Dreadnought? Is that what is counting as seasonal content? Nether, etc. Okay, I haven't even touched the Nether yet. I've not even loaded into it once. All episode stuff. Well, that's the thing. I don't know what counts as episode stuff. Is this dungeon an episode thing? I feel like it is, because it came out with Heresy, right? It's not. Okay. So what is this? What is the stuff in episode 1, 2, and 3? I think I'm a bit confused on this purely because I just haven't seen that stuff, because I've had a really weird view of the game over the last 10 days because I've just been playing to get dungeon ready. Do you know what I mean? So, like, okay, let's just go to the last city map. Okay, so it's the nodes in the last city map. Okay. So if I go here... So it's like... that? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's going. Okay, so long as... Hey, Scarpy, thank you for the resub. Seasonal stuff is the story mission outside of the main expansion story. I see. Okay. So, you know, at the start of this act / season, I don't know. You know, when we went into Eris's house, was that seasonal? Yes. Oh, okay. And will that... We're in episode 3 right now, right? So I'm pretty sure we're episode 3 currently. Will the seasonal story end next week? Like, as in, will the story stop having new updates? No. Okay. When will that end? It ends in like 10 weeks. Oh, we're in the first... Oh, we're in Act 1 of Episode 3. Oh. So we're going to have... How many more weeks of Act 1? The season pass shows when it releases on the left-hand side. Let me take a little peek here. Season pass. Act 2 releases in 3 weeks. Ah. Okay. Oh, I've got like random stuff I can get. Hell yeah. Give me all this random stuff. Yeah, baby. Give me random things. Woo. Yeah. Don't know what any of this is. Let's go. Woo. Okay, so Act 1 will Act 2 is very short. Okay, is that not normally a thing? How long you stream tonight? I have a content challenge for you if you're interested. Glad I have a question and I have an answer. How long I'm streaming? Depends how good your content challenge is. But I also have a question for you. Just while you're here, real quick, okay? A QQ, quick question. I want to show you my little content plan here, just for a moment. And I want you to tell me, first of all, if I'm insane. And second of all, if you want to be part of any of the insanity, okay? Can we make this happen? So. Oh, and also I heard that you were raw dogging hot dogs at GCX last year. And I'm going to need that same energy coming back again if I make it out to the show this year. Just saying. I heard a rumor that you would absolutely demolishing those hot dogs. Just a rumor. So, yeah. First of all, respect, but second of all, I'm gonna need the energy to come back again. So, this is the current content schedule for the next month. Glad. And basically, I have like pretty much every single raid and dungeon in the game that I need to do blind. And so we're thinking about doing them once a week, and that's 4 months of content. So we're gonna let it sort of space out. But next week is Last Wish, and so the first question, you can see that I've got your name here. Glad. Would you like? I guess this is the important question. It's not like would you do this for me as a favor or anything like that, but would you like and enjoy for stream content or whatever to be present for any of my blind raid attempts over the next 4 months? Holy smokes. I'll start at 100 gifted subs. If you solo flawless Sundered Doctrine tonight, I'll gift 100 subs. Others can join in. Every day that passes, I take away 10 subs. 90 if tomorrow, 80 the next day. Thoughts? Chat, do we do it? That's a pretty good chat. I mean, are we about to lock in real quick, chat? That would be content. I've got to say that would be content. Do we lock in and do we do it? Bro, it's 1 a.m. already. Oh. So, God damn it. Let me think about this. Chat. Oh my God. Will anyone else contribute to Glad's crazy offer? Is anyone else willing to put gifted subs on the line if I get a solo? Are we saying solo flawless or are we just saying solo? Hold on, let me scroll up here. He said solo flawless. Oh, Christ. Oh, God. I still don't have particle, dude. City will add 10 to 20. Hell yeah, okay. Hypol will throw in 5 gifted. Premise will sub if I do it. Okay, we're gonna... Jesus Christ. You guys are better hold your word on this. Glad, question. Am I gonna start this tomorrow? So tomorrow is Saturday. So that would be a good day to start it. Am I starting it tomorrow or am I starting it now at 1 a.m.? Big ol' sexy says that they will gift 5 and sub. I'm gonna have to start writing your names down, guys. I'm gonna have to start compiling a little sheet here. Now sounds reasonable. You're evil, dude. Dredge and Cadis, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Loophole, it's 1 a.m. That is tomorrow. Oh, true. Big ol' sexy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. Are we really gonna do this, dude? I subbed. Now do it for 5 gifted. Okay. I'm writing the names down. Big ol' sexy said 5. Yeah, Glad is consulting chat. Chat, do we start tomorrow or today? If it's tomorrow, I rip a 12-hour stream tomorrow. If it's today, I probably only realistically can go like a bit, like a couple hours probably today. But we could rip it up tomorrow and we could do it all in one day. Like, I feel like I've got it in my bones to rip it in one day. Poll it? We could poll it. I hope you have a Titan ready. I do not. Wait, hold on. Is it possible? It's not going to be impossible, right? It's not going to be impossible to do it on Warlock, right? I only have a Warlock speaker site build. That's all I have. Warlock's fine? Okay, good. Perfect. Poll. Today or tomorrow? Today, maybe, let's say like maybe 4 hours I could do today. And then tomorrow will be like a 12-hour stream. We would rip it. Big time. Okay. Start today. All right. The poll has begun. The poll has begun. Any class will work. Okay, perfect. That's good news. 16 phase lock set. Like, quite literally, dude. It's going to take me so long to do that damn thing. I mean, I'll have my well. That will help, actually. That will help. Sanguine going to be your best friend? I don't think I've got it, Shamrock. I don't think I have it. So. Nice. Do I know the specifics for Solo Flawless? No. I've only done this this dungeon twice. I've done it once on contest mode, and I've done it once with Datto just now, where I was kind of brain AFKing and he was doing the steps, to be honest. So, pretty sure you have it. Wait, do I? No deaths at all, no leaving the activity. Well, I have to be able to leave to reset, right? Like, I need to... Yeah, like if I die, I go back to orbit, and then I load back into the beginning of the dungeon, right? Yeah, if you die, relaunch. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. But, like, the first few runs, I just need to practice doing it even not flawless first. Do you know what I mean? Okay, so who's matching Glad's 100? Who's doing it? We've got Big Ol' Sexy will gift 5 if I get a solo flawless completion. I'll also put... Shiso will put in 1 for every 10 that Glad does. I love that. Hell yeah. Shiso will do 1 for every 10 Glad does. Canadian Chronic will do 1. Who else we got? Is anyone else willing to put their subs on the line? Yeetster will toss in 10. Hell yeah. Yeetster. Butters is adding 10 if I do it and 15 if I raid with Shah and I somewhere on the stream schedule. Well, we're going to need people for the overall stream schedule, so I'm sure we can make that happen. But certainly for the time being, Butter is pro adding 10. Patster is adding 10. Big Ol' Sexy says up me to 10. Legendary stuff. You'd love to see that. Hell yeah. Show will do 20. The show 1210. Ninja Chicken, big, easy clappers with the 50. Ninja Chicken will do big fat 50 bomb. Love that. Havoc Maker will throw in 5 if I solo flawless within the week. Got you. Glad decided to make a mystery appearance and make my life misery. Yes, correct. The show, thank you for the sub. Snellix, are you in? Did I miss a message from you? Are you in here? Snellix is 1 for every 10 of Glads. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. CD will do 1 for every 10 of Glads. Okay. Glads. And additional 10 if you can beat the solo flawless in less time than your solo flawless. Extra 10 if I beat under... How long was your solo flawless, City? And were you on a damage... Were you on Titan? Because I'm definitely gonna... I'm gonna write that off now if I'm playing Warlock and you were playing a damage-inducing class. Oh, you haven't done it. You're gonna do it as a race. Okay, sick, sick. Oh, sick. Oh, hell yeah. That would be so cool. I love that. That's a really cool idea. Okay, what is the poll on? Poll is on start tomorrow. Poll is on start tomorrow. Okay. You'll race as well? That'll be fun? Hell yeah, dude. You guys play alongside. That'll be so, like... Well, it'll also be nice motivation when I'm, like, struggling and you guys are like, I just did it, so you can do it too, Milo. Like, let's go. Okay, so... Glad you've just... You've made me have a miserable Saturday, and I'm very thankful for it. Can I do it in one day? Can I do it, chat? I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't. I think I probably can. But at the same time, I feel like I'm the sort of person that is so impatient. And I'm gonna throw. Wait, I lied. He only said 15. Oh, I'm confused. There's no enrage on normal. You can take 5 hours in there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Chat. Will anyone else contribute to the list? Currently written down, I have Glad, Big Ol' Sexy, Shiso, Canadian Chronic, Yeetster, Butter is Pro, Patster, The Show, Ninja Chicken, Havoc Maker, Snellix, and Siddy. Will anybody else step up to the plate? Hypol will do 5 if beaten before Monday. Trappic will throw in 5. You can't gift? No problem, Primus. Why am I writing them down? Just so I can kind of keep track of how many subs are on the line. If they don't keep their word, then I'm not going to, like, do anything. I can't do anything. But, like, it's about honor in this household. Anch, or Ank, will throw 25 if I clear. 25 if I clear. If they don't keep their word, ban them? Okay. That's crazy, but okay. I don't know what this is for, but I'll throw 5. Twig, this is gifting me subs if I beat Solo Flawless tomorrow on Sundered. That is what this is. Are you in for 5? Epic will gift 10 if I wear a Mr. Peaks outfit. That ain't happening, buddy. That's not... I don't think that's going to be an easy thing to find on the planet anywhere. Twig will throw 5? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yo, J-Rab, thank you. Look, guys, your gifted subs, you could have this wonderful alert. This glorious little mystery box. That could be you. Once I beat the Solo Flawless, that could be you. Okay. Got to make sure you got notifications on. Yeah, guys, you got to make sure that you're here for the stream tomorrow then when we're going to do this. You like, if I'm going to give up my Saturday to grinding through this absolute nightmare, I say that, it's probably going to be a lot of fun. But like, if you're going to be putting me through this pain, you better be turning up. You better be doing it. Start time will be... Lodestar, thank you for the prime. Start time will be... Like, this guy acts like he's clearing tomorrow. Wait, am I not gonna get it tomorrow? Is it gonna be that bad? Brother, no. I have to have faith. I have to have... Bro, isn't clearing in a week? Wait, what? Solo might take you 3 hours. Flawless will definitely be all day plus. Yisa, thank you for gifting a sub to Ank. A week? Oh, no. Oh, no. Bro, there's going to be people in my chat being like, Milo, we've waited long enough. We want to see you do Last Wish. We want to see Last Wish. We want to see Last Wish. And I'm going to be like, I'm sorry, but like, I've got like 10 remaining subs on the line from Glad, and I have to keep Solo Flawlessing Sundered. Like, put off all the raid content. I've got to get this dungeon done, man. Oh, Lord. A 15 phase log set? Literally, dude. Literally. I don't need to hyper-focus on damage, that's true. But I also need to not walk into an ogre, which is gonna 100% happen multiple times. Bro's clearing in 4 hours. Bro, first run. First run, easy. I also have to hit my shots, that is true. Bro, it's basically the equivalent of someone paying you to jump into the deep end of a pool with concrete shoes on. True. Yeah. Oh. This is gonna be... And I don't have Anarchy. Yeah. Yeah. So... Yeah. Maybe I need to get that. Like, chat, where does Anarchy come from, and can I get it in like 30 minutes? No, I don't need Anarchy. I'm gonna just Grand Overture it. Bro, why would I use Anarchy when I have my trusty rocket launcher? / LMG. Zark, thank you for the prime. Easy clap on the Grand Overture, chat. I'll get 4 stops on the thing. That's not even possible. I'll get a kill and 3 stops, and I will just do that over and over again, and we will smash a 50 phase lock set with the Grand Overture. Easy, right? What did they do to Grand Overture where it's good for DPS? I don't think they did anything, Zark. It's just that I don't have anything better. You literally cannot get Anarchy because you need to get spoils from raids, which you can't get because I want to do them blind. Yo. True. Chat, do I go into it with Thunderlord? Is that going to be the way, that we do this? I Thunderlord the whole thing. I Thunderlord, I unbind my grenade and my rift button, and I just left click through the whole thing. Easy. It's Mickey, chat. Oh, God. I do have Outbreak. But I think Outbreak is less good when there's fewer people using it at the same time. You can get Parasite, but it's only after Witch Queen's story. Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm saving the Witch Queen campaign. That's the problem. I'm going to have to find some cheese spots for sure. Listening to a 5-hour clear of Outbreak sound is going to go crazy. Yeah. It might be more than 5 hours. World's first COD lore player to solo flawless Sundered Doctrine. Quite literally. Okay. Okay. I'm going to record a video for chat, for Twitter here. Why did I choose Solo Flawless? I didn't choose it. This burden was placed on my shoulders by Glad. The rules are the rules. I'm just following the rule book. Yes, this burden. It's a task that is not going to be easy for me at all, seeing as I've never even attempted this in Destiny ever before. But we'll see. We'll just have to see how it goes. I guess, chat, have they fixed the bug? Okay, Mitus isn't throwing in subs. Mitus says Mitus will erase their whole vault if I do it tomorrow. Mitus, you have to be willing for me to ban you if I do it and you don't follow through. You have to be willing to be banned. You can't be putting up, you'll do it? Damn. That's huge, dude. That's big. Your vault is safe. Now, that was uncalled for. God damn it, dude. Your vault is not safe. I've got it. Bro, the minute I wake up, I'm getting online. I was going to be like, yeah, I'll start at like 3 p.m. I'll have a nice sleep. I'll go and have a nice morning and then like go get lunch somewhere and chill out. No. Tomorrow is going to be, oh my God, ewags23 will also erase whole vault if I do it tomorrow. I am waking up and immediately starting stream. Immediately. I am turning on the sweet business and I'm going to sweet business the boss to death. If I had to bet, I'd say it's highly unlikely to do Solo Flawless without previous experience within days. Multiple days. Pain. I'm starting to worry a little bit now. Starting to worry a little bit. Is there anyone else that will put up subs on the line? Mitos, thank you for subbing. Legend. I look forward to erasing your vault tomorrow. Is there anyone else that will put subs on the line? Because then I can mention that you have your subs on the line in the video that I'm about to record. Will anyone else do it? If I beat it, will you put subs on the line? Gifted subs. Looking to getaway artist. 5 subs. 5 subs for you, Hash. Yeah? Hash HP. 5 subs on the line. Hell yeah. Okay. I'll gift 1. Okay. WTF Miller will gift 1 and sub himself. I can delete my vault on stream with you. Canadian Chronic will do 1 and will delete vault if I clear it tomorrow. If lying, you get banned. Yes. Chat, what is the bet? Ironhide, the bet is if I can clear Solo Flawless Sundered Doctrine tomorrow, Glad will gift 100 subs, Big Sexy will give 10, Shiso will give 1 for every 10 of Glad's, Canadian Chronic will do 1. Yeaster, how many did you say? I didn't write a number for you. Ewax, thank you for subbing. Appreciate you. Butter will do 10. Pasta will do 10. Show will do 20. Ninja will do 50, etc. Yeaster was 10. Perfect. Thank you. But each day that it goes on with me failing, Glad's number of gifteds go down. Those are the stakes of the conversation here. And I'm going to go insane having to restart it. I just know that it's going to be... I'm going to get to the final encounter, and I'm going to get killed during, like, boss DPS because I'm going to, like, trip over and, like, take an arrow to the knee. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be hell. But I'm going to do it tomorrow. I have to do it tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm going to be too depressed to pick myself up again Sunday. Ewag says, whole vault tomorrow, minus 100 per day deleted that it takes to clear. Damn, okay. That works. Biohazard, thank you for subbing. You'd rather gift subs than your vault? You do not have to clear your vault. I would show if you are keen to just gift subs and you're going to do the 20 that you mentioned before, then perfect. You do not need to erase your vault. You're already on the list. Yes, I've already got you. I've already got you down. Okay. Okay. I'm going to record a video for Twitter and I'm going to explain the travesty that we've got ourselves into. Origini says, I'll tier 3 sub if you clear tomorrow. Okay. You're making your bet? Okay, Ironhide, I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to hear it. You get 50 from me upon completion no matter how long. Ninja Chicken, you are a legend. Thank you, Ninja Chicken. That is going to be very good motivation. As Glad's number goes down, yours will persist, and I will be looking towards that light in the end of the tunnel. Zack Attack will gift 10 if I clear Dungeon solo flawless tomorrow before you. Okay. I feel like I need like an API to... I need someone to like build a service where people can like... can bet their gifteds on this happening, and then we can like automate it. That would actually be so sick. Will gift 10 if I beat it faster than him tomorrow. Ironhide will delete his hunter. Wait, what? You'll delete a character? Oh, wait, what? You'll just lose a whole character. That seems insane. That's all your triumphs and stuff gone, no? Like, all of the, like... No? Is it less bad than I thought? I feel like that's still pretty bad. Okay, so Ironhide will delete Hunter if I clear first day. If you do it on day 2, I'll give 10. Cool. Okay. Vi6 says, if you need more incentive, I'll delete all 3 of my characters and my vault. Thank you, Sir Beanboy, for gifting a sub. Vi6, do you mean if I do it day 1 or if I do it at all? Yo! I'll donate £5,000 to a children's hospital if you clear it in 1 hour. Wait, if I clear vault in 1 hour. Okay, hold on. What is vault? Is that the last wish thing? I need to... Okay. Okay, I'm putting this in the chat just so that we can pin it. I need to understand this because $5,000 to children's hospital is a big deal. Are you saying if we just clear it at all, or if I blind solve it, or what? Oh, Blind Gamma Lover just said, I don't have 5k. So it was a lie. Okay, well, you are the... Great. Great. I'm glad we're on the same page here. Okay, never mind. In that case, I just want to make sure that everyone is here right now. Sexy, Shiso, Canadian Chronic, Yeetster, Butter, Patster, Show, Ninja Chicken, Havoc, Snellix, City, Hypol, Trappic, Ank, Twig, Mitus, Ewags, Hash, Miller, Ironhide, Orgini, and Zack Attack. This is your last chance to pull out, okay? Ank V, okay, got you. This is your last chance to pull out. If you've been lying, this is your last chance. From here on, you will be banned for a lie. Submitted, signed for 20. Zach says not doing it. Wait, what does that mean, Zach? Does that mean you're staying in or you're not in? Trappic is all in. Ank V is in. You don't pull out because you never go in? I'm sorry to hear that. Miller is in no matter what. I swear on my mother, I'm in. Okay. All in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, nobody's pulling out. I love that. I love to see that. I love to see that. Okay, let me record a video for Twitter here, okay? Oh, Twig is changing the bet a little bit, increasing the bet here. Twig is saying, I'm in, and if you complete in 1 day, I'll let you choose 3 weapons from my characters to delete. And if I don't, you can ban. Okay, 5. And if day 1, I choose 3 weapons to delete from Vault. Okay. The total subs on the line is 110, 11, 12, 22, 32, 42, 62, 212, 17, 27, 37, 242, 47, 82, 87, 92, 93, 303, 304, 314. There's currently 314-ish, sort of. 314 subs on the line. Glaz 100 has been raised to 314. It's pi. It's pi right now. And yeah, so it's not only that, but it's 1 character, 2 vaults, 3 weapons, and a couple of other random bits and pieces thrown in as well. 314 possible subs on the line here. And the thing is, chat, the thing that is crazy is the stretch goal, okay, the sub stretch goal right now for this, for Last Wish, low man with dim randomized loadouts, that's 2,500. So if we get all of these gifteds, that means that we activate this challenge, and we'll be doing that next week as well. After we blind Last Wish, we'll be doing Last Wish low man with dim randomized loadouts. So there's a chain reaction here that could be happening. In fact, there's a, wait for it, chat. There's a, wait for it, chat. Wait for it, chat. Wait for it. There's a, wait for it. There's a chain reaction that could be happening here, guys. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? The best kind of chain reaction. Chain reaction meta OP, officially. I'll see my way out. Your hunter is more a sentimental bet. That is, yeah, I respect it. Imagine if Glad just pulls out. He's getting banned if he does. What's the grace period for them to pay up? I don't know, like, I feel like it would make sense for it to be at the time of clear, right? But some people might not be around, so I could see like a couple days. I could see a couple days. Maybe a week. Maybe we make it a week. But I feel like the longer we make it, the more likely it is that 72 hours feels... Chat, what should we make the pay up period? 72 hours? Does that sound like an appropriate amount? 72 hours for the IOUs? I think that's a fair amount of time. Okay. Yeah, for the subs. Exactly, for the subs. Yeah. When is J-God getting on Destiny? I feel like J-God might low-key, I'm pretty sure he's here right now. I think he low-key might be a Destiny grinder in the background. He seems to be pretty caught up with the dungeon. So I think that he might be low-key. He probably got his contest clear and he just shreds. No matter what game that man is playing, he's cooking. Wherever he goes, he cooks. 72 is fair. He's in your chat all the time. Oh, sick. I had no idea he was a big... Yo, Butter! Let's go! It begins. Let's go! Hero, Will I Never, Josh, Call Me, Beat, Babrox, Atheon, Vatis, Zubat, and Stony all just got gifted. Hell yeah! You pre-fired. Yo, true. You're paying out now because you have college next week? Wait, is that... Okay, I'm going to mark you down as already paid. Yeah, Atheon is in the chat right now, getting intel on how good I am, so that when I get to VOG, Atheon's already got the strats. Okay, so... Let's see. Yo! Sexy with the 5. So Sexy's paying out now as well, it looks like. Or is that just in addition, Sexy? J-God's already 2020 max power, 1k hours in D2, done pretty much everything, but never tried a solo flawless. Ooh. Dude, maybe I can inspire you here. Depending on how... If I come out of this and I'm like, that was really fun, maybe that's your sign to give it a go. Bro! There's Hypol. Okay, so Hypol's paid now. But yeah, if I get out of this and I'm like, this was abominable, never do it. Maintain your streak of never having tried. So... Let's see. So... Hypol has already paid. Hypol has paid. Butter has paid. And Sexy, are we saying that you have pre-fired, or are you saying that those were just some fun additional gifteds? Where are we at with this? Sexy put a 50% deposit. Okay. 50% paid. Got it. You've gone for solo, so that's how you know how hard solo flawless is going to be without min-maxing. Okay, got you. I work Sundays and Mondays, so it'll depend when I stream for your weapons to get deleted. No worries. We can figure it out for sure. Has anybody here done solo flawless? And if you have done, how was it? This is where I now rug pull and I don't even do the dungeon. Oh, okay. Several people have done solo flawless here. Was it okay? Okay, this is encouraging. I will add one more thing. If you complete the solo flawless at all after the second day, I'll donate 5 subs. Okay, so Iron, for you, it's Hunter day 1, 10 subs day 2, day 3 onwards, 5. Huge. It's tough but fun to figure out. Okay. Hell yeah. That sounds good. So yeah, we have about 320 subs on the line here for me to get this thing done. Which is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. But we're gonna have to make it work. So, Glad, while on the topic of crazy, and again, don't say yes just to be nice, but like say yes if this would be fun content for you. Would you like to be participating in any of my blind raids that I do? Are there any of these that you would like to be a part of? To see me... You would have to play dumb, and I will just try my best to solve it and not take up too much of everyone's time. But if there's any particular raid that you're like, that, I want to be there for that, let me know. And if not, zero hard feelings whatsoever. Because basically, I only want people there that are going to, like, enjoy sitting on their hands and doing nothing, because that's going to mean that I can stress less about, like, wasting people's time. Whereas if people are there that, like, are just doing it to be polite, and I'm taking, like, 12 hours to solve something, that might then be just more stressful, right? And I don't want to put people through that. So it's only if you're like, I'm keen on X, but otherwise, not a problem at all. You were 42 for Spires? Nice, Canadian. Hell yeah. Considering I've done this so many times over the years, I can't commit to that. That's totally fine. That, like, your honesty about that is infinitely more important than you being, like, polite and being like, oh yeah, I can do it, and then you, like, hating your time the whole time. So 100% that is fine. That is not a problem at all. That is my preference 1,000,000%. Like, my greatest worry with all of this is pulling somebody in that doesn't really want to be there, and then them just slowly hating their life more and more. Do you know what I mean? Ninja says, I've changed my mind. Do it within... Yeah, no, absolutely. You're cool to do whatever you want, Glad. That is, yeah, absolutely fine. I've changed my mind. If you do it within the first day, I'll do another 50. Ninja Chicken with the big bucks. Okay, so Ninja Chicken will do 50 no matter how long it takes, and extra 50 if day one. Huge stuff. This is the list, guys. This is the list. So, add Glad's caveat of -10 per day. On whose? On what? This is the most complicated and convoluted bet with so many different things on the line. I know. Literally, if I could click a button on a website to be like, oh yeah, that's true. Glad 100, but -10 each day I don't clear. Got it. If I could click a button on a website to be like, I will clear Sundered solo flawless, and then you guys could just plug in and, like, put your money down, basically, that would be so good, but I just don't think that exists. I don't think that's a service. How long does a successful solo Sundered Doctrine solo flawless take? 3 hours? Oof. Do you know the specifics of my race with you, and would you want me to stream so a clear can be verified? I mean, I'm going to trust your word, but also I feel like if you stream it, that would be fun. You know what I mean? I think that would be fun. You might as well. People are doing it in 30 minutes, solo flawless? Wait, they are? Oh, easy clap. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to trust your word, but yeah, we could look at raid report as well. If it's like, if it's close, if it's like down to the second, we can obviously use raid report, but save the notepad. I will. The world record is 30 minutes. Damn. Snazzy has sub 30? Snazzy's crazy. You have a question about deleting your vault? Sure, hit me. Hit me. Make sure I know your build because I'm stuck with whatever you use. Okay. But I'm going to be, like, switching it up. City, I don't think we should do that rule. Like, because I'm going to be, like, switching up my mods and, like, I'm not going to know what I'm using. Do you know what I mean? I think it's going to be impossible to follow. World record's 28 minutes. I'm also running a speedrun competition for the month of Feb. Oh, sick. Okay, hell yeah. Glad, is there like a pinnacle kind of stream, like a culmination stream for that you're going to do? Or is it just like people submit their times to you and then you pay out the winner? Or what is the, like, do you have people speedrun live? How does it work? Like, basically what I'm asking is, like, will there be a big stream for it? Are you deleting every gun and only saving what your 3 characters have equipped, or saving a full inventory on each? I think only equipped makes sense. Probably only equipped. You just put out a bounty, you have to stream and record it. Okay, sick. Okay, got you. So, only Canadian says only keep equipped. Canadian. Only keeping equipped. Fastest time gets the bounty prize. Okay, got you. Yeah, I'm very curious to see where that ends up. If Snazzy's sub 30 solo flawless is crazy. That is like I'm thinking about the dungeon. I don't think I could walk through it in 30 minutes. So, like, for the speedrunners to be clearing encounters in that time? Like, I think me just trying to, like, jump my way through the areas. It's on his channel already? Sick. Okay, hell yeah. We could take a look. Chat, should we get some inspiration from Snazzy? Should we take a look here? Yeah? Okay, I'm super down to do it. We can react to Snazzy's sub 30. I'm gonna be like, whoa, that's possible, dude? You were on a sub 22? Oh, wait, with 3, but you wiped one time. Okay. Still, sub 22 is outrageously fast. That's insane. That is super insane. They'll all be put to speedrun.com. Right, yeah. He's on a Titan. Ah. Okay, here's what we're going to do, chat. I'm going to put my heating on because I'm, like, in my blanket right now. I'm freezing. I'm going to finish my Chipotle bowl, and then we're going to watch Snazzy's run while I finish it, okay? So, give me 60 seconds to go put the heating on, and then we'll watch Snazzy's run, and... oh, and I'll also record a video for Twitter with the rules of engagement here so that people know what's going to happen tomorrow, okay? So, I will be right back. 60 seconds. Chair stream, let's go. Let's go, dude. Okay, I've got my hoodie on. Oh, God, it's so freaking cold in the UK. Yo, Snazzy, we are about to watch your Mastery of Destiny. We are about to watch that. We are about to see your 28-minute run. And we're about to try and learn from it because Glad has put up a horrendous challenge that I am actually really excited about. I might regret being excited about it in 24 hours time, but for now I'm excited about it. For what is this list? I can throw my hunter in eventually. You have to delete the character though, Bulls. Are you sure you want to do it? Are you sure? But yeah, basically, well, I'm gonna be recording a video for Twitter, so I'll explain what's happening in the video for Twitter. I'll explain. For what is the list? The list is if I can clear Sundered solo flawless, then I will... Then all these things will happen. I basically just have to do solo flawless. Glad will gift 100 subs if I can clear solo flawless on Sundered tomorrow. Every day that I fail, he removes 10 subs. Every single day that I fail, he removes 10. And like, there's various other rules that are involved in some of the other people's bets here. Agent the Vandal will drop 5 if you clear by the end of the weekend. Also, just to be clear, if you lie, you get permabanned. Those are the rules here. So, MKS Bulls will delete Hunter if cleared day 1. Agent, thank you for subbing. Agent the Vandal will drop 5 if clear by end of weekend. There we go. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Where did I get that blanket? I got sent it by Treyarch. It's a big Black Ops 6 blanket, and it's super cozy. It's actually so good. I will delete my god roll igneous hammer if I ever beat it. What is an igneous hammer? Don't even know what that is. Kazi Turtle will delete god roll igneous. It's a hand cannon. Okay. That's a sick name for a hand cannon. Igneous hammer. If I clear. Amazing. Well, does anyone else want to add to the list? If you solo flawless day 1, I'll delete all 3 characters and vault. Okay. If solo flawless day 1 will delete all 3 characters and vault. Basically what you're saying is you will start a new account. Like, I guess you'll have your exotics in collections and stuff. So, like, yeah. I think it's not quite a new account, but that's still pretty rough. It's still pretty rough. I'll gift 5 if you have fun, but if you complain once, you lose it. I can dig it. I can dig it. Gift 5 if I have fun, but 0 if I complain once. Yo, Shadowride, thank you for gifting to Silver Red. Hell yeah. Okay, chat, I am going to record a video, unless anybody else wants to put their name on the list. Basically just, the easiest way to do it is just through gifteds, right? Glad is putting up 100 gifteds are on the line. If anyone else wants to put gifteds on the line, perfect. But I'm going to explain a video for Twitter now. I'll do absolutely nothing if you clear. Hell yeah, Aqua. Colorful Sykes will gift 1 if I clear. Hell yeah, okay. Colorful Skies. Colorful Skies will gift 1 on clear. I'll PayPal you for 1,000 silver? Wait. What is that? Silver? Are we a pirate right now? I don't know what 1,000 silver... Oh, it's in-game currency. Oh. Oh. Wait, does that mean I have... But then I have to buy microtransactions. I don't want to do that, dude. I'm vetoing this potential donation. I can't be buying microtransactions. You crazy? I will Fortnite emote of your choice if you beat it within the first 20 tries. We're talking about Sundered, Kingman. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna explain. I think that's everyone that wanted to be on the list. Batting Tiger, thank you for the prime. If I land a killing blow on a boss, I'm just not going to do that, City. I'm just not risking that. There's just no way. But I am going to write it down. If I land a 360... Well, that means I have to have a sniper. What if I don't have a sniper? And that would have to be Kerev. I'm still going to write it down. Okay. Just a 360 no-scope. His name's Kevin? My bad. You're right. Okay. Okay. I'll also drop 3 if you just solo floors in general, which does not mean 8 total. Got you, Agent. Okay. Agent... Where are you on the list? Here. There we go. Here we go. Why is... You know what I need to do? I need to add chat to this screen. That's good enough. Okay. Did you see the quote at the end of the dungeon? What Savathun says? I did not. I had my dialogue muted when I did the run with... Wait, did she actually say the Dread are in a pickle? Is that real? Bro, what are the chances? That is so funny. What? I cannot wait on Sunday to finish that. I think it's going to be so good. The third encounter, blindfolded, will be cinema. It will truly be cinema. I can't wait. I cannot wait. It's so stupid, dude. Luna, what was yours? Did I miss? Did I miss something here? Build up your bright dust. I probably have a bit of bright dust from like over the years. I probably got some. I don't know how much I'll have, but Luna you'll delete your Titan and everything for Titan from Vault. Okay. Hell yeah. I'm stunned so many people are willing to put their vaults up for they're willing to do this at all. Like I'm very surprised. Like, you guys are real masochists. Like, people keep it coming. Honestly, keep it coming. Vince will do 10 if I beat it before Vince. Okay. Okay. H-Ratch is here. We'll delete my... Well, not my... We'll delete Black Armory Kindled Orchid, whatever that means. And all 0 power armor or gear. Again, don't know what that means, but... It's on the list. Not the orchid? What is the orchid? What does that even mean? Oh, it's a 6-year-old weapon? Damn. Okay. I'm going to record the video explaining this. I've seen the determination this man has. Ain't no way I'm putting up anything. Prizel, I will take that compliment. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's a 140 RPM Void hand cannon that came from Black Armory and was widely considered as the best. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. So this is the situation. I was just doing my normal content planning for some of the... Actually, you know what? Let's start with this not on the screen. We're gonna redo this little video here. So here's the situation. Wait. So here's the situation. I was just doing my content planning for the next couple of weeks of Destiny. Next week, we're going to be doing Blind Last Wish. We're going to be doing it under light and with blue guns to make it harder. And I'm going to have to solve the whole thing. And we're going to have a bunch of other content creators in there playing dumb. And it's going to be a great time. We're going to try and do some story stuff with Bife at some point as well. If we hit the sub-stretch goal, we'll be doing a Last Wish low man with dim randomized loadouts. Like, that's all stuff that's going to be on the table next week, okay? We were doing this. Glad just came into my chat with a crazy proposition. Glad has said, if I can beat Sundered Doctrine solo flawless tomorrow, starting tomorrow, he will gift 100 subs. And every day after that I fail to beat it, like every extra day that I take, he'll remove 10 subs. So day 5, I'll have lost 50% of those potential subs on the line. So it started there with this challenge from Glad. Bearing in mind, I've never solo flawless anything in Destiny before, let alone soloed anything before. So it started there. We now have this list. So as you can see, totally separate to all these other content plans coming up in the next sort of couple of weeks here, we have people that will just be gifting subs just generally for me clearing it. There's people that are gifting 1 for every 10 subs that Glad gifts. There's people that will delete their vault if I clear it. We've got people that will delete their Black Armory Kindled Orchid. There's people that will do it, they'll gift if I clear before them. City's gonna let me delete 5 guns from the vault if I land a 360 no-scope killing blow on a boss. There's all sorts of crazy stuff. Crazy Turtle will delete the Godroll Igneous Hammer that they have. Vandal was going to drop 5 gifted subs if I clear before the end of the weekend, or 3 if I clear just whenever. So there's an insane list here of people putting their money on the line to basically say if you can clear Sundered Doctrine solo flawless in some way, you're going to get a bunch of stuff. I mean, we've even got Ninja Chicken here, who's going to gift 50 no matter how long it takes, and an extra 50 if I do it day 1. So basically matching Glad day 1. So there's a huge amount on the line here. There's like 350 subs on the line. And so we will be streaming basically in like 12 hours or less from me posting this tweet. We will be streaming, first of all, figuring out how the hell to do this when the only exotics that I have are for my Seeker's Sight healing turret warlock class. That's the only build I have. I don't have any Titan or Hunter. I don't have any basically other exotics that will be useful. I'll probably be having to use Grand Overture because I don't have Anarchy. It's going to be hell. But we'll be live on Twitch as soon as I wake up to start this and try and get it done. So hopefully I will see you there. And if you want to add your own bet to the stack here of if I do it in the first weekend, you give 5, you give 10, hop into my Twitch chat and let me know, and we can add you to the list. And the one final detail worth mentioning is if you say something on the list like, oh, you'll do 20 if I beat it, and you lie, and you don't pay up within 72 hours, because that's the time limit that chat decided, you will be banned. We will be banning you from the chat. So the stakes are high, but the content will flow. So I hope to see you there. 8 to 12 hours from the posting of this tweet, we will be making sweet, sweet content happening. And then next week on Twitch, twitch.tv/MrRoflWaffles, we'll be blind solving Last Wish, amongst other things. So I'm looking forward to having you there for that, guys. And please pray for my solo flawless to go flawlessly. I'm going to need your energy big time. There we go. Okay. We've recorded a video for Twitter. You really cooked with lying people getting banned. I think that is a good change. Agreed. Yo, Squid, thank you for gifting. Hell yeah. Psychedelics? I was born ready for this question. You might go to the market in Woolcourt to meet the man with the red scarf. That's why you might go to the market, the man in the market in Woolcourt. I was born ready for that question. Born ready. I heard you're in Apex Legends Twitch drops. Thank you, Psychedelics, for following through. Legend. I've actually just realized, hold on, chat, just before we watch Snazzy's VOD here, I actually might be in Apex Legends Twitch drops. Is that like a rare thing? I think I got an email about that and I didn't understand what the email said, so I ignored it. I'm like not even capping. I think I just didn't understand what I was reading. I thought it was like an advert. I'm in Steam news for the game? What? Wait, what? Is that why someone came in here earlier and said, do you have Apex drops on? What? Hold on, we need to investigate this real quick. I am? Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand. Hold on, no. There's no way. There's no way. Where do I see the news? I'm on their Steam page? Where? Where? It's real? Store page? Where is it? Apex Legends? Free bundle? Take over Twitch drops? Huh? Huh? What? Right, so let's let's just change plans a little bit here, guys. Just hurry up. Yeah, get out of the way. Only 70 gig. That's fine. Hurry up. I don't understand. I'm really confused. I mean, that's awesome. It's awesome. I guess it means I should probably stream some Apex next week. I think I misread the email. I think the email was like, I thought it was saying, do you want to like opt in to something? And so I was like, oh, I don't know what this is. So I just kind of like, just forgot about it. It's February 11th to 17th. Bro, I've been sponsored by Apex for 4 days and I haven't known? What? Wait, what? Oh, God. I think it must have been miscommunication. And I've been throwing this whole time. Damn. I reach out to them and explain. I think I will. Select Twitch streams. Sorry about that, guys. That's 0 streams from me. Damn, I had no idea, dude. Are all the people that are streaming Apex right now, like, getting juiced by these drops? Is it like... Have I just passed up on Apex Legends stardom? Have I really thrown here, chat? I can't believe I'm in the list. That is... Drops is usually great for viewership. Pain. Big pain. What up, Fizzle? Okay, well, listen, we'll download it. Hey, Tronbro, thank you for the Prime. We'll download it, chat, and I'll just have to clear the dungeon today, the 15th. I'll clear the dungeon today, easy. And then we can just play Apex on the 16th. Easy. Right? Easy content right there. The content just... It came to me. It came to me. Like, we'll just have to clear this in one day. That will be straightforward, right? Easy peasy. I'm beyond cooked? Come on. Have some faith. Have a little faith here. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I really had 0 clue I was on here. And multiple people have come in to be like, Apex drops? And every time they've come in, I've been like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, so, yeah, wild. Did I see glitches with the first boss? I have not seen any glitches. So we're going to watch Snazzy's run here, chat, okay? Big pogs. Here we go. This is Snazzy's run. Surges don't work on Lockset? Wait, what? Are you serious? But that means my whole damage build I should change, right? Why would I use my armor charges waiting to get surges for encounter 2 when instead I could... Bro, I'm gonna have to theory craft like hell. Half the damage numbers you've seen on second encounter are fake. Huh? Crits don't work also. Bro, Glad knew exactly what he was doing when he put this bet up. He knew exactly what he was doing. Oh, and that's why... Wait, so... Grand Overture doesn't crit, and that's why it's good? That's what we're saying? But the bullets crit, don't they? Or do they not? They don't. Oh. Huh. Wow. 5 subs if I crit on second encounter. Okay, let's start watching this and let's see what Snazzy's capable of here. Let's see. Pause. What is that? What is this? I have never seen this before. This is not something I am familiar with. What is that? It's a strand grapple. Since when is there a strand grapple? In Lightfall? You can grapple around? Hold. We're 7 seconds in. I'm running it back. We're going back to 0 seconds there. So you're telling me that you can just grappling hook around the place? Bro. Wait, Kevin is in him? Underneath here? Hold on. Kevin is in him? Chat. This might be a bit crazy. That's a crazy thing to be saying on your split, Snazzy. What the hell, brother? Kevin is in you, dog? I'm gonna put my camera over here for this, so I don't cover his splits. There we go. Is that okay, chat? Okay.
What are you doing in there with the van?
Bro, good question. What are you doing in there? What are you doing in there with that green grapple? What the hell is that thing? I've not seen that since Lightfall.
Guards, nosy little spies, and all those grasping dread.
What? Wait, what?
Terribly churlish of rogue to lock me out of the house.
What?
And let you of all people in. Clear out the... Terribly churlish of rogue. What are you doing in there with the vanguards, nosy little spies, and all those grasping dread? Terribly churlish of rogue to lock me out of the house, and let you of all people in. Clear out the...
Huh?
Best while you're there, why don't you?
What?
The role of exterminator suits you.
Huh? 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 What? What? Duh. What? That was the whole room in 3 swipes. What? You go so far with it. Bro. What? Huh? I'm sorry. He's at the first encounter. He is 1 minute in. What? Okay, he stood still. Thank God. Thank God I can breathe. What? What? What was... Huh? What? He's... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What am I even... That's going to take me 30 minutes. It's going to take me 30 minutes to do. He just did it in 39 seconds. Okay, he's chilling. He's never in doubt, never in doubt. Big, quiet enjoyer. Let's go. I can use choir on this as well. Hell yeah. I can't do any of the other stuff that's happening, but I can use the same gun. What is that? What is that? Why is he... Why, when he does this, right? Chat? Bro is literally... He's there, yeah? He's standing up. He's like, all right, it's time to leave the room. He does this, and his character goes... Why? 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 It's an exotic? The knees of Valhalla? Like, what is it called, dude? Bro has rockets attached to his meniscus? Like, what's going on here? I'm sorry. That is unreal. But also key detail. It's not just doing this, right, chat? It's not just that. Every time he does this, he does the knee, and then he looks at the sky, and it's like he locks eyes with Odin himself. And Odin is like, go, my child. And he's like, what is... I've got this. Tomorrow? That will be me. That will be me tomorrow, chat. I need to see it one more time. I'm gonna do it with him. Wait for it. It's coming. He turns around.
Fucking play suits. I got a bit greedy there.
I didn't even realize he was talking in the VOD. Again, bro. It sends you so far. Like, the thing that's crazy as well is I don't even understand. Like, is he changing rooms right now? So that he can, like, scout for where things are? Like, I'm trying to figure out what his methodology is. Or is he going to the same room every time? The fact that he just knees the subjugator in the nutsack over and over again. Peak comedy. The encounter's a bit RNG for solo. I got lucky in this run, so the rooms are the first ones you see. Oh, nice. Okay, hell yeah. Okay, so he's just going straight in there. I see. Okay. My God, whoa. Bro, it's actually, like, hard for my brain to keep up with what is happening because he's moving so fast. This is... Yeah. I guess that random ad just got in the way, so he just, like, pathed to it with the sword, teleports across the whole room. Knee to the nutsack. Ooh, the shortcut. Okay. So is he doing that just to get rid of it? Or is he building up lenses for later? Because you can only carry one, right? Maybe he's just stacking it. He's stacking it for later. He's using Peregrine Greaves. As long as he shoulder charges in the air, it does massive damage. Ah. So that's his prepared lens. Dude, to have already learned all of the rotations of all those lenses so that he can just do it on the fly without any thought is like, that is crazy. To have ingested all of that information that fast, truly giga brain. He's a different species. So true, Havoc. So true. I still can't get over the sword. Am I going to be depressed not having that sword when I try and go solo flawless on this? Is that going to make life miserable? There's the Peregrine Greaves knee. Okay. It's going to be fine. Okay. Ooh, loadout swap. Ooh, ooh. Oh, not even loadout swap, just hot swapping weapons.
No, please, dude, don't fucking do this.
No, you got this, bro. You got this. Easy clappers. So what was he changing to there? Damn. That is nuts. 6 minutes in. 6 minutes 43 on that split. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to go back to this. Dog, he got through the corridor so fast, I no longer knew where I even was. Like, right here. What just happened? Did he clip through a wall? There's like a 3-second period there where I'm like convinced he's going through a wall or something. Wait. Wait, he did go through a wall? Oh, it's just misty? Wait, what? There. That looks like he just goes through a wall. He's going so fast. Huh? There's a gap? He slid under it? Oh. Okay. Wild. He's just literally moving so quickly that I'm just like... mind blown. Oh, whoa, that was fast as well. Wait, hold on. I need to learn this for my note to self. So when you drop down there, if I face forwards and I go one right, I can't even follow it. It's moving too quickly. One more time. He's going to drop in the hole. He's going to go forwards, one right. Then he's going to zoom forwards, drop down, turn around. That's where the light is, and then it's a left, right? Yeah, okay, cool. And it's a left and a left. Yeah, easy clap. Cool, I know the route. I know the route. Oh. What? He switched to it in the tether? Bro, that's balls of steel. To be inside the tether and be like, I'm just gonna go into the menu. I'm gonna turn around. Yeah, guys, I'm in my tether. I'm tethering over here, chat. I'm gonna tether over here, chat. I'm just gonna like, I just don't need to look at the game actually, chat. I'm just gonna like, watch some TV while I'm in my tether, chat. Also, is he switching to Alethanim? He is switching to Alethanim. Wait, rewind it? Am I missing something? Run it back, one more time. Bro. There's no way. Brother. What? What? I have never seen this grapple before. So I thought you could just do that. I didn't know that it had grappled onto something. So when you told me to go back, I was like, okay, bet. Let's see what's back. And it's only when I saw him shoot the gun here. Insane. Dude, so that's why he changed to that pistol? So cool. Whoa. So he drops in here. Whoa. Okay, sick. Oh, close. Okay. Dude, I know this set of 2 bulls, I know for a fact when I try and solo flawless this, I'm going to run into the bulls there at one point. When there's the 2 bulls next to each other, second bull gets me every time I play. Every time, dude. Okay, switching back to a different... Is that quiet? Yeah. It's just got a skin on it, I guess. So he is having to kill these for knowledge. Okay, so there's no skips. There's no, like... Let's press a button to, like, delete the encounter. Do you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't seem to... That doesn't seem to really be happening. So I guess you would call this like a 100%, right? It's not an any percent, it's 100%. Well, he's kind of close to death there. Wait, what did he do to survive just then? He gets pretty low. Is he using a Titan ability? Is that what that is? Like a bubble or something? He's rally bannering in the air. Switch loadout. Pfft. Fair enough, I guess. Okay. This fight is going to take me 45 minutes. No, this fight is probably going to take me an hour and a half. Oh my god, that's actually such a scary thought. An hour and a half in this fight in one life without dying. Oh god. That is terrifying. What is happening here? What gun is that? Bro, he's playing the game more in third person than he is in first person. What is happening? I know that's the call. What's his primary gun there? He's just palpatining everybody. Area denial? Okay. Okay, so far, he's basically ignoring all the ads other than those that he needs to get kill on first symbol. What is happening here? He's going back here? This is his damage spot? What am I seeing? What? What? Well, he had rock... What are the rocket... And what is that? Bro, first it was the knee. First it was the Valhalla knee. Now he's like doing the butterfly. He's in a swimming pool and he's doing this. And rockets are flying out of his lats into the boss. Where are they coming from? Exotic armor? It's a Titan aspect? From what though? Like where do they come from? It shoots rockets when you use class ability. Which one is even his class ability? I thought it was his bubble. He's got it on full cooldown. The rockets are from armor? Hazardous propulsion. Oh, it is using up his class ability there. Oh. So is the grenade launcher Anarchy, or is that... Watch the ability regen? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just back. I don't know why it's back. And how is he not being wiped out by ads right now? Huh? What? Bruh, the balls on this man! Dude, he did that much damage in one phase. This much damage. So literally all he cares about right now is getting to kill here. And then he's just ignoring all the other ads. He just does not care. Okay, he's palpatining some of them, but I don't know why. Maybe to get supercharge? He's palpatining again. He's just punching an acolyte just to flex, I guess. Now what's he changing to? Oh. I'm really curious why he's switching Lockset to shoot. And he's Superman again, I guess. What's he... Oh, this is a new loadout. Lumina? Oh, he's gonna... Is he gonna grapple? Oh, what the hell? You can, like... Huh? Why can... Since... Since when can you just shoot it over the thing? That's not how that works for me. I tried to do that today and it didn't work. I want to see what he's going to do with Lumina now. Because he's got it out. Okay, looks like he does just have to kill these things, I guess. Wait, what? Okay, I think he just grappled just for funsies there? Maybe?
Fuck, dude.
Wait. What did I just see?
Fuck, dude. I just choked so hard, man.
Wait, I don't even understand what he choked on. He was killing stuff. What? This guy's... He's fuming. He missed the grapple on the Lumina. He didn't even shoot the Lumina. Wait, what?
Fuck, dude.
What? I'm confused because
Fuck, dude.
he's aiming up here, right? So when he's aiming up there, why is he saying he's throwing when he was shooting down here? Isn't that... Shouldn't he have been shooting up here the first time? He killed an ad to get a healing round. Okay. That's what's being shot off. So I know he's grappling to this one. I was just confused why it was a throw with the ones down here. So did he shoot a healing round by mistake at the Acolyte? Is that... He missed? But he's not shooting up here. He didn't have one. I literally don't understand.
Fuck, dude. I just choked.
Oh, there! The audio was desynced, I think. Or maybe he just predicted it because he's just godlike in that way. But I was hearing him mess up,
dude,
before he'd fired the shot. Do you know what I mean? Because he hasn't fired it yet. So I think maybe there's just audio desync. Maybe. Because now he's going to mess up. He's missing the grapple on it.
So hard, man.
So he has to just climb up now. And Snazzy's in the chat now saying, I said that because I didn't already get my round, so I have to get my round. So you have to get another kill? Something like that? Okay. Oh. Throwing, climbing, throwing. Okay, Alethanim is for rocket jumping then, I guess. Well, that's one way to get to the lens faster. Oh, and he's out of heavy ammo on the sword now. Which means that he can't jump as fast, right? I think that's how that works. And I think people... Whoa, that's sick. I think people use... Well, let me see. Okay. This puzzle, I still do not, like, have any conscious memory of. We were so fried, we just, like, did it by trial and error and then just moved on, so... I hope I'm able to do this okay in the solo flawless. Okay, so he's doing this pretty normally. And again, because of the lack of heavy ammo, he really is... It does feel like he's a bit slowed down right now. Dude, I cannot wait to see some any percents of these when people start finding ways to out of bounds glitch to future encounters and stuff. That's gonna be so cool. Okay, so he's, I think, what was that? Whoa. And he got his grapple. That's a big time save. And he can use the melee to pull himself in. That's so smart. Bro, imagine if he doesn't even rally banner. He's like, it's not worth the time. He's changing class during the rally banner to save time. Bro. Straight for the knight. Okay. And I guess he's just trying to figure out what the story is right now. He's hitting up Bife. What you guys do not see is him messaging Bife right now, being like, hey, Bife, does Guardian kill Traveler? Bife's like, I got you, don't worry. I wonder why he's using a trace rifle. A trace rifle's really good for the doors. Wait. Bro, he just shot 6 of those things? There's so much unemployment in that room right now. That is crazy. I've never seen someone shoot that many of those rocks in one go.
Fuck.
Oh, and he missed the ball. He was trying to grab the ball, right? Trace is the DPS strat? Is it? Wait, what's he doing? Dropping his shield there. Wow, he's already done. That was crazy fast. That was good RNG, I guess. For that phase, I guess. Is he just gonna knee the knight? Maybe he doesn't have that on anymore. Oh. He's switching. What is this? Looks like something that, like... Wait, why is he just melee? He's not even focusing the boss. Wait. What? What? I'm about as stun-locked as the boss is. What is happening here? Is he grappling up so he can be in the air so that he can use those knees to Valhalla knee the boss? Is that... Bro, he's so low on health right now. And he's just standing there in front of ads and just doesn't care. The balls on this man. The shotgun has a perk of 1-2 punch that increases melee damage. He has a class perk that increases melee damage, and he grapples to a grapple point that the trace makes. The trace makes a grapple point? When he grapples the green orb in the air, it gives him his grapple back instantly instead of on cooldown. Oh. The trace makes a grapple point?
Why is my game dying, bro?
It's because
I literally have 45 FPS. Why?
Yo, true. True. Wait, okay, it did actually look like he just like went in slow motion there for a second. That was really weird. The game is throwing. Big time. 1, 2, 3. He's not even trying to do the other side this time, right? Bro, that is crazy you can be that fast. That is insane. My brain has not even processed he's back in the main room yet, and he's underground killing stuff. So he threw a ball. Oh. Okay.
Dude, get me out.
No, not the stasis. Yeah, let me try and understand what's happening here. So he's...
Fuck you. And you too.
He melees in the corner to get the boss to come to the corner, I think. I don't really know why he melees them as much as he does. Boss comes to the corner. What? I don't know what I'm looking at. Dude, the boss running away must be so annoying for him. Like, his grapple being all the way behind him over there. But he's just grappling the air now. Bruh. This looks like it must be a very annoying boss to fight. Like, very, very annoying. There was a tangle on the floor. He grappled that at the end. Oh, okay. Yeah, this just does not look like a fun boss, solo. I mean, even co-op, I don't think it's a great fight, but... He's just a wriggly little rat. This build has been nerfed a bunch of times and it's still this good, damn. What do people call this build? The Banner of War aspect? Banner of War Titan or Strand Titan? Okay. No heavy ammo. He's running, he's running. 2 seconds. Ooh, nice. Ooh! Bro, that was so sketchy. That was such a brave move to just send it for the rotation while there were all those unemployments in the room. Oh, and you can just hit that straight away like that? Damn, okay. He needs unemployment right now. Oh, wow, he's just leaving the guy alive. That's crazy. To just be like, yeah, I don't need to kill you. I don't need to, dude. So let's see. But he's emoting in the fight, bro. This man is cracked on another level. This is another level. So that's tractor cannon, we're saying. What is he doing? He's trying to suck in the sun? Okay, I guess he placed his ball? Is that doing 20k per knee? There's so much happening, Bro. Wait, is it 190? I think it's 190k? $400k? What? 400k per knee, dude. I do that much damage in like 15 whisper shots.
Come on, man, it's Mickey. Sub 30's Mickey. Come on.
You got this. Come on. You can do it. Big Michael's backing you up here. Oh, so he knows he's getting hyped now. A minute 15 ahead on his last split. He's getting really hyped now. What is he? Is he just waiting for attendance right now? Yeah, okay. Ooh, health is a little sketchy. Ooh, health is a little sketchy. Bro, he wishes he had heavy ammo right now. I guess the sword is still... Ooh, nice. Okay. Use the tether to get over there. Hell yeah. Yeah, I guess the sword is still like a good tech even when it's not got ammo. Okay, nice. It's Mickey. It's Mickey. It's Mickey. He goes straight... Bro, the way he goes straight through like that is so clean. The way he gets the unemployment and then... Huh! He went into menu there, bro? No. He changes loadout at the most unhinged times. "27 minutes. Bro, he has to beat the boss in like the next 60 seconds. Why is he punching everything before the fight? That's what I want to know. Like, before the damage phase, he just punches a bunch of ads. So that was him shooting his tether point. Okay. Banner of War timer. Worm God's Caress. Okay. So if you get a bunch of melee kills, it stacks. And then when he's kneeing the boss, it does more damage. Is that right? Bro. It's the fact as well that he's... Oh! He pulled out a lightsaber? Wait, what is that?
Yes! 2830, baby!
Yeah!
Let's fucking go!
Yeah!
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 Dude, let's go!
Yeah!
Let's go!
Yeah!
Dude, I smashed my goal by a minute and 30 seconds, baby! Let's go!
W's in the chat.
Oh, let's go, dude! Yeah!
Oh wait, we even got a chance to see chat. We even got a chance to see the dread being in a pickle. That's 2 W's at once. Let's go, dude. I've got to be honest, Snazzy, that was categorically the most cracked out Destiny play I have ever seen. I've never seen anything like that before in this game. I've never seen anything like that. That was bananas. Bro, the fact that I was mind blown here. It was this fast. He spawns in, he rotates his head about 140 degrees, and
What are you
from that point on, I was hooked.
doing in there with the vanguards, nosy little
So you can rocket jump with the Alethanim, and then you can chain it into the sword, but then you can chain it into normal jumps.
lock me out of the house.
And then if you sword again, does that give you your jumps back? And he jumps more?
Clear out the
Like... I have so much to learn about this game. I have so much. He did the lockset fight so fast. The fact that he's 2-phasing lockset, and I'm going to be 20-phasing it is like... Oof. That's pain. That is major pain. Fair play, dude. W Snazzy. That is truly unbelievably impressive stuff. I'm really, really impressed. I understood about 10% of it. Still really, really impressed. A demon. An actual demon. You should watch his solo caretaker. I'm not watching anything other than this because it's all spoilers. Because we're doing all the rest of it blind. Everything else blind. So like there's not a single other thing that I can watch. Just this. Once I do the dungeons and the raids, then I will watch these. But we will have to save it. So Snazzy, you've got to get some high times until you've got until I beat the things over the next several months. And then we will watch sub 25. Show me. Where is the time to save on this? Like, is it having heavy ammo in that phase here where you had no heavy? Bro, I've just realized most of the VOD is just Kerev. It's just Kevin. If you could, like, two-phase Kevin, easy clap. Heavy ammo, 3-phase or 2-phase final boss. You can save 40 seconds on Lockset. The Lumina bullet as well, yeah. Still, this is a run. This is a sick run. Yeah, I'm super impressed. Like, just the Lumina bullet, bro. The fact that where was the first one? Where's the first one that you fired? It was like, was it just before Encounter 2? I think it was just after this. Yo! Zavala, thank you for the raid! Let's go, dude! Big hype in the chat. We were just appreciating an insane Sundered Doctrine speedrun. And, guys, have you seen this happen before, okay? Have you guys seen this happen? Thank you so much, Zavala, for the raid. Huge raid there. Have an awesome stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I've been like having my mind blown over and over again by the speedrun strats that are possible in Destiny. I didn't know any of this was possible. Chat, have you ever seen somebody fire a Lumina shot and then grapple to it and glide across the world and then go into their menu while in the grapple and then change to a rocket so that they can rocket jump? Okay, everybody's saying yes. Well, it's news to me. That is crazy. I had no idea, dude. It's so hard to do. Bro, he does it like 5 times in this run. Oh my god, it's mind-boggling. I just have to see it one more time. I have to see it one more time. Fire. Bro, it's so clean. It's so clean. Oh my god. How's your stream been, Zavala? You've been playing Trials? Has that been what you're up to? I can't talk, bro. Watching this speedrun has ruined me. Have you been my god. Have you been playing Trials today is what I was trying to say? Has that been the vibe? Trials after changes is actually goated? Wait, really? Hope you have a wonderful night and stream. Thank you. Chat, is Trials something I should try? I've never played it, ever, in my life. Is it good? Wait, why is everybody saying no? Weren't you guys just playing Trials? No? Wait, everyone is saying, God, no. Do I even have access to it? I have no idea. Okay, chat, I have no clue. Maybe you guys can help me. So wait, Zavala, what were you just doing PvP stuff? Is that what you were just doing? Or were you doing something else? She was? Okay. Zavala was PvPing. She mainly does PvP. Okay. Maybe you guys can help me out then. I would like to show you guys some... one or two things. She's a PvP player. Okay, got you. I would like to show you guys one or two things here. And you can let me know if my loadout is goated, okay? I have a theory that I might have a goated role. But I'm gonna need it to be fact-checked by you guys, okay? Let me pull up the game here. I might be completely wrong. I might be not cooking with this. But I also might be really, really cooking. Potentially. So, chat, for those of you that don't have context here, I haven't played Destiny in 6 years, and I came back 10 days ago to try and get my first ever contest clear, okay? And we succeeded, and I got my first ever My first ever contest clear in the dungeon. We managed it. We solved it blind. It took 29 hours, but we did do it. But what that means, the fact that I came from 6 years ago, means that I've got loads of ancient stuff on my character. Okay? So, for example, these engrams here, you guys have maybe never seen before in your life. They're from before you were born, chat. Right? These are some old school... We got some old school stuff here. I mean, it's called nostalgic for a reason. This is a relic of the past. This thing... I mean, I don't know what the menu is doing there. That is... Yeah. Oh, it fixed itself. Nice. Okay, hell yeah. So... We've got some random old stuff. There's a lot of, like, gunsmith materials that serve no purpose and can be safely dismantled. We've got those. Yep. We've got these things. Bro, I collected so many of these. I used to go around just, like, spending, like, free time collecting these things, and now they literally serve no purpose, and I have to get, like, they're worth nothing. It's just a waste of, like, hours and hours of time, right? So, like I said, we have a huge amount of trash. We have a lot of trash. But we also have some old weapons, etc., that might be worth paying some attention to, okay? So, first of all, let me, I wish there was a way I could, like, press a button here to, like, filter it by year. So I could just, like, filter for the Forsaken stuff. That would be so useful. I'm gonna have to, like, vaguely look at the symbol and just hope for the best. The material can be turned into glimmer with a vendor in the tower. Okay. Maybe I'll just go do that then. So, I've got stuff like this. I've got an old Midnight Coup. And this old Midnight Coup, Rampage Outlaw, alright, it's a half-decent roll. It's okay. But we also have stuff like... Let me find it. We've got some tiger spites here. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Is that any good? Slide shot explosive payload rose? Or is that... Should I just get rid of that? I'm sure there's a lot of trash in here that I need to just get rid of. But let me try... I'm trying to find this one gun. Let me see. It's not this one. It's not that Nation of Beasts. Where is it? Chat? I've got these. Are these any good, these new guns? Are they any good? I don't know what these perks even do. Heating up, paracausal. What even is that? Increased accuracy? I guess that could be right. They're very good. Yo, Warp, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Let Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? I feel like I've gone past it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up Dim real quick. The guns are worth farming? Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of duplicates. I've got how many scintillations? Yeah, still don't have one with rewind rounds and bait and switch, sadly. That's what we're pulling those for. Let me do this. I mean, is this any good? Ambitious Zen, Envious Vorpal. Like, what are people even like? What is the thing that people look for on those particular weapons? Is there like a perk that's like everyone's obsessed with? Subsistence target lock. Again. Ask Datto about vault cleaning. We played with Datto today. I might need to re-ask him about getting another vault clean done. But let me just make some space here. I've heard that like.gg is like not reliable. PvP roles are very different from PvE. Oh. Okay, maybe that's something I need to be more conscious of. Okay, let's see. So we have this chat, right? And I've been told that Kill Clip Outlaw on a Probina is like PvP meta. Is this true? Is this a god roll here? I have been fed misinformation. God damn it. God damn it, dude. I thought this was a god roll. I really thought this was a god roll. I feel like this was a god roll 6 years ago. It can be my god roll, you know, King. That's really kind of you. Thank you. The gun is old and power crept. Okay. F. I mean, I also like. I'll show you guys some. Let's do a little showcase of some relics here real quick. Let me try and find some relics for you guys. So I'm pretty sure. Is it my whisper or is it something else? Oh, actually, I can do this. Oh wait, no, that's weapon level. What's the? Oh, I've already extracted the pattern, I guess. Okay, it wasn't the whisper. Chat, what was... You guys that were watching me last week, what was the thing I had loads of deprecated perks on? Do you guys remember? What was that? There was something I had like five of them on. It was probably armor. Okay. Let's just see here real quick. Because it was very amusing. Was it my sun bracers? Well remembered. I think it was. I think you're right. Okay, let's see. We're gonna have to figure out which one it is here. So, there we go. Chat, look at this. Don't you think this is meta? Like, realistically, I think this might be the most OP set of perks you can get in the game. I feel like, listen, I've got either mobility or resilience. Okay, hell yeah. But then we've got deprecated or deprecated or deprecated. And my pick on this is deprecated. I'm a big fan of it. And then out of deprecated and deprecated, I'm going with deprecated. Yeah. Take that into Salvation's Edge. Well, T-Yak, you say that as a joke. But little do you know. The current content schedule, chat, over the next few weeks is absolutely unhinged. Okay? So I'm just gonna run you through a couple of the very silly things that we're about to be doing. Okay? So tomorrow, Glad has said he will gift me 100 subs if I can solo flawless Sundered Doctrine tomorrow. And every extra day that I take, that number goes down by 10 subs. So tomorrow, for the first time ever in Destiny, I will be attempting solo flawless Sundered, which is going to suck. I'm going to be very bad because I've only been playing the game for 10 days. But we're going to try and make it happen. So it's solo flawless Sundered tomorrow. Then next week, and I'm going to pull up the content calendar here, okay? Next week, this is where things get really crazy. I'm going to move my camera here, and I'm going to move the chat here. There we go. That'll do. So just today, we did a Sundered run with Datto, and we like just had fun with Datto, just like yapping, basically. On Sunday, with Bog and Snazzy, I will be putting a blindfold over my face, and they will be bringing me through Vesper's host. We've already done the first 2 encounters. They're going to need to try and basically make me, while blindfolded, clear that encounter. Just via voice comms. So that is the plan for Sunday. Then next week, I'm not sure exactly what day yet. Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, probably. We're going to be using low light armor and blue guns. And I'm going to attempt to solve Last Wish blind with Sweat. So Sweatical, Evan, Sneak, potentially Datto, CB. Like, we're going to just pull in a bunch of other creators and they're going to have to play dumb. So I'm going to be there trying to like theory craft, like, okay, this is how I think this encounter works. I think like you stand over here, you stand over there, and then if I stand on this plate, then maybe if I can shoot this boss over here, that will give me a buff to do that. I'm going to basically just be trying to figure it out blind, the entire thing, and they're all going to have to play dumb. The one caveat is that long ago in the past, I did play Last Wish. That is one raid that I have done before, but it was over 6 years ago. It was actually, I think, 8 years ago, potentially. Something like that. Maybe, no, 7 years. 7 years. And so, after we do Last Wish, we're going to go into Shattered Throne. We're going to try and do some solo flawless. We're going to do a run where, for a sub goal, we're going to do it with randomized dim loadout, stuff like that. But then we're going into Garden of Salvation the week after. I've never even seen what that looks like. I don't know if it's a real garden. I don't know if it's all flowery. I don't know if it's... I don't know. I have no idea. I'm imagining, like, just a garden with, like, some big plant bosses or something, maybe. Like, exactly, like, fight a tomato. I don't know. So, we'll be doing garden the next week. Then the next week after that, we'll be doing the Pit of Edging. And, again, it's the exact same formula the whole time, right? Where I will be blind solving it, and if it's a dungeon, I blind solve it solo. And then we'll do a lore version of it where we'll try and do the story with Byf, and then we'll try and solo flawless it if it's a dungeon. So this is the overall content schedule. And the problem with this, and what I will maybe could do with your opinions on chat, now that you've come over from Zavala's stream, you've been watching PvP today, you've been checking out trials, you've been having a good time. The next question... Oh, Curly Fry just raided. Hell yeah. Thank you, Curly. Let's go, dude. Okay, we got the back-to-back raids. We got Zavala and Curly. Thank you so much. Welcome, all of you. Welcome, welcome. Curly, are you a PvP enjoyer by chance? Because the question I was about to ask is the following. On this absolutely obnoxious, crazy content schedule, okay? On this content schedule right here, should I insert some PvP anywhere into this list? What do you think, Carly? Would that be a good idea, or will I hate my life? Should I just never, ever touch PvP in Destiny? Dude, it's crazy to me that everyone is saying, no, don't do it. It's a trap. Is it that bad? IB is soon? Bro, what is that? IB? Irritable bowels? Like, what is that? It's not that bad? Trials has a bad time with hackers? Wait, really? Oh, IB is Iron Banner. Oh. Prepare for some egos in PvP? Not from everyone, but those who have them are annoying. Ah. There's no population, so you just match the same people over and over? Ah. Okay. Sounds like potentially pain. Yeah, I did not know that that was a thing, Carly. So everyone in PvP is just like... Is there just like 5,000 PvP players and they just like sweat PvP? And so you're just always matchmaked against... Like for me, it would be the people in the UK, right? Is that more or less how it is? I'll just fight the same UK Destiny streamers like over and over again. Even the PvP players hate it. Oh god. Why are they doing it? Quick play is probably fine. Ranked and trials are extremely low population. Okay. Ask Violet to give me the rundown on PvP. Does she play a lot of PvP? That poor soul. Trials got a rework and it's actually good now. Okay, I don't even know what Trials is. So, like... She suffered in comp a lot last episode. Okay. Endgame PvP. What does that even mean, though? I didn't know PvP could have an endgame. 3v3, if you lose, you start over? That sounds kind of cool. Low-key, that sounds like that could be fun. Player population is really high this weekend. Oh, because of the revamp. Ah. Okay, well that's cool. Like, maybe we can work it in there somewhere as just like we'll try trials once. But like, I'm just trying to, I'm basically thinking like, realistically. Carly, what have you been up to in your stream? Were you doing PvP? Or were you doing something else? Because what I'm currently thinking, right, is like, you were doing solo Sundered Doctrine speedruns. Oh, wait, really, Carly? Oh, we literally just finished watching Snazzy speedrun, well, his record, the current record. And my mind was blown. I didn't know any of that stuff was possible. Like, I was blown by the Hunter having a tether. I didn't even know that was a feature in the game. Because I just haven't played Hunter. Like, I had no idea. Trials isn't available all the time? Wait, what? Is Trials going away after, like, is it like Xur? It's only weekends. Oh. Wait, Snazzy was on Titan. I don't know why I said Hunter. Yeah, I meant Titan. It's the same as Xur. Okay. Your PB is 35.27. Bro, that's still fast as hell. That's crazy fast. I'm literally here, like, I'm going to be attempting solo flawless Sundered tomorrow for the first time. I think my clear is going to most likely be about 3 hours long. If I can even clear it. We'll see. We will see. Like, you'll be here for it. Well, this is the problem, Curly, is that I don't have Anarchy. I don't have any of the stuff that you guys are using for these runs. I don't have Tractor Cannon. I don't have... I have Speaker's Sight. And I have Grand Overture. So pray for me, basically. Pray for me. And I also only can play Warlock. So pray for me. 30 phase boss is incoming. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Queenbreaker is good enough for Kevin. The problem is I do not have Particle yet. So Queenbaker is going to be underpowered for me because I don't have Particle. I'm not yet leveled up for it. So... Oh, you know what? Maybe I do have Tractor, actually, Johnny. Maybe I do have Tractor. How'd you get Particle? It's levels in the game. It's like season... What are they called, chat? Season levels? It's, Oh. Not to flex. Sorry. Accidental flex showing my perks here. My bad, guys. Sorry. Didn't mean to flex on you all. My mistake. Sorry if I made you feel... If I made you feel worthless because you don't have this loadout, dude. I'm like, my bad, dude. Not to accidentally show you guys up, you know. You're not true Destiny gamers. You're not true Destiny gamers. Oh, bro, I can put Paragon mods on this thing? Dude. Yo, shall I do this one, chat? That's worth it for the Glimmer, right, chat? Deprecated perk for 5k? Bro, we're sending it. I'd be foolish not to. It's Mickey. That was pure Mickey. Oh, wait, hold on. We can get this deprecated perk for another 5k? That's Scooby-Doo right there. Locked in. Locked in, chat. This is the correct way to spend your money in life. Why spend your life slaving away in the office, working your 9 to 9 p.m., getting out, never talking to your family, just getting back on the treadmill every single day, a hamster in a wheel grinding? Why do that if you can't splash out every now and then and spend your hard-earned beans on deprecated perk? Why, chat? Think about the potential. Think about it. It's meta, okay, guys? You just gotta wrap your head around it, okay? That's my clan, mate. Yes, sir. I've got to show math class who's boss. I've got to lead by example. Okay? They're not gonna know unless I set a precedent. So chat. Where was I? What was I doing? I was gonna do something. I don't remember what it was. I got too busy getting memeing. That's what I was gonna do. This is where you get Particle. It's in this sucker. And I need another... I'm actually getting there. I only need 600k more XP. That's not so bad. Yeah, 600k will... I'm kind of close. What should I equip for now? Unravel targets, rapid glaive, rapidly volatile. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, I need one more. I need one more. What seasonal challenges do I have? I've not done any apart from the sword one. Where even is that? Is it here? Oh, seasonal challenges. There we go. Yeah, I've done the sword. Wait, where is that? I'm confused. Oh, wait, that was week 1. There's a new week? Are we in a new week right now, chat? From before? We are? Oh. So I can just defeat combatants with machine gun final blows? Bro, I can Thunderlord it out, baby. Let's go, dude. Easy clappers. Chat, we were talking about the fact that I might just Thunderlord the whole Sundered Doctrine solo flawless. It might be a Thunderlord situation. This is the no-nonsense approach. And so... let me just make sure I've unlocked the Thunderlord. Do I even have that? Easy clap. Huge. Let's get rid of this trash choir of one. Pfft. Ridiculous. Hell yeah. It's Mickey. I can infuse it with, like, something. Put in an old whisper or something. And we're chilling. Now, chat, I guess the question is, realistically, is it going to be possible to use the Thunderlord for this fight? For Sundered. Does he have QBB? I think I just bought it. I think if Queen Breaker Bow is what you're talking about, I just got this from Zur. Is this what we're talking about? Where has it gone? I don't know what slot it goes into there. I have this now. I just don't have Particle. And I don't have the Catalyst for it. Private match to get the Catalyst. J-God says you can do one quick in private match, first page, bottom left of the challenges. Catty is easy. Is it now? But am I even going to use Queenbreaker if I'm solo? Am I going to... Is that what I'm going to use? I can 10 phase each boss with any gun and make it Mickey, or you can use certain setups to make it faster. I kind of want to use the Overture, because the Overture, it was just so Mickey for me in the actual contest mode that I feel like it would be honorable to bring it with me again. Do you know what I mean? Where is my Overture? There it is. This thing was so good to me in second encounter in contest mode. I loved using this. I was a big fan. Use what interests you the most. It'll make it more fun. Fair. Overture just slaps any day. Nasty Mooncake, thank you for the prime. Exy, you don't like the Overture? Dude, for second encounter specifically, nothing else worked for me. And then I put this sucker on and I was doing 1.5 mil per damage phase. Stacking it is so gross. What do you mean by stacking it? What is that? Are you sure you don't have Anarchy? I'm pretty sure. We can check. It was a Scourge weapon? Is it a power weapon? Yeah, look. No Anarchy. Pain. Yep. Oh, you just don't like stacking the shots. I see what you're saying. Sorry. Okay, I understand. I do have 1k. Yeah, we do have 1k. But we don't have... and I have Sleeper as well. I have Sleeper, but I do not have Sleeper Catalyst. Which is unfortunate because it gives you, I think, faster charge speed and maybe more backup magazines or something. It's something like that. And that's the problem, Scotch, is that I can't buy Anarchy from the kiosk because it requires raid spoils, and I can't do raids because we need to solve the raids blind. And that's my content schedule. Every week from here, we're going to be doing Last Wish blind next week, Shattered Throne blind the week after that, Garden the week after that, Pit of Edging the week after that, etc, etc, etc. So, like, it's just, we're just not going to get spoils for a long time. We can get you some spoils without having to spoil anything? Wait, how, Sade? So, yeah, tomorrow, I will probably just go in with, like, a very awkward build. And just practice, like... Maybe I'll ask someone to checkpoint me second encounter, and I'll just, like, practice... I'll spend, like, the first hour, maybe, just practicing second encounter. And just practicing, like, different guns. And see what feels like it works for me. You have the checkpoint for second encounter, Matt? There's no point. You're not getting the required amount of spoils. Okay. You were farming it yesterday for Trace. Okay. Okay. In that case, yeah, can you checkpoint me for it? Could you do that now? Is that something that we can just like... I'm pretty sure you just have to load me in, right? I just like join your party, we load in, and then let you log in. Yep, no problem. But that's it's as simple as that, right? We load in. To get a checkpoint, we load in. And then I just, go to orbit? I just leave party and go to orbit? Is that how that works? Can you join? We're not going to get Spoils City. We're just loading in to checkpoint me for second encounter on Sundered. Yeah. We're just getting a Sundered checkpoint. I have to wipe. Okay. How many days am I giving for solo flawless tries? I'm going to get it first day. Right, chat? You guys believe in me, right? Sure thing, buddy. What is the ways of shared wisdom? Sure thing, buddy. Yo, Cryptix, thank you for the sub. No nonsense, first day solo flawless. But that is the thing, chat. The challenge Glad set me is if I do it solo flawless day 1, he's going to gift 100 subs. But if I do it solo day 2, it's going to be 90 subs, 80 subs, 70 subs, etc. So I'm incentivized to do it in one day. I'm incentivized. First day, easy clap. Easy clap. I did it on contest. Easy clap. If you pop bounties or claim challenges with other players, you get slightly more XP. Oh, that. Oh, I am aware that that's a thing. I keep forgetting to do it, to be honest. But I do know that that exists, at least. And then, yeah, in theory, we'll do some Apex, Olivia. Yeah. I need to figure out, do I even have the stuff in my loadouts here? So if surges don't work... Yeah, chat, if surges don't work, what should I use? What the hell should I use? Like... Reloads your stowed weapon? Scavenger? Maybe I just do heavy scavengers. Grenade Kickstarter to stay alive? Is that one of these? Wait, I swear that's one of these. Am I just being dumb? Where is Grenade Kickstarter? Wait, I'm confused. What? Where is Grenade Kickstarter? Oh, that's on Arms. Oh, okay. Well, Arms, I'm happy with Solar Loader. That's fine. It's specifically what I'm going to replace on the legs. Scavenger. Holster and Scavenger. Which one was Holster? What is Holster? Oh, these. Reloads weapons over time. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll whack those on. For survivability. It just makes me wonder, like... Does that mean I'm not going to switch to a damage loadout? Should I just one loadout it? Because I might as well be using my armor charges for stuff during my... I feel like I just don't need to swap. Just don't switch? Yeah. Okay, we're going to have to do some build crafting tomorrow for that, for sure. I'm going to join Matt real quick here. Oops. Bro's overthinking something he isn't even going to clear solo. Josh, you need to have more faith. You need more faith. Give me 1 day. Listen, people said I couldn't do contest mode. They said I couldn't do it. With 5 days of prep. And that was it. 5 days of prep, I got a contest clear. Blind. We solved it blind as well. So I'm thinking, surely if I can do that, surely I can do this, right? Rest in peace to the lad. How did he even kill himself? Like, wait, what is that? It's like little blobby. BM him and res. Okay, so we have the checkpoint now. Yeah? You recommend using recuperation? Where is that? Is that one of these? Recuperation. Yeah, replenishes health each time you pick up an orb. Oh. That does sound good. That does sound useful. You can check by selecting Sundered in Director and see if you have the reset icon. Destinations. This is gonna sound crazy, chat. I actually don't know where it is. Where is it again? Trying to solo flawless it. Don't know how to start the activity, by the way. It's on 7th Stone World. Oh. Okay, so I need to leave first. Thank you, Matt. Let's get some smart guy dubs. Do I have a primary with heal clip? I don't think so. Yo, what if we just solo it now, chat? What if I solo it now with this loadout? What if? Easy? Easy, chat? Easy? 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 They can't stop me. You crazy? He's cracked, chat. Oh, he's got the multi-mac SMG, bro. He's out of his mind. He's finishing a Weevil that's nobody has seen. He's hitting all his shots. Every single shot is being hit. It's Michael Mouse live in the flesh. Pop goes the Weasel, bro. Pop goes the Weevil, bro, as well. It's Michael. He's speedrunning by getting sucked by the Weevil. It's Michael. It's Michael Mouse. It's never been more easy, chat. I need 3 goddamn things. It's never been I just didn't want to. It was warm up. It was a warm up. We were warming up, chat. We were warming up. You're invested now as a first time viewer. AK, I'd better see you. I'd better see you tomorrow. I'd better see you tomorrow for the full thing. The full run. I was this close, guys. I was this close. Let me just check if I can load the activity. Wait, what? What? Why is it doing this? I have to do the campaign? That's crazy. Is this, if it's just gonna put me in a room and I just talk to an NPC and I'm done, easy clap. But if it's gonna make me do a mission right now, I'm going to bed. Bro, it's 4 a.m. Don't make me do this. Don't do it. First and second? No. No, no. This is a joke. Alright. Can I just talk to an NPC? Is there an NPC to be found? I have the crafting table. Is it this? Is this what I have to do? That's a mission for sure. That's 100% a whole ass mission, right? Open your map. Wellspring. I don't even know where to find the thing. Is it that? Birthplace of the Vial? Oh, Sundered. Yeah, wait, that's... Wait, Vow of the Disciple is here? That's a raid, not a dungeon as well? Huh. So, can I just load it? Oh, easy clappers, chat. Easy clappers. Am I doing it on normal mode? I am assuming so, right? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Let's go. Okay, so there's the reset icon. Wait, where is the reset icon? I didn't see that. Oh, is it that? Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Grab the quest and I might be able to remove the load into Enclave. I'll have to do it one more time, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna suck if to reset, I'm gonna have to, like, load the Enclave every time, and then only then can I load into it. That would suck ass. But I just want to load it once just to make sure it works, you know? Let's see. Pog. It's Michael, chat. This is gonna be so straightforward. I'm gonna one-phase the boss, to be honest. I'm so good at this game. You guys don't understand. It's Destiny strats. Look at where that man went to. Did you see that man? That's what I thought. You did not see that man because he got vaporized. Bro is long gone. Long gone. You're ready for the instant clear? AK, you... Hold on. You distracted me a bit, actually. I'm a bit distracted right now. Can you... Thank you. Just give me a... What the... Why is it... Just... Give me a... No, stop. Give me... I want to go home. I want to go home. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out of here, please. Please. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. Please. How do one of these doors has got to work, right? Your vault is safe. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. It's fine. Is the strat gonna be that I just get in here and I'm just like in this spot for the whole encounter? Is this what I'm gonna be doing? Is this the move? Oh god, they found me. They found me. They found me, no! No! God damn it, dude. If you die here, you have to redo first encounter. Oh my god. Why did I say yes to this? Does anyone know why I said yes to this? Does anyone have any idea why I said yes? I think I have flown far too close to the sun. I think that's maybe what I have done here. Money. Some money is not worth taking, you know? Sometimes money is a bad thing. Sometimes. I just don't even know how to, like, begin to think about it. And what I'm not sure of is... Oh my god, stop sucking me, dog. What I'm not sure of is, should I try and figure out my own strat for everything? Or should I just look up a, like, strat on YouTube and just, like, follow that? Can I get my grenade, please? Please? Grenade, please? Grenade. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. My own strat would be more entertaining. I mean... I can't control C, control V what Snazzy did. That would take me 6 months. Minimum to be able to do. What up, Ham? How's it going, man? I basically don't know if... Would it be boring if I just copied a YouTube strat? Or, like, should I don't know. I don't know if that's just, like, not fun. You know what I mean? As much as I want to actually get this done, I don't know if that's spoiling the fun to just look up a strat. Copying is fine. I'm gonna reset anyway. Dude, that's actually so, like... It's not even troll, it's just the sad reality. It's like, no matter what I do, I'm gonna die. So... Maybe if I hit a brick wall. I guess I could, for the first, like, hour of practicing each encounter, I could try my own strat. And then if it just doesn't work at all, then... Maybe then that's when I look stuff up. Maybe we do it that way. I feel like that could be a fun way to approach it. That works? Yeah, I feel like that's what we'll probably end up doing. Also, like, what if you can get on there, dude? Wouldn't that be fun? Don't you think that would be fun, chat? Your extra 10 gifted is safe. No. I've got this, guys. I truly have this. You should worry about soloing it first before trying flawless. That's what I'm going to do, Vector. I need to have cleared it. Like, I'm not going to do any resets to get it solo flawless until I've got it reasonably reliably solo. And, I mean, doing it reasonably reliably solo is going to take me a lot of work. It's going to take me a lot of work. To the point that I'm like, yeah. Because, believe me, it's nice that I'm not in contest mode. That's going to make life a lot easier. But, holy Jesus, there's just a lot of ads, you know? There's the wizard in the middle. There's this stinky sausage over here. Okay, you're going to die from that. Hellion, can I just take you out? Okay, that's some knowledge at least. Hellion, please save me. Easy clappers. See, I told you guys I just needed one warm-up run, and it's actually easy now. It's easy now. Nothing is... Nothing is... First damage phase, chat? Let's go, dude. Wait, it's not active yet. Nope. Wait. Oh. Nope. Nope. We will return to this tomorrow, chat. We will return to it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will load in, I will learn, I will execute, and I will overcome. I will be extremely locked in tomorrow. The damage phase was to me. Bro, I said damage phase, and then I became vulnerable. What time tomorrow? Like, roughly 8 hours from when I stopped the stream. But I'm actually just, I'm gonna turn my heating off. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. Okay. I'm gonna eat some food real quick, because this Chipotle has been sitting on my desk for like 4 hours now, and I want to actually eat it. Chat, should I make different builds for the 3 different encounters? I probably should, right? Yeah. Okay. So, out of the limited stuff I have, I could run Outbreak for first... No, I want Choir for first encounter. Choir's really good. So I think Choir for first. Overture for second. And then maybe... Do we know... Are GLs good on Kevin? Could I Dragon's Breath Kevin? Okie dokie, Carly. Thank you for the raid. I look forward to your advice tomorrow. I will need it. I could run a prismatic getaway artist build. Do I have low? Low what? Oh, Lord of Wolves? No, I don't. Did I just call dragons a GL? I did. Is it not a GL? Doesn't it? Oh, it's a rocket launcher? Okay. Got you. Is it any good? Because I quite like the weapon. Is it any good on Kevin? Or does he just like jump out of the bombs? You have to stick him with it? Ah, okay. Yes, I do have Getaway Artist. Consuming an arc grenade grants an arc soul and amplifies you. But then I won't be healing, right? Deconstruct work on Lockset. Do you mean Particle Master? I don't have Particle unlocked. You're not sure on Kevin, but it's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, the problem is I don't have Particle, so using linear fusions is just going to suck. On Prismatic, any ability damage gets you Devour. Devour heals you on every kill. Oh. That's pretty cool. Maybe Prismatic might be the way to go, because then I'll have much more, what's it called? Ability uptime as well, because I'll be in Transcendence, right? So that could be kind of crazy, maybe. True. No well means I'll be in Song. Well, actually, that's fine. No well is fine. Being in Song of Flame is like the same as a well. You're not radiant when you're in Song, right? Is that correct? You are. Oh. Okay, so for solo, Song is fine. Song is a well. It's just a well that moves with me. Epic. That's some serious gaming ability. Okay, I'm gonna have to really consider Prismatic then. Big Pogs. I've hardly used Prismatic since I did the campaign. I wonder if, like... There's probably still a bunch of stuff that I've not even unlocked for it. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. Locked Strand Melee. Locked Healing Grenade. I'm gonna have to read through all of these. Oh, there's a ton of them that are locked still. How do I get these, chat? You put it on? Okay, I'll take a look. So this is... Man, you look drippy as hell, dude. God damn. So this is the Prismatic build, right, Matt? So you're using Song. Transcendence. Freezing Singularity Grenade. Okay. Rift. Arc Grenade. So I do need the Arc Grenade. Bleak Watcher for that. Turret. So that's the one I consume, right? Hold to convert your grenade into a stasis turret. Yeah. Defeat a target with an ability to activate Devour. And then there's definitely some of these I'm going to need. They do increase damage. While surrounded, you're more resistant. Oh, that sounds quite useful, actually, for solo. Melees make you radiant. That's pretty huge to get radiant from that. Okay. Oh, your sunshot looks sick. What the hell? Mine doesn't look like that, I don't think. How do you have this cool gun? Is this a... Did you pay for this? Is this cosmetic? Or is this like a drop? Pay money? Oh. It looks so cool. Wait, you can show lore? Huh? Does every gun have a lore tab? That's crazy. There's lore in all kinds of unexpected places in this game. I did not know that was there. It's every exotic. Wow, okay. Bro, I'm gonna have to read some of this. This looks cool. This looks really cool. A gun. She would forge a gun next. It would speak like her hammer and burn like fire. The ring of jade, eyes closed on her. Lu Feng laughed, her arms open for a fiery embrace. Bro, it goes so crazy. What the hell? Dude, these writers were cooking. They were cooking. Alright, so... Do the weapons make a difference for the build? What should I even be looking at for the build? Like your armor mods, I guess? Or is it mainly just like the stuff in the subclass? Don't mind the weapons? Okay. Entire races of being just die in lore tabs. So the main thing is just putting on the getaway artist. I got you. Okay. During the first encounter, the first time your team correctly pathed the beam to the symbol, I definitely talked to chat while they were turning the lenses. I barely heard the prompt about it accepting the truth. Ooh, close shave, Sulfur. So chat, I have another question for you about builds in this game. Would it be accurate to say that the builds, there's basically like, it feels like each class has maybe like 6 builds that are like go-to builds, maybe less, maybe like 4 builds that are like the go-to builds. And outside of those main builds, people, unless you're like Ham or Salt or someone like that, people don't really like theory craft between builds too much. Like most players will just go to one of those established builds. Is that accurate? Like for Warlock, it's like this getaway artist build, or this, or the speaker site build, or like 1 or 2 other exotics that are like key exotics. So I guess this is his speaker's build. But like outside of the like main like 4, let's say. So what's this? This is, yeah, Sino. So Sino is another one definitely that I've seen a lot of people really gravitate to with Warlock, to toggle off that to get ammo for the team. Is that accurate? Like outside of those main 4, most players don't really mix it up too much. The harder the content, the narrower the build crafting. Okay, interesting. Because, like, something I can imagine finding really fun tomorrow is going into my my character inventory and just theory crafting a little bit and being like, okay, like this gun has, or like maybe, what's a good example? This gun has Dragonfly. What does Dragonfly do? Precision kills create an elemental damage explosion. And I kind of want to be like, okay, let me just like build something around that, right? But my worry is that if I do something like that and I build off meta and I just sort of build based on random gut intuition, I worry that realistically, it's gonna just be like a third of the DPS compared to the meta builds. Like, it's gonna be so far away from the meta builds that it would actually be stupid to do it. Am I wrong? What the hell was that? I just got a drop? Or was that my supercharging? I don't know what that sound was. Smart does that for stasis, which is off meta in PvE. Build how you want and ask chat for pointers. That's the thing, though, is if I ask chat for pointers, chat is just going to be like, this is objectively the best way to do this, right? And I'm just trying to figure out, like, do I need to be a slave to the meta in that way? Like, if I experiment, am I going to be 50% of my proper damage output? I'm not going to be 50%? Am I going to be like 80%? Because 80% is fine. Milito, you think I should just not ask chat? Well, no. Yeah, so, Milito, I agree, like, Ham or Bog or Salt, like, those sorts of, like, elite level players are going to have really, really fantastic build recommendations. I don't contest that. I 100% agree. And, like, for the contest mode, I just used... What Salt taught me was what I ended up using, more or less. I customized it a bit as I went, but more or less. And Ham as well. Like, Salt set me up with loadouts, and then Ham polished the loadouts, basically, because there were some things that were a little wrong. And so Ham, like, got my subclass in order, gave me a bunch of gun recommendations. Like, it was... The combination of those two together was amazing. I don't want to say it was all Salt. That's, like... It's just because Salt set me up with the original loadouts. But Ham was phenomenal as well. But what I'm trying to figure out is, like, if I just do it myself and I just, like, experiment in the sandbox, will I be able to get my solo flawless with an 80% efficiency build? You'd always choose fun over being perfect. That's how you learn more. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, in that case, that's probably what we'll do tomorrow. Like, I'll start with the artifact, and I'll be like, okay, what's in the artifact this season? And then I'll be like, okay, beyond that, what do I have? What exotics do I have? And then, with that in mind, I'll just create a build, and I'll just see how it goes, and we'll just iterate from there, probably. That's a good way of putting it, Arnost. Artifact helps railroad the builds. I like that phrase. That's a good phrase. Like, because I'll basically just read through these one by one, and I'll be like, I'll figure out what they all do and how I can combine them all with stuff. And we'll kind of go from there. Experiment with builds, try them, then tweak and add perks. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing a lot of tweaking as I go. Colby, have I completed any raids? Out of all the raids in the game right now, I've completed one of them, Last Wish, 7 years ago, and I don't remember it. That's it. So I've got all these. We're going to be, over the next few weeks, we're going to be blind solving all the raids in the game. Oh, and Scourge. I always forget that that's a, because at the times people were calling Scourge a raid lair. And so in my brain, I don't think of it as a raid. Because everyone's like, it's not a raid, it's a raid lair. But nowadays, apparently nobody says anything about raid lairs. They just call them raids. So yeah, Scourge is a raid as well. Did I do Leviathan? Technically, I think I have got a clear for Leviathan, but I don't remember a single thing about it. I just got carried through it once, I'm pretty sure. And I was like not looking at my screen. It was fully just like brain AFK. People were doing stuff and I was just there to get loot. So like I have no idea what that what that raid is at all. Like, technically, I have cleared it once, but, like, I don't know what the deal was with it. I think Matt might have actually taken me through that. It's not in the game anyway. Well, yeah. You installed Last Wish with me? Okay. Have they ever said that the raid lairs are going to come back? Or are they, like, gone forever? Like, is the plan for them to just not return? They've never said. Damn. So, like, when... They're probably going to do it, drag them out when they're done making new content. Yeah, it'll be like when they need a year off. They'll just put Scourge out kind of vibe. You're in the tower once with me? Hell yeah, demon. No one knows. Fair. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. What is a raid lair? Mischief? It's basically like... I think it was meant to be like halfway between a dungeon and a raid. So I think it was like, instead of... I think it had fewer main encounters than a raid, but chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong about that. Like, I feel like Scourge is like 3 main encounters instead of 6. But is that just a dungeon? So maybe it was 3 main encounters, but it was a 6-player event still. Yeah. Okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. Raids with 3 encounters, but you still had 6 players. Yeah. If dungeons are diet raids, raid lairs are sugar-free raids. Okay. I mean... I'm curious to get your opinion on this, chat. Now that we know that raid lairs are 6-player dungeons, basically, would it be fair to say that Sundered is just a 3-player raid lair? It feels more like a 3-player raid lair than it feels like a dungeon to me. But I also don't know what all the dungeons are like, so I don't know if I'm just yapping. You know what I mean? But like, this felt pretty raidy to me. The mechanics. Like, that second encounter is so... It's so mechanically intense. But maybe that's just what dungeons are like these days. Maybe that's just... Average dungeon being more into... Fair enough. Are there any... What would your, like... Out of all the dungeons and raids in the game, would you say that, like, in the next raid, is the thing that is missing to, like, make a raid peak for the next raid? Would you guys want it to be very hard in terms of, like, damage, boss difficulty, or do you want it to be harder in terms of puzzle difficulty? Like, does the community have, like, a consensus opinion on that? Like, we really want harder puzzles. Both? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Is the contest mode difficulty of the game right now, like, something that you guys are happy with, or does it feel too easy? Like, if you got more of, like, the vibe of Sundered, would you be happy? Contest is in a good place? Okay. Pretty solid. Cool. Because I loved doing contest. You just work, yeah. I loved Contest Sundered. It was so fun. You're going to try and hit it on the rerun? Honestly, I think it's going to be surprisingly easy on the rerun. I think people are going to... I think people think Contest on the rerun is going to be this big challenge, and then they're actually just going to steamroll the content. I'm going to be totally honest. I really think people are going to, like, two-phase everything. It's going to be, like, disgusting. It's going to be the most completed contest mode ever. Everyone knows how it works. Everyone has builds for it. Everyone's seen speedruns. Everyone knows where to stand. Everyone's got Queensbreaker. Like, it's gonna be a cakewalk for people to just, like, two-phase lock set, two-phase Kevin, I think. Yeah, I really think, Olivia, like, the vast majority of people will do it. Like, if you try Contest Weekend 2, I think you'll get it done. Because everyone is so much more geared up now. Compared to that first weekend, I mean, I still don't have Particle, but, like, if I was going for it on the 22nd, I would have Particle by then. We are on the 22nd, we are going to stream it again. Like you? Well, do you have an account on the game, Olivia? Just to check? You do? I didn't know you played. Wait, do you play, or do you just have an account, but it's like Dusty. Is it like an active account? We could take you through it. I think we could backpack you. You've played 10 hours total since it came out. And it's not installed. Chat, do we think with an account with only 10 hours of playtime, could we drag Olivia? Yo, thank you so much, Donnie. Could we drag Olivia through contest mode on the 22nd? Listen, I prepared in 5 days, Olivia. You've got no excuse. Like, okay, but hear me out. Contest doesn't scale to play account, right? It's just as hard as it is. It just does its thing. So, like, so long as the other 2 people are just hard carrying, it would just be a low man contest clear. Right? Which, like, is not the end of the world. She can well. Are you implying you would carry? Olivia, you saw my skills in the second fight just a moment ago. You know I have that. You know I have it in me. God damn it, dude. Olivia, you're gonna be cheering me on tomorrow, getting my solo flawless. Listen, if I can solo flawless it, we can carry you through it on contest. We can do it. We can do it. Olivia, we could get someone better than me to carry you through it. Don't get me wrong. Wait, City, did you never get your contest clear? You're so high? Wait, are you? This is a detail that I was not aware of. Olivia's here, spaced out, seeing through walls right now. You prioritized health over the clear. Honestly, fair enough. I mean, you're going to have an opportunity to run it back, so, like, extra fair enough. Wait. Do you only have 24 hours in the next contest mode, Snow Globe? Is that a thing? They're reducing the time? How come? Oh, sorry. I thought you meant in the raid, we'd only have 24 hours to clear. You're just talking about the February 22nd thing. Okay. I was like, hold on, why are they reducing the time? Yeah, the PlayStation thing, I understand that being just one day. That makes sense to me. It's just Saturday. Yeah. I actually might cry if you clear this tomorrow. My guns for contest. Ewags, I'm sorry, but a deal's a deal, my friend. A deal's a deal. Listen, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. Don't get me wrong. But any doubt about my skill fuels me big time, for sure. Exactly, Jibbed. You could just start a new account today. You could just accept your fate. To be honest. Did I know all contests used to be 24? Well, I mean, originally there was no contest, right? How long was contest a thing before they moved it to 48 hours? Oh, Emblem was 24 hours. Just not contest. Oh. Oh, that's a detail I was not aware of. Day 1 was a day 1 clear. Ron was first 48. Last Wish was first Emblem. Okay, Emblem was 24. Yeah, because my Scourge day 1 clear was like, I think it took us like 19 hours or something. First time dropping in, watched your Professor Vive video the other day, along with your playthrough of the final shape. You were thoroughly entertained. Amazing, Blue Flame. That's so great to hear. We're actually working on a supercut of my final shape playthrough right now. So if you watch the VODs, then like more power to you, because those were some long VODs. But we'll have a supercut out soon, which will make it a little bit easier to sort of scan through it all. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed. That's awesome to hear. After VOW, they added another 24 hours because of all the bugs. Wait, is that why they added... That's why it's 48... It's 48? Wait, what is Guardian rank 11? Dill? Is that a thing here? Like this? Am I rank 10 right now? I'm 174. Rank progress? Oh, I'm 6. What is this? What does that get me? Why do I... It's just a number? Oh, why would I do that? Why would I grind for rank 11? It means you solo flawless the dungeon and conquer a seal? Oh, I'll get it tomorrow then. Easy clap. We'll literally get it tomorrow. Easy clappers. Julie says... Oh, I missed Julie's message. Wait, where'd it go? I saw Julie's name, but then I've lost the message. Julie, whatever you just said, can you say it again, please? Sorry, I just... For some reason, I've scrolled and lost sight of it. I just saw your name. Oh, did someone edit the dungeon? So, sort of. Basically, as it stands right now, we have, Sulfur editing, starting an edit on some of the Sundered footage, and we're going to see how it goes with how that goes with the footage, basically. We have another group of guys that are working on the final shape footage, and they're like very experienced. So if they finish the final shape stuff soon, then I might just sort of kick them over to Sundered, because I know that they'll just like crush it, and they'll crush it really fast as well. They're like very, very experienced. But the problem is that they've had some issues with their PCs. So Sulfur's making a start. But Julie, do you know, or do you edit, or do you know any editors? Because basically the challenge that I'm having with that footage is that it's just a lot of footage, and if I'm paying really experienced people to do it, like if they're like established editors that have like thousands and thousands of hours editing. You DM'd me on Discord? Oh, my bad. My Discord is just a bit of a mess right now. I'm just really behind on messages. I can check that later. But yeah, I've been trying to find the right balance of getting a lot of this Destiny content edited because there's just so much of it. Like this solo flawless thing tomorrow, that's going to need to be edited. That's going to be like at least 12 hours of footage that's going to need editing. So there's just, finding editors for this stuff is tough, man. In short, yes, you could give me a hand. Okay, sick. Sick. That is good news. I talk to people offline. Never, Olivia. I only talk to people through stream chat. You especially. You are banished. To chat only. When am I starting tomorrow? About 8 hours from when I go offline tonight. Ish. So it's 5 a.m. right now. I need your opinion on Hunter drip. Chat, can we give Smart Guy some Hunter drip feedback? Oh, wow. That's like, it's giving like, it's kind of giving Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl genes. You know what I'm saying? That's a look. The first ever Spider-Man costume? Yeah. I almost have 6 hours of footage cut up just today. How is it feeling, Sulfur? Is it like, is it going well, do you feel like? Is the footage making your PC crash all the time? That's something that I've definitely had issues with these big long files before. That's why I chunked them all up the way I did. But does it feel like it's going okay? It's one of the looks of all time. Yeah, I honestly, I think I like this look quite a lot because of the fact that it is, I've never seen another Guardian look like this. Ever. So, like, style points, honestly. Start a revolution, you know? That's for a good reason why no one's ever looked like this. I stepped away from Destiny after the final shape. It's really nice seeing the positivity you've brought. I'm glad to hear that, man. Check the Warlock? Wait, how do I... What do you mean? How do I do that? My playthrough made you finally come back and beat final shape? Nice! Oh, check your Warlock City? Damn. Kendrick rocked boot cut, not boots. Yo, true, fair enough. I mean, it's a sharp look. What can I say? The thing I don't understand is where do people even get these skins from? Are you buying all of these? Is this like... It's just from playing? Content from playing? No issues so far PC-wise. Okay. Being a hardcore Destiny viewer is both a blessing and a curse for this. Well, I'm glad to hear it's going well so far. That's really good news. That's really, really good news. Transmog? Oh, season pass. Okay. Who's that? I've got to pop up over the thing. Scoot! Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. There's one free armor transmog a week. Do you have to, like... What even... I don't even know what that is. Do you have to, like, go collect it? Yo, Dish, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Let's see what Matt's on here. Oh, that's a good look. This is cool. I like that. Hell yeah. Oh, you do a bounty. Oh, okay. Man, there's so many wild outfits. Is there lore explanations for all this stuff? Like, does Bife know why they have this particular kind of mask? Like, is that like... If you click S in the inventory in the top right icon for transmog. Okay. It's the top right icon. Okay. It's this. Ah. Ah. Okay. All kinds of stuff. The helmet's an exotic, so it will have lore. I see. Mask of fealty. Details. Show lore. Bro, it's got... You have to scroll! Holy moly. That's kind of cool. Every time they drop a new exotic, Bife gets to make a lore video. That's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Also, what a face. That's quite the expression they've got there. How I've been in the lore books screen yet? What is that? Mr. Unleashed! Thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. There's a lore button. Go to collections and the lore tab. Go to collections. There's no lore. Resources? Oh, lore. What is that? How does this work? What? Oh. Do I have to collect a book? Yo, Aces, thank you for gifting a sub. Where do I get pages of books from? There's 14 Bruh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is nuts. There's... Damn. 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 That is sick that these are all here like this. So you don't have to collect them to be able to read them, is that right? Like, it just shows you the results anyway? Oh, some you do. Okay. So I guess these ones I need to get. It's weird I've got literally 0 on everything. I would have thought that I would have got some from the past week, but like, I genuinely don't have a single page. Every single one is 0. Oh my god, there's so many. Bro, why is... Oh. I thought that plus meant I had a page. Oh, I do have a page. Pog. Let's go, dude. I got my first ever lore page. Let's go. Oh, I got 2 pages maybe. But I've not yet found the 3rd. Okay. Hell yeah. 2 pages of lore, baby. To split the sky. Bro, this is long. Wait, what? There's quite a lot of stuff there. Jesus. Oh my god. I had no idea this was in the game. I had no idea. Wow. Very cool. This is where Bife spends 3/4 of his day. Yep. Amazing. That is sick. I love the covers as well. The covers are so, so cool. I'm a fan. Okay, City, you said inspect your hunter here. Oh, that's pretty drippy. Yeah. I think it's pretty damn drippy. I like that. With a... Oh. Also good. Mid? Oh, Cosm's a hater. I like this one less. I like the one before. Oh, I like this one. This one's cool. I like these. This is a good combo. Burple. Burple. I also like this. This is kind of like my hunter. Whoa. Oh god. Let me show you guys. My hunter I have not touched for 6-7 years. But this is my hunter from back in the day, I think. Which seems, I don't know, looks cool to me. It might be like default shaders and stuff. I have no idea. But I think it looks cool. I don't know what I've equipped there. I don't know what the Titan looks like. That's the Titan. The Titan looks much less interesting. Whereas, yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good fit. And then the Warlock is just, I've not touched it at all. That's certainly Titan drip. Yeah, it looks about right. Random webbing on its leg. Random red shoulders. Bull head. Pretty average Titan drip. Yeah, makes sense. You can make your Titan look like Patrick Star. Wait, really? You can tell when I start playing based on the armor. Is that armor of the season? Like Dreaming City armor or something? Vindicator, thank you for the sub. Alright, chat. We have so much on the docket for tomorrow. We've got so much grinding of this game, so I'm gonna go to bed. I could sit here for hours and yap with you guys, but I need to go to bed so I can grind tomorrow. That needs to happen. So, let's find someone to raid. Let's find someone to raid real quick. Okay. Let's see here. Bog is online. Let's see who comes up when I get the Destiny category. We could definitely do Bog. We could do Glad. Honestly, I feel like doing Glad would make a lot of sense. Seeing as Glad set up this really cool challenge for me tomorrow. I think that would be a good. He's literally the reason we're here. So let's raid Glad. Let's do it. Okay. We're raiding Glad, guys. Hop in. And we will be doing Glad's raid challenge tomorrow. Okay? Hell yeah. Alright. I'll see you guys then.